Pleasant, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are here for another one of those exciting, thrilling events we all been waiting for. Sports Day, guys. Summer school here as they showcase their talent. Yeah, you could do that.
No, me había.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just to let you guys know, we're here with the March Pass presently with the Aurelia Kelly Point. As I would have mentioned earlier, they are showcasing their talent.
Good morning to one and all, and welcome to the JRWP. It is the biggest event in the sporting calendar of Anguilla, and we are just about ready to get it going. We're gonna start with the parade of the youngsters, these young athletes, and a show of the spectacle of what is to come here. We always expect fireworks when it comes to sports day, and I expect no less when it comes to this game. I am joined by KSM Thompson, and we're going to be bringing you coverage of what promises to be a very exciting day.
Alright, and if you look at the screen, you could see OKPS, the Pink Panthers, having their parade entering the park.
They are being brought in by the Grim Reaper car. The sound system very loud, as you can tell, but
Right, and just for your information, OKPS comes into this sports team leading everyone with 194 points. They are ahead by some 37 points. So it'll be interesting to see if they maintain this lead.
well, I can tell you this: if it when it comes down to sports day, those leads from pre-sports can evaporate in a second. Those early races, a couple good finishes, and you're right back in it. You can see the golden horses. I hope we get the shot of it, because a bit earlier I saw him walking around. Well, I can say prancing around. The actual golden horse was out here. They'll be looking to retake what they think is rightfully theirs, you know. They have this all against us mentality.
That is the attitude of a lot of people. Everyone against Valley Primary.
Exactly, that is how they feel, and they will try to use that motivation to retake what they think is rightfully theirs.
And just for 2 seconds, I know I was introduced on the platform as KSM Thompson, but I am joining Mr. Kaiden Bryan, known as Doc.
I knew he would get me back, you know. I knew he would do it. Such a good spectacle, you know. I see the youngsters able to express themselves, express their joy, the pride of representing their school on, quite frankly, the biggest sporting stage, the biggest sporting event in Anguilla.
You see Valley School doing their routine outside of the park between the James Ronald Webster Park and the Raymond Eagleshire Technical Center.
Trying to get a glance to see who may be coming behind them, because we've not seen the hungry ones yet. Those would be the wolves, because there's been a bit of a stir going on the western end of Anguilla, you know. They have been making some quiet noise, and I think they want to come on the park today to make a statement.
They've been looking very good as of late, the last couple of years, and this year they are coming into sports day in 3rd place with 140 points, just 17 points behind Valley Primary, and 1 point ahead of Adrian T. Hazel. And you know that Alwyn Allison Richardson carries the idea of being a smaller school compared to the 3 bigger schools. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare. They got a lot of points from the field events, particularly cricket ball throw, long jump. And it'll be interesting to see how they fare in the races today.
It's good to see that these predetermined small schools, based on the number of students they intake, it's good to see that even from those smaller numbers, you can still produce high quality athletes.
And it may very well be a testament to their coaching and
Very much
the
so.
teaching and the leadership to build that kind of school culture. So not just look at their size, but put their best foot forward always.
We saw in previous years where the Morris Vanderpool would have taken that small school tag and pretty much thrown it out the window. With competing right up there with the big boys. Now, the team from the other end of the island will be looking to do the same thing.
Yeah, many moons ago, although the school doesn't exist, Central used to be right there with...
You don't have to tell me about that. I had some first-hand experience with it. But it's good to see, It's good to see because there were so many years, especially in the mid 2010s, where it was the big three are coming 1, 2, and 3. It was Valley, and whichever other two are gonna come 2 and 3, and there was never really a fight back from from any of the smaller schools until we started seeing that resurgence from the eastern end, and now we're seeing it from the western end.
So we just had Alvin Allison Richardson taking the park. Now we have the Mars Vanderpool Dragons entering now.
It's the Morris Dragons,
and we also have homeschools taming Alvin Allison Richardson Primary.
Yes, we just saw them there for a brief moment, yes. It's always good to see the homeschool as well, those private institutions coming together to allow their children an opportunity to showcase their talents on the biggest stage. It's always good to see the Morris Vanderpool from the eastern end of the island. They look organized. The tracksuits are beautiful.
Yeah, that's a big change from when we were.
Oh, you bet. Tracksuit. We had t-shirt, short pants.
A lot of excitement from the OKPS.
They have been marketing their campaign heavily, I've seen it all over social media. I have not gone a day without either seeing the countdown post or an advertisement for their branding, for their shirts. They've had it all over. They've done well to market themselves this year because they want the trophy.
Now we have the Valley Primary School, the Golden Horses, doing their routine on the park.
Still waiting on the horse to appear. I tell you what, he is large, Those animals are large, but for their size, they move so briskly, And that pretty much embodies the spirit of the Valley Primary School, the largest school on the island in terms of the students that go to it. But boy, when they get to going, they get to going.
Now we have the Adrian T. Hazel Rams entering the park. They are entering Sports Day. I believe it might be the first time, if not the first time in a very long time, but they are entering Sports Day in 4th place.
Indeed.
1 point behind the Alvin Allison Richardson Primary School.
I will tell you this. The Adrian T. Hazel, they had an excellent 1200 meter run. They would have picked up the most points, I believe, in the 1200 meters, but it was the other field events, the cricket ball throw, the long jump, and even the road race, where they weren't quite able to make up the distance. So we saw teams like Aurelia Kelly and the A. Richardson really making up some ground in those events. But we know the Adrian T's strong suit is right here. And these two events that we have scheduled to start it, the 800 meters I suspect they will be targeting those events. It is the Gators now, the Gators of the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School, following their Eastern and compatriots, but the Gators from the Island Harbor, you know, it's odd for the Island Harbor Primary School to be the best way to describe it would be sandwiched based on because you see them, they're stuck between the loud OKPS and the resurgent Grey Wolves of the West End, the Alwyn A. Richardson. But you look at them and they're focused. They seem a very focused unit, and they have a point to prove.
Yeah, they've been getting some top spots in a few events.
Indeed.
I believe one of their girls actually won the road race.
Yes, she did. Yes.
So they've been placing and competing and putting their best foot forward where they can.
That's all you can do, because especially when you don't quite have the numbers, you don't have the pick of athletes to choose from. A lot of times you see the best athletes running all the races because there's no one else to do them that can compete at that level. But when you try and when you put your best foot forward, anything can happen.
That's right. And then we have the homeschool Dolphins, followed by the Morris Vanderpool Dragons.
The Dolphins, as you're going by, the homeschool Dolphins. I like that, you know, because it seems to represent Anguilla. The color that they use, the branding, it's very representative of Anguilla. And once again, it's good to see that they all can come together to allow their young athletes to have a platform.
And then I think that bringing up the rear of this parade is
the Valley
Primary School Golden Horses. Their motto is aim for excellence, and I'm sure we'll see them striving for that excellence today on the track.
Well, they don't settle for anything less than the best.
Right. And they have a history of coming into sports day, you know, in a second or third place and still taking
year
it at the end of the day.
Every year they get counted out, and every year they prove everyone wrong. It's always good to have. Is that the boys' brigade, or is it the?
No, that is
the Pathfinders. It's a Pathfinders drum line.
Small part of their drum corps. So I was mistaken. It's actually
the Rams
who are bringing up the rear.
You can already see.
Not too loud, but they seem to be, you know, focused on the task at hand.
Because they know the deficit that they're coming in with, and they know they need to get back early.
Right, and as they bring up the rear in this march pass, allow us to remind you all of the scores. At the rear is Omalulu International School with 1 point. I don't think they will be competing for sports day.
I don't think I saw them.
Yeah, so I think they just had one athlete for the 1200 meters, and then that's it. Homeschool comes in with 21 points. Vivian Vanderpool Primary School has 40 points. Morris Vanderpool Primary School has 65 points. Adrian T. Hazel Primary School has 139 points. Alwyn Allison Richardson Primary School has 140 points. So there's just 1 point separation between Adrian T. and Alwyn Allison Richardson Primary. Valley Primary School has 157 points. And coming into Sports Day, leading is Aurelia Kelly Primary School with 194 points. So those are your point standings entering Sports Day, 2026 Inter-Primary School Sports Day. So OKPS is leading with 194, Valley Primary 157, Alwyn Allison Richardson 140, Adrian T. Hazel 139, Morris Vanterpool 65, Vivian Vanterpool 40, Homeschool with 21.
37-point gap between first and second, and an even larger gap to the rest of the field. OKPS coming with the advantage and with the mental advantage as well, saying we just have to not take our foot off the pedal and we should be home sailing.
Welcome to the Department of Education's 2026 Inter-Primary School Sports Day opening ceremony. My name is Teacher Mayel, and I am honored to serve as your chairperson for this morning's proceedings. Today, we come together to celebrate not only competition, but also unity, discipline, and the remarkable talent of our young athletes. We will now have the invocation, which will be delivered by Teacher Michelle Simon.
Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, great God of the universe, we honor you this morning. We praise and magnify your name because you're worthy to be praised. We thank you, God, for all the bountiful blessings that you've bestowed upon us. We thank you for the blessings of your presence, of health, of talent, of the blessings of having committed, hardworking parents, teachers, coaches, sponsors, and students. We thank you, God, for the blessing of having the opportunity to come here today to have another annual Inter-Primary School Sports Day. God, you are our protector. You are our provider. And so we come seeking you, dear Father, for your blessings on the entire proceedings. We ask you, God, to have your mercies and your blessings on every single one who will be gathered on these grounds. We ask you, dear Lord, to be with every participant. We ask you to protect them, to keep them safe, to keep them strong, to beat back the forces of any negativity that may come against them. We ask you, God, to crown them with your blessings from the crown of their heads to the soles of their feet. We ask you to endow them with courage, strength, and power so that they will do their very, very best. We ask you, Lord, to be with everything done by everyone here today so that it will be done in fairness, decency, and order. Dear Lord, we pray that at the end of this day, we will all say thank you that it was indeed a blessed and glorious day. In Jesus' name, amen.
No, are you good?
Thank you, Teacher Michelle. The national anthem and the national song will now be rendered by Teacher
Wait for it,
Elliot
modem.
Gums.
Okay, all right.
Well, it is time for the opening ceremony where the teams will have some presentations, some speakers. First, the national song.
you are now free to return to your tent.
All right, good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. That would have been the conclusion of the opening ceremony for the 2026 Inter-Primary School Sports Day. So as you could see on the screen, the schools are heading off to begin preparing for the 800 meters race. It is open for both boys and girls.
It is, I believe, it's open age category separated into the girls and then the boys. Yes, so all ages from the littlest of kindergartners all the way up to the biggest grade sixers. Once you can run the race, it's open. So your best athletes to start the day.
And while they are doing that, I could give you all a little recap of how it went down last year. You would know that Valley School came out victorious. They won with 562 points. Second place went to Aurelia Kelly. They had 550 points. So Valley only beat them out by 12 points. But as the people say, a win is a win.
Is over.
Third place last year went to Hazel with 523 points. The top three schools again, Valley Primary School had 562, Aurelia Kelly had 550, UNT had 523. And then in fourth place, in the ranking of the smaller schools, and those smaller schools. Yeah, sorry about that. So in the smaller schools, Alwyn Allison Richardson would have came out victorious, overall fourth place, but first for the small schools with 364. Followed by Morris Vanderpool Primary with 270 points. So it was a very decisive gap between Alwyn Allison Richardson and Morris Vanderpool last year. About 94 points difference. Morris Vanderpool was followed by Vivian Vanderpool with 231. Omolulu International School had 160, and Home Schools brought up the rear with 122. So just one more time, the point standings from 2025 Inter-Primary School Sports Day. On top was Valley Primary School 562, Aurelia Kelly Primary 550, Adrian T. Hazel 523, Alwyn Allison Richardson 364, Morris Vanderpool Primary 270, Vivian Vanderpool Primary 231, Omolulu International School 160, and Home Schools 122. And this year again, please be reminded that Omolulu International School is not competing in this year's Sports Day. And the point standings entering Sports Day once more before we are underway with the 800 meter race. Aurelia Kelly enters Sports Day leading with 194. Valley Primary School enters in second with 157. So a 37-point gap. Alwyn Allison Richardson comes in at third place with 140. Adrian T. Hazel comes in with 139. So a 1-point difference between the Wolves and the Rams. Morris Vanterpool comes in with 65. Vivian Vanterpool with 40. And Homeschools with 21.
The Pink Panthers has definitely go by a are in firm position right now, but as I mentioned earlier, those 2 races to start the day, I've been around enough of these to know those 2 races to start the day, those 2 800-meter races, they can close in the points gap very quickly. I've seen Valley come into sports day trailing, win the first 2 800s, and not give up the lead for the rest of the day. It happens, you know. But another thing that I've really liked this year from the sports day is I've seen a lot of the musical artists around Angola. They've remixed some of their famous songs to suit the sports, the different sporting teams. I've seen the man, Panther from PBI. He's done a remix of his hit song Cross for the Agency Hazel Primary School. I know that the Mad Minds, they did one for the Grey Wolves, the Winnie Richardson. I know that the man Daddy E, he's done one for OKPS as well, I believe. So they all have their songs now, their rally cries as you would call them, and they'll be looking to use some motivation.
Yeah, and I think it's a good look to have all these artists and musical ambassadors, you know, however you want to describe it, getting involved, so the children have something to look up to. Yeah, so little role models, see them getting involved in not just the sports but also in the music, you know. And I'll put a little, you know, plug in here that, you know, the sports and the arts are really one of those things that we need to start taking a little bit more seriously. Some would say a lot more seriously in Angola. Cultural and economic drivers for our country. But
we quickly have to realize that while education traditionally is known to be school books and going into a classroom, staring at a chalkboard, education is a lot broader than that, you know. Education has multiple facets, including sports and arts. Those help with brain development. You notice a lot of the times a lot of the athletes you see around this around the professional sports and professional arenas, they tend to have some of the higher IQs. Or when they take these tests, you see they score very high on these Wonderlic tests and these types of scores. It just tells you it takes a different level of cognitive ability to allow your body to go through the rigors of playing sport. And as you mentioned rightly, it should be taken a bit more seriously. It should be taken with a bit more intent, you know. We need to start pushing more into these fields, getting our athletes the required training, the required funding, because that's the most important part.
Funding, infrastructure.
The required funding and infrastructure, the equipment to get them where they need to be, so that they don't have to leave to get what they need to possibly make it at the next level. You look at the current state, because I know your intent on it. The current state of the West Indies financial situation, I don't know if you saw it, but we are in dire straits, you know. We are in very dire straits financially, Well, we're basically saying that the only asset we have in the High Performance Center, it is our collateral for all the loans we have to take to survive for the next 2 years. And if anything happens, we're losing the only proper thing we have that can develop our regional cricket, the High Performance Centers. So that just speaks to the financial situation that a lot of the sports around the region find themselves in. And that's why we have to reach to governments, because it goes beyond the sporting institutes. There's only so much you can do. There's only so much funds you can raise. You have to reach to who has the power to influence exactly your outcome. And that being the government institutions, you have to look towards them. Pump in to the industry, it will reward you.
So any thoughts on who will come out victorious today, or you're just here to commentate?
Well, ideally I would have said Central would have come out on top today, but you know, my school doesn't exist anymore, so...
Our school.
Our school doesn't exist anymore.
So I think in light of that, we're the best people to commentate.
Exactly, they could have found any people better. Well, I don't have a prediction for today, outside of the fact that I think once again it's going to be close. Because I remember the race last year. I remember that the race between the OKPS and the Valley Primary School last year, and it took, I believe, until the final hour. It went down to the relays, I believe, OKPS being 30 points behind the Valley and needing a couple wins in the relay to take the victory, but Valley just pulled away right at the end during the relays and really widened that gap towards the finish line. And you just wonder if that left a bad taste in the mouths of the OKPS faithful. I know Coach Neil, he was not too far from me, Coach Neil. I saw his face. You could just see it. You want to call it a sense of determination, whereas it got away from us this year. But we know what we need to do. We've shown that we can take it all the way there.
And on the other hand, Valley Primary did have motive to try and get that win, especially for the late Coach Angela.
Indeed.
So
it's funny, because you know that Coach Angela, the legendary Coach Angela, she had two babies. The Attackers FC and the Valley Primary School. The Valley did it for her last year. The Attackers missed out on their mission last year, and they said, we're coming for everything this year. And they started off by taking the first trophy available in the football season, that being the President's Cup. So they're well on their way to going with all three and making it a complete sweep for Coach Angela. But the Valley, they want to do their part for this year. Okay, the Attackers failed last year. They don't want to be the team to fail this year, the Valley. So they want to ensure that everything goes back for Angela.
And while we're here waiting again, just so you guys know, for those of you who are listening on Facebook Live, via Department of Education, on YouTube, also via Department of Education or AI Live, my name is KSM Thompson, and I am joining Kiting Brian, aka Doc, and we will be commentating today's proceedings for you at the 2026 Inter-Primary School Sports Day. Once again, the point standing entering Sports Day today. Starting from the bottom, Home School with 21 points. And you'll notice that Omololo International School will not be competing in today's activities. So above Home School, we have Vivian Vanterpool with 40 points. Morris Vanterpool with 65. Adrian T. Hazel for the first time in a very long time, entering sports day in 4th place out of the top 3 with 139 points. Alwyn Allison Richardson enters in 3rd place with 140 points. Valley Primary School enters with 157, and Aurelia Kelly enters leading the day with 194 points. And we are currently awaiting the start of the open girls and boys 800-meter race. So we're waiting patiently before they kick off the proceedings.
We know that 800, that's 2 laps around the track. A 400 is a sprint race, you know. You have to time your attack. You have to know when you want to make your move, because if you move too early and you run out of fuel, you'll be stuck halfway down the track running on fumes. That's why these races, they are a test of mental fortitude just as much as a test of physical strength.
And also today's live, we are working with AI Live. They're bringing you different angles.
Yeah, well, it's one of the best broadcast setups I have personally ever been a part of.
And I second the motion, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, as you can see, we have a camera here at the finish, so you'll be doing the same job as Mr. Richardson. You're catching them. You could call the races yourself as best as you see. You can rewind, you can replay.
Right,
and we also have an angle above the pavilion, so you get your nice mounted shots. We have some people on the ground, so you should be in for a good treat today.
Excellent setup, you know. We have all the angles. I'm not going to give away our location, but I will say we are a lot more comfortable than the ones that are on the ground right now. It is going to be a good day, you know. It's going to be a very good day. It's always a good day when it's sports day here in Anguilla. The biggest event in the sporting calendar in Angola. Simply doesn't get bigger than this. And you know, in a couple hours time, when everyone has taken their half day from work and they come out to the park, you will not be able to find parking.
I'm seeing on socials that people are calling for primary sports to be declared a public
national
holiday.
holiday. I second the motion, to be honest, because from the time that I have known primary school sports to be a thing, it is always a huge event. Whether you have a child in school, a child not in school, because you went to one of the schools here, or you know somebody that went to one of the schools here, you have a little cousin that's going to one of the schools here, so you always have a connection to these schools. It's greater than any connection you see at any other level of sport here in Anguilla. It's just this inherent pride of watching your school show out on the big stage that brings out something in the Anguillians, you know. I didn't want to get to this point yet, but you know what? We'll talk about it before it starts, because with everyone waiting for this race to start, I think we have a lot of people's attention now. And when you look at how well these events are supported, always these primary school events are supported, I never understand how 1 year later, when they get to high school, you don't get half the support on the park. I understand your babies are getting bigger, they are in high school now, but they still need support. They still want to look in the stands and see a friendly face smiling back at them. Someone that even if they make a mistake won't get on their back, won't bring them down. It's those little things, you know, the confidence that it builds in a young athlete when they can look up and see that no matter what happens, someone will be proud of them when they leave that track or when they leave the park. We need it back. We need the high school sports to be as big a deal as this is. Because even though everyone here would have gone to a private school, everyone at some point has gone to high school. Just having the patented roll call by on-field announcers for today. That was being the man Millie, who's down there. I've done it a couple of years, down on field. I'll tell you, I much prefer doing this.
So there's a special treat on today's proceedings.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's a senior citizens race.
Excellent. I think I need to go and dust off my cleats then. Let me get myself ready for it.
Yeah. And I heard Mrs. Lake told me she's running.
Oh.
And I think Mr. Johnson is also running.
Oh, no. Please don't let Mr. Johnson run. He's going to do his knee again. The last time Johnson got himself active, it was for the celebrity, I put that in quotations, the celebrity all-star halftime match for football. And this is an inside scoop. Johnson came off that park, and not 20 minutes later, the room was stink with Bengi. He was rubbed down from head to toe. He could not move for a couple days. And I know Gwen is gonna be watching this. She's gonna be watching him, and she is going to be shaking her head. What is this man going to do me now?
So yeah, the senior citizens race is gonna be the lunchtime treat. So while everyone is getting their lunch on the park, and on those who are watching live, you'll be treated to the elderly and the not so elderly, and their quote-unquote limitations, whatever they may be.
The elderly, the not so elderly, and the elderly in spirit. They'll all be going.
So just for the awareness of those who are watching, the schedule of events while we await the start of the race, the athletes are under the tent. So I guess they're making sure everything is in order. So we're starting with the 800 meters. It's open for both girls and boys. Then we head to the 60-meter race for under 7 girls and boys. That is followed by the 80 meters race under 8 girls and boys and under 9 girls and boys. Then we head over to the 200 meters. That will be 12 plus girls and boys, under 12 girls and boys, under 11 and under 10. That race is followed by the 150 meters. And right before lunch, we'll have the 60 meters shuttle relay for the young ones. And then heading into lunch, we have the senior citizens races. After that, we have the 300 meters, followed by the 400 meters, then the 100 meters. Then we conclude the day with the 4x1 and the 4x400 meter relays.
So there are 2 defined checkpoints. The 60-meter shuttles are for the youngsters just before lunch. Then the 4x1, 4x4. And it's in those races that's where you make your money, Is when you put up points just before the break. It gives you that sense of confidence going into the second half. And when you put up points at the end, as we saw last year, it can just take you away from the competition. I remember that race last year so well, because They were neck and neck right after about the halftime break, when you saw the OKPS, they were in the lead coming all the way down, but it got close at halftime, right there at the lunchtime break, and I heard Coach Alexis, I overheard him say, the relays. He just kept saying it over and over, you know, the relays, the relays. Because when you're positioned down on the field, you get a very good sense for how the teams are feeling, you know. And I happened to be situated so publicly last year that I was between Coach Alexis on one side and Coach Neil on the other side. And you could hear the strategies going back and forth, and Coach Neil knew that he didn't have all of the relays, but he knew that there were a couple that he had to win. He had to win a couple. And I believe when it was Agent T that picked them in, was it the girls 4x1, I believe. One of those, I think it was. I'll need to go back and check. But when they got pipped, you saw the hair drop, you know. You saw it drop a little bit because he knew that one of his bankers was gone and that he couldn't catch them in the other ones. Just didn't quite have the athletes. Again, a lot of it comes down to just the size of the school, you know. The bigger schools have a bigger pool to pick from. With VPS just having the largest population, they will more than likely find the most athletes. Now, that's the thing with relays, because you can get away, the smaller schools, they can get away with having one or two people that can run all the races for the individual runs. So you have someone that can run a 4, a 2, and a 1, but he can't run all 4 legs in a 4x1. But all of a sudden, that is where you start to see the gaps start to open. Of course, the 800 meters being the race that's starting proceedings, that's my thing, because I was looking for the youngster out of Jamaica, because you know that Jamaica's a country that is renowned for its sprinting prowess. But in recent times, they have found themselves a young 800-meter runner that is taking the world really by storm. Young Navaski Anderson. He's just broken the national record twice. But he's not alone, you know, because there's another youngster that after Anderson broke it, it got broken again by, I believe it was Tyrese Taylor. Then Navaski came back and broke it again because like, I didn't run my best race. So he came back and he broke the record again. Yes, I found the exact article because I saw them passing on social media. But this was in the Copernicus Cup in 2026, the indoor goal meet in Poland. He set the 11th best time in the world with his 1 minute 45 second effort, and he took a whole second and 25 off of his previous best, because 4 days earlier Tyrese Taylor had won 1:46.61. So then Navaski came back 4 days later and ran 1:46.10. It's good to see that the young Jamaicans, they're spreading out the distances, you know. You also have a young Nikisha Anderson who came third in the women's 400 meters. So it's good to see that they're stretching the distances. They're known for their sprinting prowess. But when you look at someone like a Usain Bolt and how he was built, or even a Safa, These are tall, slender athletes. They associate those athletes with the longer distances, while the shorter, more compact, sturdily built athletes, you see those ones running these short distances because they have the quicker acceleration. They can get to their top speed faster, while the longer athletes, just biometrically, they're able to hold out their longer strides for longer.
So on the screen now, we see that we have the girls getting ready for the 800-meter open. So I'm not sure if these are the lane assignments, but based on how they walked on behind the official, it is Valley Primary School, Aurelia Kelly Primary School, Adrian T. Hazel Primary, Vivian Vanterpool Primary, Morris Vanterpool Primary, and Alwyn Allison Richardson Primary.
I would be on the lookout for the young lady from Adrian T. Hazel. I don't have her name. I believe she would have tore up the road for a road race, if I remember correctly. And I believe she also would have came and dealt with the 1200 as well. So that's the one to look out for.
I'd also look out for Taylor Hart from Vivian Vanterpool.
Yes,
I think she won her
she
race.
would have won her race as well as the road race. Yes.
So
it is going to be very, very interesting.
but again,
play
you
out.
know, the road and the track are
Two different things.
Yeah, so
Two very different
might be
things.
some sleepers in here. Someone that comes out and surprises us.
The lane assignments are being shifted around now, so we will get them for you when it's fully sorted. I'm just getting the it's really not going to matter for too long because they need 800. They will move over to the preferred lane once they get out of the starting area.
It's sorted now.
Yes, it does look that way.
So if we're following the setup, I believe it's the Wolves in lane 1, Dragons 2, Horses 3, Rams 4, Panthers 5, and the Gators 6, and then that is repeated. There are 2 representatives from each school in this race except home school. They have no one in this race. So once again, the setup is Wolves, Dragons, Horses, Rams, Panthers, Gators. And that is repeated.
Just heard we look to that stand on the western side of the ground. It is already starting to get full, and the day has not even started yet.
Once again, this live is brought to you by AI Live.
Coming over multiple platforms. Department of Education is so gracious to release live on their YouTube page. I believe on Facebook as well.
It's also the AI Live
YouTube, yes.
If Facebook doesn't work with you, you could head on over to YouTube.
Our voices won't change, just the platform. Just appearing on screen now. That's the young lady we were talking about, young Hardy. Well, she looks focused. She looks ready. And youngsters that have one goal in mind. Well, I'll tell you what, I am so jealous. I am jealous of the uniforms,
We didn't have that.
We
luxury
didn't
at
have
all.
any of these. We had a t-shirt and we had our short pants. If you had spikes, great. If not, you wear socks. Now they all have spikes. All fully decked out in their running kits.
And we're getting ready for this race to start now. First race of the day.
Could not ask for a better way to kick off proceedings here. $800 meters. It's 2 laps. And the runners are under starters orders.
And they're off.
The first race of the biggest event in Agrarian sports for 2026 is underway, and immediately the pace is being set by the Adrian T. Hazel Primary School.
Very strong start by her. Followed by...
You just wonder if she was sent out early to set the pace, because you can see her teammate is just casually strolling behind in 4th place in a comfortable position as they come around these first 150 meters, the first 300 meters actually. It is the Adrian T. Hazel who are comfortably in front, with her teammate in 2nd, the Valley in 3rd, and then the Alwyn A. Richardson in 4th. As she's
very strong pace coming out of the
and I think
first 400 laps.
I think her teammate may take her now. We'll see, but they look to be fading, but she's going very strong. She does not look fatigued in the slightest. She is in cruise control. The Adrian T. Hazel, with 300 meters to go, she's open about 20-meter gap on the rest of the competition, which is being led by her teammate. It's Adrian T, and then the Golden Horses and the Grey Wolves next to each other.
Looks like the 3 of them behind are starting to make a little push. They're not letting up
trying
yet.
to make a push, yes, down this inside.
And the Wolf has a very nice cruise control. They're picking up on her now.
The Grey Wolf coming down the outside. Valley trying to follow suit. This could get interesting, as we come down toward these final 100 meters. Yes, the gap has small. It has gotten very small, and Valley are making their push. The Grey Wolf is coming right behind the final 100 meters.
It will come down to this final 100 meters, yes.
Here comes the Alwyn Adrian T. Alwyn and Adrian T locked in a tussle. This will be good. It's Adrian T with a nose in front. What a move down the inside. And the Alwyn A. Richardson have taken it right at the line with an unofficial 2 minutes and 37 seconds.
First 3 places in that race were the Grey Wolves, followed by the 2 Rams.
I believe the Valley Primary School may have made her move too early. I think she made her move a bit too early there. So we have a couple more athletes still on the track. Second lap is tough, Let's support them all the way home. It's always good to see our athletes competing the race, not giving up. It's excellent to see. Still one more, I believe, out there. Yes, Vivian Vanterpool slowly making her way home. And again, it's always good to see you go home, you don't stop. You make it. You start something, you go and you finish it. That is excellent determination. It's good to see that she's being cheered home by some supporters from other schools as well.
Yeah, but that Grey Wolf ran a very smooth race. I saw her on cruise control throughout the race, and then on the last 150 meters, she...
You saw... she made her move, because you saw the AGT, they went out early. She went out with a strategy of, if I get a big enough lead, I can hold on. But in those final 200 meters, first it was a Valley that made her move. I believe she may have gone too early. There was a pack of 3 with the Adrian T teammate, the Valley, and the Alwyn A. Richardson. They were all cruising behind the leader from the Adrian T. And just in those final 100 meters, after the Valley made her move, it was rebuffed, because you saw the stride pick up for the Adrian T. But while they were focusing on each other, the Grey Wolf just came around the outside. And what a way to start proceedings. Remember, I told you, the Grey Wolves, they're just quietly making a little bit of noise down in the western end of the island. Could never ask for a better start to this day.
Great first race taking place there, won by the Alvin Allison Richardson primary Grey Wolves, followed by the Rams in second and third place. The Golden Horse taking fourth place there. Entertaining race in those 2 laps. Started out strong by the Ram, who had a push there and was overtaken in the last 50 meters by the Grey Wolves. Near the finishing line. And now we have the boys lining up on the track. The order is the Dragons, Rams, Panthers, Wolves, Horses, and Gators, if I'm not mistaken. Anyone we should look for in this race?
This one right here, that is young Theo Webster. His older brother Amani is one of the premier footballers, and I'll tell you what, Theo as an athlete, he's a bundle of energy. He's labeled, he already has his headband, he's labeled, he wants you to know who he is when he's coming around the bend.
Oh, we do have someone from Omaha.
Is that the same young man that did the 1200 for them?
More than likely, yeah.
Again, they will end with more than 1 point.
So we have everyone represented here again except for home schools. We have one representative from OIS, Honolulu International School. All other schools have 2 representatives. And we are getting ready for the start of this race, the 800-meter open for the boys. I believe it's going to head over to the starter between now and just now.
Something like that. Morris, Adrian T, OKPS, Wolves, Valley, Adrian T, Orcas, Gators, Panthers, Valley, Morris, Gators. That is from left to right as Theo loses the headband. He wants to be more aerodynamic. The clock is still running, which is not a good thing. We need the clock to time the race, so I can't be saying 8 minutes right now. Because even though I don't know if they're listening to me, but the second I mentioned it, the youngster went and pointed it out, that the clock is still going.
I think they're sorting it out, or it is sorted.
Webster in lane 1, Lake in 2, Isles in 3, Hughes in lane 4. Rias in lane 5. Raminas, lane 6. De Los Santos, lane 7. Brooks in lane 8. Harrocks in lane 9. The athletes ready, rearing, but the starters are not quite ready for it. Still trying to organize the lane assignments for them. Once again, it doesn't really matter because 10 meters down the track, they will all be in lane 1 or lane 2.
Heading to the starting points.
Just about ready to get things started here. The boys are off. To set the pace, it's the Grey Wolves. Someone's gotten bumped. A little body school got a bit of a bump there.
He is out. He is setting a pace.
He has taken off, but he is being tracked and hounded down by the Panthers. They have the man at Feel. That's the Morris Vanderpool in a third.
That is a strong
He
first lap
has set
from that Grey Wolves.
out on a pace. He does not look like slowing down. Alwyn, followed by the OKPS,
Hey,
then the
not
Morris.
that's not a bad 400 meter pace.
I'll tell you what, he is absolutely flying. He is flying right now. In the first 400 meters, he has opened up an 80-meter gap.
Yeah. That is a strong first lap. Let's see if he
Indeed,
maintains it.
look at him go. Round his final 400 meters. He's opened up to almost 100, but you can see the OKPS trying. He's just started to feel it, You can see he's feeling it.
While he's fading, those others are picking up.
Indeed. And that's the issue with starting hot. He's fading, and I
You can
don't
see Coach
know
Neil telling
yet,
his Panther to catch him.
but the Panther needs to ensure that Adrian T won't take him as well. We'll see who has the most left in the tank, It is almost like an F1 race where they're all out there on the last threads of their tires, You don't know who can hang on till the end.
We'll see if Adrian T and the Panther can catch him. They're making moves.
OKPS is going to go down the outside. He is taking the Adrian T for one. They need another gear, do the Wolves. The Grey Wolves need another gear. And he is in trouble.
He's trying to dig deep.
But he's going, He is pushing with every fiber of his being. And it looks like he'll be able to hold on.
Yeah, he'll get over there.
What a run for the Alwyn A. Richardson. OKPS second, Adrian T. Oh, it's a fall at the end. Has Morris taken it from Adrian T? Did Theo take it at the end from the Adrian T. Hazel? It's going to be an interesting look at that third place position. It is the Alwyn A. Richardson that have taken these opening 800-meter races back to back.
Very strong representation by the Wolves in these first two races indeed. First place for both the open 800 meters girls and boys. Once again, a testament to their coaching, their culture, their leadership, their teachers, the community members, everybody buying into the vision and supporting them year in, year out.
I'll tell you what, the strategy that was employed by the Alwyn in this race was almost the complete opposite of the strategy employed by them in the first race. Because while in the first one they were content to sit in the pack and wait for the leader to burn out, on this occasion this young man decided, I am going out early. Good luck making up 100 meters on me. Once he got that 100-meter lead, you saw he was tired, you know. He was tired, but he was banking on the fact that everyone else would be tired as well.
And I assume we're still waiting to see if Theo did beat the youngster from Adrian T, because they came down right on the line vying for that second place.
It was a slip. You wonder if maybe the fall that he took his head over the line. What a way to start proceedings. And this is how these races are going to go. Tell you what, we are in for a treat today. Alwyn with 2 wins to start proceedings, and we have the little ones, the 60 meters.
Yeah, that was my bad. Not second place, for third
No,
place.
yes, it's third. Because OKPS took second.
OKPS took second.
Have the babies gonna be coming up now, and we like to look at these races. We like to look at these little races as fun races, but these races, they add up, you know, because the 60 meters and then 80 meters going from the under 7s up to the under 9s, they in the early morning can be critical in making up ground.
Yeah, so I got an update on scores before the day started, so I guess people can make their own calculations.
Can try.
Yeah.
And what we can see is, with some sense of a surety, the Alman A. Richardson, they are closing the gap.
Yeah, so the last update I got before the races start, OKPS was leading with 193,
Yes.
VPS with 160, Alwyn Allison Richardson with 142, Adrian T. Hazel with 139, Morris Vanterpool with 62, Vivian Vanterpool with 39, Homeschools with 22. So based on that performance from the Wolves, as you said, some gaps may be closing.
Some may be getting wider. Some might just be getting wider. $60 meters next on the agenda, but I believe we will have the medals, a medal presentation for those 800-meter races first. Of course, the 60-meter race, it's a short race. It's the sprint event for these little under 7s. It's basically the 100-meter of kindergarten. I remember being a little one on the track, waiting for my turn to go with my little white sneakers, my heavy Reeboks, you know, and I was trying to go my fastest. My heavy old Reeboks, and I was trying to go. Now they're all decked out in their uniforms and their cleats and the spikes and whatever else. Well, it's always good when the times change.
Mm-hmm. In the right direction.
In the right direction, exactly. You just wish they could have changed when you were there. It's always so funny, you know. There's always an adage about the school always upgrades when you leave it. And nothing's more true of the high school. It's like they were waiting on us to get out of there to go on the side. After all these years, we're gonna finally build a new high school. So I was looking, but I didn't see the confirmation as to the third versus fourth place. Yeah, I didn't quite see who got.
Well, I think something came.
Yes, I didn't see it.
And I saw it 4. That's Carter with his ram.
Yes, Ram. Yep. So I believe Theo may have taken it right at the end. So it was Hughes took first for the Rams. Second for the OKPS.
First for the Wolves.
Yes, first for the Wolves. Sorry. And third, yes. So Theo did come third. Yes.
Strong race.
Indeed. Very, very good race. Still have more to come. We just started here. It's 10:30 local time. Right after this medal presentation, it's under 7 girls and boys. It's under 8 girls and boys. It's under 9 girls and boys. Then after we're done with the babies, the 200 meter 12 plus girls and boys is scheduled to get started in about an hour's time. Tell you what, you usually look for the 100 meters, but my personal favorite is the 200 meter, that I think that really tells you what an athlete is truly made of. I think over the 100 meters, some athletes can get away with the quick twitch. When you get that fast start, you get to your fastest speed faster than everyone else, you have the best chance of winning the race. But when there's an acceleration period, a longer acceleration period in the 200 meter around that bend, that's when you get to see the strength of these athletes now. You get to see how they're able to combat the forces moving against them, how they're able to deter, how to use the resistance to their benefit. And we know that the lane assignments, they do prove to be a key factor, because the length of the bend is very important depending on the runner. Some runners are strong bend runners, some runners are strong straight runners.
Now we have the little ones heading to the 60 meters, right?
60 meters. Under 7 girls, the 5 and 6 year olds.
All schools represented, 1 athlete per school.
So good,
So the Wolves, the Rams, the Dolphins, the Dragons, the Panthers, Horses, and Gators.
McCarthy lane 1, Brooks lane 2. Roberts from homeschool in lane 3. Richards in lane 4. Guns in 6 from Aurelia Kelly. But from the Valley Primary. We just reassign. We have to reshuffle the lane, so there's 1 lane open. They've left lane 5 open. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8 occupied. Usually traditionally, if one's missing, you unoccupy the outermost lane.
Yeah, but for the technology and stuff, you have to do
Yes, yeah, yeah, because they're all supposed to be in a certain lane. Some final instructions being delivered there from trackside instructors. Very important, these ones, and we know Coach Martin, he's been around for a long time. He was around since I was in primary school. He was going to coach me when I was a little athlete coming up. Good to see he's imparting his wisdom still to the next generation. They are under starters' orders. It's a quick race. Yeah, so I was looking at that, you know. I'm gonna have to come across again because they are all leaning. It seems to be like they are trying to read when the reaction time will go off rather than reacting to the gun. So again, trackside has had to step in. Just calm the nerves of these little ones, you know. Standing on the park with hundreds of people looking down at you. The weight can get heavy sometimes. Nervy. Very nervy it is running because even though you're next to a few people, you are in your own little world. They're set and they're going, and immediately OKPS is away. She's away, she's fast, but look at the Ram pushing in lane 2. Oh, what a run by the Ram! Oh, she was able to course home! She looked like bolts! She got to the line and pulled it into neutral. That was easy for the Rams. The power in that run in lane 2. Wonderful run for the Adrian T. Hazel.
Yeah, so that was the Rams in number 1. I believe
Yes.
Panthers in 2. Horses in 3.
Yes. Wolves took 4. Of course, all of these places are important for points tallies because once you finish, there are points assigned to that position. Finishing the race, very important.
And so once again, taking that race were the Rams. Second place going to the Panthers. Third going to the Horses. So as we've culturally been known to say, the big schools take the top 3 spots.
For the first time today.
First time today, in truth.
It's a good thing, you know. Such a good thing. And we keep mentioning that the Wolves just silently going about their business. A 4th place finish for them. After 2 firsts, they will not mind it too much.
Points are points, yeah? And they add up.
They need the points. And especially with the Adrian T, who was their closest competitor, having won that one. It's just a matter of keeping the points ticking. The boys will be doing battle next. Same distance, same speed. If that last race was fast, this will be brisk. Tell you what, you know, that was a powerful run for the Adrian T. Hazel, you know. At about the 40-meter mark, she looked to her left, she looked to her right, she realized, wait, I'm all alone. I can take this all the way back down to gear 1. She put it in cruise control and coasted home. almost looked like Bolt when he run those qualification races. When he knew he had to save up for the semifinals and the finals, so it doesn't make sense putting all the effort out there. Here in the front, Coastal. Plus,
Once again, big up to the AI Live for having a big brain moment to have a camera
right
at
there
the
so we
finish line.
can see. It's such an amazing view, you know, because we wouldn't have been able to pick up those little things, like even when Theo was able to pip the Adrian T at the last stage in that previous race. Without this camera, we wouldn't have been able to see it.
And the boys are heading over now. I believe those assignments look like
So there's a medal presentation for the 800 meters, the girls 800 meters open, with it being the Alwyn A. Richardson taking the first prize, but with Adrian T getting 2 and 3, they'll be pretty happy now.
I guess the People's Bank is giving tokens to the winners for each race.
That's NCBA. I'm not sure when they got those colorful shirts.
Oh, for their 10th anniversary celebration.
Ah, that makes sense.
So they are actually making 10 years around April 24th, 26th, around there. Yeah, it's 10 years.
That long. I remember when we had the whole back merger and the whole country almost collapsed. Everyone that didn't understand what was happening was always losing their mind. But hey, it's been a pretty successful venture so far.
Big up the People's Bank for supporting community initiatives, supporting the youths,
Indeed.
supporting different
What
aspects of arts and culture.
What I've really liked is that even though they've gone out of being the old NBA, they've still kept up all of their old sponsorships, all the things that they used to support. The primary school football, and the road race, all of the avenues that they've supported before, they continue to support. It's under a new brand.
We have the top 3 places for the Open 800 meter boys.
It's once again won by the Alwyn A. Richardson. The OKPS Panthers taking second, and third place going to the Morris Vanderpool Primary School. But the Alwyn Allison will be even more pleased that there was no blue next to him and there was no yellow next to him.
Once again, a presentation by the NCBA to the winner of the 800 meter race. And while that is going on, right after this, we should be heading back to the track for the 60 meter race with the under 7 boys. In the previous race with the under 7 girls, the winner was the Adrian T. Hazel Rams, followed by the OKPS Panthers, and third place going to the VPS Golden Horses.
Boys, of course, this race is always unpredictable. These races at this level are always unpredictable. You never know. You just never know. And these races, these are the ones that can determine the point standings at the end. It's not just the winners getting on the podium, getting those second, third, fourth place finishes. Keep the points ticking. The whole name of the game here at JRWP. Just keep getting points. It's not the end of the world if you don't win every race.
Points do add up.
Points always add up.
One place where we feel that greatly is definitely for road race at the high school level.
Oh, you bet. Just the participation alone. It became a whole thing, you know. It literally became a thing. Which house could get the most athletes to go and participate in the road race? Not win, you know. They didn't care about who won it. Just if you can get the most athletes there, you're happy.
And that is actually what gave Pink House their cushion.
Yep, exactly.
They got those points and they did not move from that first place, which secured them that three-peat this year. Yeah.
The marketing, they marketed it so well. I couldn't go anywhere without hearing about the Pink Panthers.
A set of Pink Panthers will try to get the victory to the end.
They're also coming into schools with a lead. They simply want to regain. They want respite for last year. And if the support of their parents and the fans is anything to go by, well, OKPS, they want nothing less than the trophy.
A good thing to want things, but at the end of the day, you
have
have
to
to execute. Yeah.
You have to go and get it. You can't just want it.
Desire is one thing, action is another.
Yeah. Just ensuring that these young athletes are prepped and ready for what's once again promising to be a quick race. You never know at this level. But I'll tell you what, I see a young man out there for the Alwyn A. Richardson that's running around in his socks. If that's anything to go by, he's gonna win. Socks give you speed. At least that's what I thought when I was in Paris.
Some might say socks give you slip, easier to fall.
Oh boy, I have first experience of that. First-hand experience.
So,
right on this path.
So we see the order: Rams, Dolphins, Dragons, Panthers, Horses, Gators, and Wolves. Getting ready to start now. They're off.
They are away.
That Gator is running
Is the
that
Gator
strong race,
going?
yeah.
The Valley is next to him, but the Gator has absolutely charged away. That's a close finish for second, third, fourth, and fifth.
I think the Wolf might have caught the horse.
I'm not sure who caught who, but we know for sure the,
The
Gator,
Gator,
he was away. And that's why I always say these races are unpredictable at this level. All these athletes, when you don't quite have the differences in the trainings just yet, it's just raw, natural speed. You never know.
So, definitely winning that race was the Vivian Vanterpool Gator.
You're powerful run by the young man.
And it was a close one for second place between the horse and the wolf. Based on the angle, I think the wolf might have taken him.
I'm not
we'll
sure.
wait
I'm
and
gonna
see.
wait on the official ruling, yeah, because I couldn't tell. I looked across the line, I saw about 4 colors go across at the same time. I saw the wolf, I saw Adrian T, I saw the horse, they all came across. But the most, I'll tell you what, you know, I think the person who had the most fun in that race was the homeschool runner, you know. I don't think his smile left his face the entire run. The young man started with a smile, He looked across to the official waiting on him to start, and when he started, he ran that whole race with a smile on his face.
Just here for a good time, man.
That is exactly what we talk about when we say this is why the homeschools should come together all the time and let their athletes have the avenue to express themselves.
So we're moving on up to the 80 meters.
80 meters, and the 8 girls. That'll be grades 1 and 2, I believe. Will be where most of these girls are from.
I think the order is.
Dolphins in lane 1.
I think Dragons in 2. Yeah, Dragons in 2.
Split.
3 is open. I guess that would have been for
the OIS.
Next, the Panthers, followed by Horses, Gators, Wolves, and the Rams.
Is once again unpredictable, this level. You just have to enjoy it. All you can do is enjoy it. I'm not sure how they've done it, right? But the camera angle that they have on these races here live, it looks almost professional. It looks just about professional. I'm not sure how they've maneuvered because we don't have the infrastructure here the other countries would have. We don't have the stanchions, the cameras, or we don't have the big standing booms to swing around. We don't have any of that. But they still managed to find the angles. They have the trackside angle, they have the starting line angle, they have the finish line angle. We have the up above angle from the pavilion on the northern side. So what they've made do with whatever they've had, and they've done an excellent job. I can't stop complimenting them. The starter waiting on the officials, and now they're ready for him. Oh dear. Nerves. Nerves. On your marks, and they were all gone. Once again, Coach Martin has to go in and do what he does best. They're out and away. This is a brilliant start by the Alwyn E. Richardson. Look at Alwyn in lane 7. Oh, she has strode away. Young Hughes, I believe that is. She has flown.
Yeah, she was out strong and a very decisive win for her.
Almost a flat 16 for the Alwyn E. Richardson. What a run that was.
If I recall correctly, I believe coming in second was the Horse, followed by the Panther. And yes, it seems to be that way. So the Wolves winning that very, very decisively, followed by the Golden Horse and the Pink Panther.
I don't know what they've put in the Gatorade of these kids this morning, but boy, are they out and running.
Yeah, especially the Wolves.
That is 3 out of how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 races that have been won by the Grey Wolves.
The Wolves are making a statement this year.
I'm not sure what they're putting in the Gatorade, but it is working. I think the Wolves will be saying, hey, this is not just this year, because we're building on what we did last year. When they came in 4th place and are some distance away from the rest of the small school field.
Might it be the year that a small school interrupts the...
Well, hey, the Alwyn A. Richardson, they made an excellent run in the primary school football tournament. They got all the way down and but they just couldn't quite cross the final hurdle. But you can see that they have taken some tremendous leaps and bounds in their sporting development in recent years. We know back in the day that one of the better footballing teams of the private school came from the Alwyn A. Richardson.
They said they're feeding the Wolves Wolverine. So
I get it. I was getting the Gatorade. The Wolves are getting the Wolverine. I've got it.
Some special portion that they have down there in the West.
Something different. I tell you that. It's definitely not the same thing we're drinking. I could never move that fast.
These lanes here now, starting it off, OKPS, followed by the Horses, the Wolves, Gators, Dragons, Rams. No representation from home school. The Honolulu International School.
6 athletes. Tell you what, Adrian T looks focused. Morris next to him is in business school. Adrian T is focused.
And Valley has started to do a little better in these sprints now, placing in the top 3.
It's just slowly but surely, just accumulating points.
Same as the Panthers,
And that is what you need to do, accumulate.
When the Wolves do place, they are placing very strongly.
Yep. They're away. Panther is out. Look at the OKPS goal. He is way out in front. It's OKPS and it's Rams and Dragons right next to each other.
I think the Wolves might have gotten second, but
Wolves, Rams, Dragons. I believe it was Wolves and Dragons, then Rams. I believe.
It's very close.
It's very close. Okay, this is short first.
Yeah.
So it's Dragons, possibly. Then no, it's gonna be the Wolves. Then Dragons. Yes. So I did see correct the first time.
I think this is sorting it out. Definitely a strong run there by the young Proctor.
Brilliant.
OKPS.
Yes. Well, that Proctor name.
And yeah, the Wolves are second. Dragons third. Based on how they're setting them up.
As we immediately see the nines are going over. The under 9 girls are making their way across. It's time. More sprints. It's always good to start with the sprints, Just it gets the adrenaline going, gets you ready for the actions of the day.
So once again, in that race, it was the Panthers taking a very decisive win, followed by the Wolves and the Dragons placing third.
Good for the Panthers. They once again get a victory. The Wolves taking second. They will not be too upset about that at all. And then the Dragons did very well to pip the Rams to that third place trophy. Upper age group as under 9s. The third graders. You start to separate out. You start to see these athletes that can potentially, we can move up to the higher levels. And we've seen already It's never easy to judge a book by its cover. You can never try to predict how these age races will go. You can just check by... The only way you can check is by looking at the finish line and see who crosses first. Once again, Coach Martin just ensuring the nerves are settled, the athletes are not encroaching on the line. With them now going into a more advanced stance with the compressed leg, Coach Martin just made them take a bit of a step back to ensure that no one encroaches over the starting line.
And the order we have here: Panthers, Horses, Gators, Wolves, Rams, and Dragons.
Valley looks calm. Very relaxed. Valley Primary School. A determined look on the face of the OKPS and an indignant look on the face of the Mars Vantapool. They're ready for the starter.
They're off.
Okay, Pierce with a good start. Valley next to her. This is gonna be a good one, you know, because look at the Adrian team. Look at the break four. Who's gonna get there first? The Rams have pulled away right at the end. Oh, what a lead by the Rams to take that race in the final 5 meters.
And the spacing between 2, 3, and 4, very, very close.
Negligible. It is negligible. Tell you what.
So the Ram wins. I see they've put the Wolf in second.
Those 4 were impossible to tell apart from the naked eye. I'm guessing they have the trackside image from the final cross of the line to see who crossed where.
Well, there is. If the Wolves continue like this today, a big school is gonna be in trouble.
I'm telling you, you know,
as they are pulling points from one of them.
When they're not winning, they are getting second and third. The Wolves are going well. Their lowest finish so far is 4th. Another
what was it that Mr. Brooks said? Don't come to our sports day.
and broke down.
Yeah.
Tell you what. The Rams are from the agency Hazel. They would have been saying, you know, we won't mind this start. But the fact that the team that started the day just above them has started so well, they're still trying to make up ground. For as well as the Rams and the Panthers have started, because the Panthers, they are in the lead and they're continuing to add to their lead.
Yes.
The gap is closing between the Wolves and those teams above them. I'll be very interested to know the scores after before the 200-meter races, given the fact that we've seen the Alwyn they do so well, and they were just what this. It was a 17-point gap between them and second place. It wasn't that big. It was not that big, the gap between the Rams and the Wolves and that second place team, the Valley Primary School Golden Horses. Just wonder how close that gap has got. I'm gonna need to talk to my sources on the inside to get some insight, because I wonder what the cheat sheet. If it was one advantage I had last year of being trackside where it was, is that I always had access to go and check the score sheets. So I always had a sense for who was where in the standings. The unfortunate thing for me was I had everyone asking what the standings was and I couldn't tell them. So now this time everyone's asking me, I don't know, so I can't tell you, don't ask.
This is under 8, under 9 boys.
The under 9 boys.
Okay, so we have everyone here in this race. OKPS. So we have the Panthers, Dragons, Horses, Gators, Wolves, Rams, and the Dolphins.
Of course, after this race, I believe it's time for the big boy. It's a 200 meters. The 200 for the 12 plus girls and boys. Then it's under 12s all the way down to under 10s. 200 meters. Then behind that comes the 150s. Look at scheduling, you know, giving the youngsters a little time to get your breather between these the sprints and then the longer distance runs. I really like the order of proceedings today, you know, because they look like they've got the kids in that lunchtime period, that pre-lunch, post-lunch period. Then the afternoon session is where we go 400s straight into 100s, straight into 4x100s, straight into the 4x4. Like the way they've created that final stretch, so when you come in the afternoon, boy, do you have a treat waiting on you. Make sure you go to work this morning. Make sure you've gone to work. You cannot afford to lose your job for watching this. This won't pay you. Your job will. But after you've done your half day, or you've put in your request to go to the doctor's office or whatever you need to do to get out of work, make sure you find yourself here. And make sure you bring your own chair, because you're not going to find a seat. Going over the trackside, the starter's orders. Set, and about 4 people just went. Morris looks composed. I think he already knew they're all gonna go first. I'm just gonna wait right here. Makes no sense. And just needing to ensure that the athletes don't encroach.
I was telling them to stand up straight, but the boys are ready to go.
They want to go.
the boys are saying they didn't come here for all of that. They just want to run.
Just say go, let us go.
And they're off.
Gun is on, and they're out. Valley have started well. It's Valley and OKPS, but the Valley Golden Horses are going to comfortably take this one. Agency have taken second, OKPS third. Looks like the Wolves have taken fourth there as well. What a run for the Golden Horses. From the start, he took the lead and he never let up.
Strong commanding race from him.
No, I believe it's how we saw it initially, yes. So, Horses, then Adrian T, then OKPS. So Morris was able to pip the Wolves. So Morris was taken fourth. I didn't see that. A good result. Agent T Hazel successful in their quest and comfortable in their the Valley Primary School successful in their quest and comfortable in their victory. The Golden Horse from the lead from the start of the race, he took the lead. He never let up.
All the heck. Oh. The Darren won that.
Do have the medals for the under 7, I believe, the under 7 girls. That race was a good one, you know. It's a very, very good race. But it was won by the Adrian T. Hazel Primary School. with the Pink Panthers coming in second and the Golden Horses taking third. Powerful runner by Adrian T, and he's gonna get her gift sponsored by the NCBA.
So a little birdie was telling me that the school with the largest population right now is no longer Valley Primary.
Oh, really? What is this now?
OKPS, allegedly.
Interesting. Very interesting. Because I know my whole life, it's always been the Valley has the largest population.
But Valley's school sizes have decreased.
They have decreased,
from
I know,
3 to
yeah.
2 classes now.
I know they've gone down a couple. See, I would not know nothing about that. I've only known one class my entire life. Going to high school and hearing stories about you weren't in the same grade 6 class as someone else. I'm like, what? What do you mean it was 101 grade 6 class? Of course, the boys in the 7 was won by the Vivian Vanderpool Primary School. Second place going to the Grey Wolves and third to the Golden Horses.
Once again, we have the People's Bank giving a prize, a token to the winner of each race.
The under 8 medal presentation now. The girls, that one was won by, I believe, was it the Alwyn who won that one? Third place it was the Aurelia Kelly. Second was the Valley, and then first, yes, it was the Grey Wolves of the Alvin E. Richardson. Now, for a long time, I did not know that it was the Alvin A. Richardson. I always thought it was Alvin Allison. And I know
Yeah, back when we
it
were
was
in school,
always
it was just...
Alvin Allison Primary School.
Yeah, that was a change that came a little later, to my knowledge. Yeah.
The Richardson wasn't always there, but then again, it's always changing, you know.
Alvin Addison was at least when teacher Art was
Yes.
there.
It's been a wow.
Many moons ago.
Many moons ago. But this is how fast time flies, because there'll be some people that are telling you, I don't know what the Aurelia Kelly Primary School is. That's called the Stony Ground Primary School.
That hasn't undergone a change is Valley Primary.
Valley. The Valley has stayed the Valley. Technically, the road will say, even though we are called Adrian T, our sign in the front on our wall says Road Primary School. The boys under 8s, that one was won by the Aurelia Kelly Primary School. Indeed, with a close battle for second and third, with the Grey Wolves taking second, the Dragons getting third. He takes a little dance move as well. Why not? Celebration of the accomplishments of our youngsters here, these medal presentations. And I like the way that they've done them now, because they used to win until the end, you know. We used to win until the end to try and hand out all the medals. Now, you get your medal and you go. I think Mr. Proctor wants to get off the stage now and get his cleats off. That's why we turn of the under 9 girls. Oh, that powerful run by the Ryans. The second place went to the Grey Wolves, third to the Aurelia Kelly. They seem to be the same schools we are calling over and over. That's a good sign for some and a bad sign for others. It's a strong run.
And as we've noticed, the Wolves are placing very
They
consistently
are
in the top three.
consistently up there. That's exactly what I was alluding
That's
to.
good. Great news for them. Bad news for someone
Indeed.
else.
And once we just want to let the listening population know we don't support anyone. Once again, we went to Central. Our school doesn't exist anymore. But it's good to see the small school, the one that doesn't have the resources that the bigger schools do. They're able to make do with what you have and put your best foot forward. Turn of the boys in there on the 9. That was won pretty comfortably by the Valley Primary School. Second place, the Adrian T, and in third, the OKPS Panthers. I keep going to call them the OKPS Pink Panthers, but there's already a Pink Panthers. It's a pink house, so they're just the Panthers. But that was an excellent run by the Golden Horse of the Valley Primary School. Took the lead early and never let it up.
Right, and I think we're getting set up for the 200 now?
200 time. It's 200 meter time. That is going to be a treat. It's my favorite race. That's when you really start to separate the wheat from the tares, the sheep from the goats, the meat from the bones. And the cream rises to the top.
Is that the only race Valley won for the sports?
I believe it was. But what they've done is they've placed. We've had 4 teams all cycling those podium 3 spots. They've all taken turns placing.
A little interruption from Morris and
Yeah, Morrison and Vivian came in and went back.
Morris Vanderpool with 95 points. Adrian T. Hazel sits in 4th place with 202 points. Third position is Owen Allison Richardson Primary School with 205 points. In second position is
Very quickly, we have an update. And our update is to tell you that absolutely nothing has changed.
yeah.
You remember we said all these teams have been cycling podium positions. It's all resulted in a net neutral.
At least place-wise, it's still OKPS leading, Valley Primary second,
the Wolves in third, and Adrian T in 4th, Morrison 5th. Yep, nothing has changed except the scores. And that's why we tell you.
I think I caught Morris has 95 and then Adrian T has 22.
Yeah. And that's what we tell you. Winning is well and good. It's good to win. Placing. Keep placing. Because you keep tallying the points. So even though Alwyn has won the majority of the races so far, they have won over half the races that we've had so far, it still doesn't mean that they've been able to make up any ground. .200-meter time. The girls look ready. That was a bit more familiar, you know. That the uniform that the homeschool is wearing, that was what we wore when we ran track. Your t-shirt, your sweatpants or your short pants, and your sneakers. That's how you gain speed.
Okay, I think I have a little update here. So It's Vivian Vanderpool with 67. I don't have points for homeschool at the moment. Morris Vanderpool, 95. Adrian T, 202. Alwyn Allison Richardson, 205. Valley Primary, 211. And OKPS, 251. So the points that I have received are saying that OKPS leads by 40 points with 251, followed by VPS, the horses, with 211, Alwyn Allison Richardson with 205, Adrian T. Hazel with 202, Morris with 95, Vivian Vanderpool with 67. So it is very close between second, third, and fourth. And they are getting ready at the 200-meter starting point. And they are off. Strong start by Aurelia Kelly. The Wolves and Rams making up ground on the curve. Very closely contested between the Wolves and the Panthers. The Wolves and the Panthers are coming down the stretch.
What a straight,
And
what
I think
a front straight by the OKPS Pink Panthers, you know. The Panthers and the Wolves were going head to head. Maybe the Panthers.
Yeah, very strong start from her on the curve, and I think she did enough to capture that win. Second place going to the Wolves, and third going to the Golden Horses.
Another strong finish for your leaders. The Pink Panthers wanting to extend their gap. A comfortable victory for them in the end. Importantly, a good finish for the Wolves as well in second place.
Gives them a little stretch away from the Rams. It was just a 3-point difference coming off those 80-meter races.
Still, telling me absolutely nothing has changed.
So on the track we have the Gators in 1, Wolves in 2, Rams in 3, Homeschools in 4, the Dragons in 5, Panthers in 6, and the Golden Horses in 7.
This is going to be fast. The first 100 determines the final 100. stronger bend runners, there are stronger straight runners. You just never know. But this race, as I've said before, this is the test. This separates the cream from the crop. Instructions being given by starting line as well as trackside. Gators 1, Wolves 2, Rams 3, Dolphins 4, Panthers 5, Dragons 6, and the outside, the horses. We're out and we are away.
Strong start again from the Panthers on the curve. The Wolves again.
What a run by the Wolves on the inside. What a run by the Wolves on the inside. Good luck catching him. He is way gone. That looks like Young Hughes again, you know. He is flying. Look at a straight 27 200 meter. Adrian T takes second, a distance behind, because what a run by the Grey Wolves. Unfortunately for him, the Adrian T finished second, so he gets to open no sort of gap. What a run that was, because that's usually the little hack for looking at the 200 meter, you know. When you look at the bend, the innermost lanes, if they're even, they are gone. Once those inner lanes are even with the outer lane runners, they are way ahead because they come off the curve faster. So you get into your front straight earlier, you can start to extend your legs and expand your stride. Well, it looks like interesting development, and I wonder if they will see it, because we've just spotted something again thanks to the world-class camera work we have here via AI Live. We've just spotted something. I won't tell you yet. I'll tell you later so I don't spoil anything for these youngsters. But I think a foot may have encroached in a lane. I think a foot may have encroached. I'm just gonna wait to see if it is spotted a trackside, and given based on the fact that the runner that was in that lane was nowhere near him, they may just, you know, let it pass. Because even though he encroached the lane, he did not impede any runner. Again, I'm not going to tell you what I saw just yet. Assignments for this race: Rams lane 1, Dolphins lane 2, Dragons lane 3, lane 4 is open, The Panthers in lane 5. The Horses in 6. Gators in 7. And the Grey Wolves in lane 8. This is
It should be a nice race. I think I have homeschools coming in the top 3.
this is the 200 meters for the under 12s. The under 12 girls. First one was the 12 plus. Okay. So when we get the next score update, I possibly think we can start tallying some of these scores, you know. We'll expand on that in a
Ready
moment.
to start here now.
We are ready for the start. We have trackside instructions on the set.
They're off.
They're out and they're away. Fast start for the Valley. Very good start for the Valley. Homeschool on the inside is trying, but this has been very strong. Homeschool and Valley. Look at the homeschool go. Homeschool is absolutely charging. This is going to be good. Homeschool, Valley, and the Valley will take it. Homeschool takes second, and the close battle for third between the Panthers and the Wolves.
I think the Panthers.
The Panthers may have just taken that one. Wolves was fourth.
Yeah, but I did say. I
What
did tell
era
you.
you called it to perfection. You called it.
Yeah, definitely top 3 for homeschools for sure. That's the young Mikwane.
Who's she
Mikwane
related
Gums,
to?
yeah.
Is that
Mo-
is she related to Money?
Yes.
That's all you have to say. She's related to Money Gums. Thank you. If you don't know, I think Money has a couple of records around here. Another former Centralite. Also went to the Valley Primary School, a young Money Gums. And I think she's gone on to represent Rojets, the Rojets Academy, I believe. That one being run by Roddy Richardson. Young Gums making her name on the same track that her big sister has made her name.
So yes, that was the Golden Horses up front taking that one. The Dolphins in second, and third was the Panthers.
The Panthers took third.
I think that was the young Keydronique Lake taking that in third place for the Panthers.
She played football, didn't she? I think she played football. That's why I know
Yes,
the
yes,
name. Yep, that's why I know it. I knew it was familiar. I've called the name before because she played football. So that happens when you cover all the sports now, but you learn all the names. So a double split in the lane assignments as we've had a change. So he's going across. So we have no one in lane 3 and no one in lane 5. It is currently homeschool in 1, Morris are in lane 2. OKPS in lane 4, Valley Primary in lane 6, Vivian Vanterpool, and now we've made a switch. Vivian is going into lane, no, Valley is going into lane 5, so Vivian can go into lane 6. Alwyn Richardson in 7, and the agent Hazel in lane 8.
Dragon looks ready. Panther looks ready.
Maybe the golden horse is also looking very stoic. Can't count out the two from the west, the A's. Adrian T. Hazel and Alwyn A. Richardson. Focused, determined group. The young men ready to make their name. He just looks like a track athlete, you know. He reminds me of Christian Coleman, that young OKPS athlete, in terms of how he's outfitted out, the leg sleeve, the headband, the wristband. Looks like how Christian Coleman used to run.
Okay.
And the starter's
Golden
instructions.
horses.
Well, he has his own routine.
Mm-hmm.
His own way of getting his nerves settled before they go. They're out and they're away. And it's a brilliant start for the Alwyn A. Richardson. Look at Valley on the inside as well. This is going to be a good race. Those three are going to make it good. OKPS, Valley, and OKPS. They are coming down this final 80 meters and they are literally breathing on each other.
Neck and neck.
OKPS, Valley holding hands to the finish line. Valley has taken it with a lean. OKPS take second, and I believe the Morris Vanderpool, that like Theo Webster, took third.
That's correct. He has a slight limp there.
Yes, he is hobbled.
But a very entertaining run between the Golden Horses and the Panthers. Neck and neck until the last 20 meters thereabout.
From the start of they started together, they finished together. They could have pretty much held hands the entire way through. Now we go down an age category. It is late assignment time.
So lane one will go to the Morris Vanderpool Dragons. Lane two will go to Aurelia Kelly. Valley Primary will go to lane 4. The Gators to 5. Wolves to 6. Rams 7 and Dolphins in 8.
We've been pretty good at just looking at the athletes on the starting line and seeing who's gonna go, and if the accessories are anything to go by, Adrian T. is looking like a champion. Fully decked out.
I think that's the Young Hughes.
It does look like Young Hughes, yes.
Being a strong runner through the years.
All the time.
Commanding run every time she touches a track.
And I think she wants more. Dragons 1, split, OKPS in 3, Valley 4, Gators in 5, Wolves in 6, the Rams in 7, and the Dolphins in 8. They're off. It's a good start for the Adrian T. She is absolutely flying, and she is not going to get caught. It took her 20 meters to open the gap, and she's gonna have 180 to have fun. Adrian T will cruise to victory. She's opened up a 50-meter gap on her next closest competitor. Golden Horses second, Grey Wolves third.
You just said very commanding run anytime she touches the track. No competition. No one to keep up with her.
She was competing with the clock and the clock alone. What a run by Young Hughes. Absolutely flying. Again, again, it's based on her starting position. She ran in lane 7, you know, so she was on the bend for very long. But you could see early that there was no one even close to being capable of catching her. Adrian T going a long way to making up some distance on the teams above them. Lane assignment time for the boys.
So Homeschools in 1, Panthers in 2, the Golden Horses in 3, Wolves in 4. No, Wolves go to lane 5, so lane 4 is empty.
I know this young man because he played football. That looks like young Lakai Hughes. He's been having fun today so far, young Hughes.
And he did pretty well in the long jumps earlier this week.
Exactly.
I think he got first or second in the long jumps.
I only recognize him just now. Young Hughes, he is an athlete by every sense of the word. So Webster homeschool. Nash, lane 2. Valley in lane 3. Hughes is lane 5. Lane 6, lane 7 empty. Dragons in 8. So young Nash from the OKPS. I know his older brothers. I know them very well. Yeah, those are the of that clan. This race, if it's anything like the others, it's going to be good. Looking at that battle in lane 5 and 6, looking at that battle there. You can't cut out the lane 2 and 3 battle as well. Lane 8 has a tough assignment.
And they're off.
Onto the bend.
Strong
It's
curve by...
strong start by Hughes. It's a battle I was talking about, and look at OKPS on the inside. So it's Nash and Hughes doing battle as we suspected. Nash and Hughes are coming down this front straight. They're going stride for stride. It's Nash and Hughes is going to pull away and capture the gold.
Right. Hughes wins it. Nash for the Panthers in second, and the Rams get third.
Once again, a brilliant run, but not much to give yourself any distance. Because we've been alluding to it earlier, but I am going to get into it now, just before. Actually, you know what? I'll wait until these two races are finished before we get into it, because I have the scoring system for Sports Day. I have the official scoring system, and I can tell you what, there is not much of a difference between finishing first, finishing second, and between finishing second, finishing third. And from there, it gets even smaller. Rams lane 1. Panthers lane 2. Golden Horses in lane 3. The Gators over in lane 4. The Wolves taking lane 5. Lane 6 is gone to the Morris Vanderpool. Sorry, there's been a change. So yes, the Alwyn has come down one lane. The Alwyn have gone to lane 5. So once again, it is the Rams in lane 1. The Panthers in 2. There's no representation for the home school in this race. Now once again, we've had a shift in the lanes. So we're gonna get the fully proper alignment and then I'll give them to you. So it is going to be Rams in 1, Panthers in 2, Horses in 3, Wolves in 4, Gators in 6, and the Dragons in 7. Still waiting. Starters to get ready. Waiting. Scorers to get ready. Waiting the track side to get ready. Looks. No, not yet. I thought we were ready for the starters, but not quite yet. Of course, this is once again this is the under 10 girls 200 meters. From there, we'll be going to 150s. It's for the under 7s, under 8s, and under 9s. And then after that, shuttle relay, then lunch. Just about there. We're almost ready to wrap up our morning session. And yeah, we're not ready. The scorers are having a time here trying to get themselves together. The athletes are going to take a rest on the track.
And the scoring updates right before we started at 200s. Saw the places still relatively the same. OKPS leading by some 40 points. Valley, Alvin Allison, and Adrian T. Not too far. Not much between them.
Yeah.
I think Valley was at 211. Alvin Allison was at 205 and Adrian T at 202.
Yeah.
So all of that between 10 points.
Well, I was gonna wait, but I'm actually gonna get into it now, you know. But the reasoning as to why we're seeing all these teams winning races but not really making up ground is because of the point system that has always been in place here for these events. So the track events, first place gains 10 points, second place gains 8, third place gains 6, fourth place gets 5, fifth place gets 4, and sixth gets 3, seventh 2, and eighth gets 1 point. Additionally, if you tie a record, you get an extra point. And if you break a record, you get 2 extra points. And I believe that came in very handy for the Valley Primary School last year. I think it was Codesia that broke a record to give them some points that was required. I believe that was the case. I think it was the record that was set that gave them that edge. I like the job that our compatriots on the outside do, you know. I'm listening to Frankie Claxton try to rev up the crowd out there. Doing a good job keeping the crowd engaged. So the youngsters are still getting a sunbath. They are getting a good 10, as the scorers are still not quite ready. Wondering if there's an issue with the timing clock. As I was saying, I really like the job that our compatriots on the outside do to keep the crowd engaged. There's no environment out here. There is no atmosphere without the supporters, and especially with there being no DJ or PA system to keep the crowd engaged. We need our outside announcers or PA announcers. Keep them informed and keep them entertained, and they are good at that. Currently out in the pasture like a herd of cows, just settled, waiting to roost, and unfortunately for them, all the stretches that they've done in preparation for this race, it's allowed the buses to get back cold again.
I think you're ready now. I guess someone needed a short bathroom break, yeah.
They may be ready, but I don't see an official ready for them. Well, in the meantime, we will have medal presentations. Of course, for the under 12 girls, that was won by the OKPS. That was the medal presentation for 200-meter runs. The ones that have gone thus far. As this one by the boys, this final one by the boys. It was won by the Valley Primary School, just pipping the OKPS to that position. They did battle the entire race, those two, you know.
They connect to the last 20 meters there about. We had this race here where the Young Hughes had a very, very, very commanding race. From the start to the end, no competition.
Easy. She took a lead for about 20 meters into the race. And she spent about 180 meters of the race looking over her shoulder, wondering, where is my competition? On the boys' side of things, of course, it was a winner. Well, yeah, winning Richardson Primary School. It was Lakai Hughes.
It was a little close between the 80 and 120 mark with Hughes and Nash, but
Indeed.
Hughes eventually pulled away. Comfortable enough win.
And, once again, it's not been a case where it's been an early fade for the Alwyn A. Richardson just yet. They're continuing to put points on the board throughout the day. We've already gotten to the 12 o'clock mark, and they are right in it. Of course, the Aurelia Kelly Primary School are not taking their foot off the gas.
Increased their lead, actually, as the day went on.
Indeed,
40 points between them and second place.
What they've done is that even though they've not won many, they place in all.
So I think now that the medal presentation is complete, maybe we should head back to the... There's one more 200-meter race.
It's with the camera, our finish line camera that we use to determine the finishing positions for all of our athletes. We've seen that the heavy winds that we have coming from that northeaster direction, it's just knocked the camera off its perch. So the technical crew seeing all of them down there, saying Ali is down there, Amani is down there, and Perry is down there. They're all putting their brains together to get this camera back where it needs to be to allow the athletes to get moving. Of course, not just the camera being up on the mount, but its positioning. It has to be directly in line with that final line, that finish line, and it has to be directly horizontal across. Because if there's any angle, it will skew the view of the camera shot, and it may present some false images.
And it's just hitting 12 o'clock, a little after 12. So while we're waiting for them to sort that out, remember We are your commentators here today on this broadcast. My name is Kasem Thompson, alongside Kaiden Doc Bryan. We are commentating via AI Live. They are bringing you the broadcast through the Department of Education platforms on Facebook and YouTube, as well as their own platform, AI Live on YouTube. So again, before the 200 meters started, the points were OKPS 251, VPS 211, the Wolves 205, the Rams 202, Mars Vanderpool Dragons 95, Vivian Vanderpool Primary 67. So yes, the Panthers have opened up their margin by a little bit. It's 40 points between them and the Horses. And then the Horses, the Wolves, and the Rams, there's not much difference between them. 211 for the Horses, 205 for the Wolves, 202 for the Rams.
So that's one race? Those positions could all change in a matter of a couple of races.
Couple races, couple records.
Indeed. What always take into account with records is the wind reading, of course, because we saw in the was the Brown Bucket meet, I believe, earlier in the year. It was the one before that, the champion, the nationals. I can't remember which one it was that I did. We saw a number of times being set, a number of fast times being set, but there, I think it was a 5 meter per second tailwind that was blowing directly at the backs of the athletes coming from that southeastern direction. So didn't allow for any of those times to go down in official scoring, but you just saw with that wind how fast the athletes became. It shows you the importance of not just wind speed but wind direction, because it's all the difference between someone running a 11-second 100 and a 13-second 100.
I know some people will have issues, and I know some people have voiced their issues about getting extra points for records and time records. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't mind it, you know. I don't mind it. And I'll tell you why. Because the objective of sports day is to be the best. And I think that if you become the best, there should be some sort of incentive for that. And we know that outside of our regular awards that we have for our athletes at the end of sports day, as well as what the school may do individually, we don't have awards for those types of things. So it's good to see that there's some sort of recognition that will go into these young athletes breaking long-standing records that were set by people that have gone on to do great things in athletics here throughout the region. Of course, so in the previous meet I was referencing, it was a record that was set by Tritania Lowe, I believe. It was absolutely shattered in the 400, I believe it was.
But they might say you could just give additional awards, additional incentives, instead of affecting the points.
You could, but
because a first place is a first place, regardless of if it's a record broken or not.
Yeah, but it all comes down to the original point that were made at the start of the broadcast. Who's paying for it? It's all well and good to want to award them, but if it's not in the budget to create some new awards, then unfortunately, there's not much that can be done. I said, unless you want to give them a handshake, there is not much you can really do. So I think that it's a good way of acknowledging the performance of the athletes while still not making it a determining factor, because you can say all you want, it's 1 point. It's a singular point. If you can't make that up somewhere else, if you can't get an athlete to go and set a record to make that point up, But if you can't make it up somewhere else, then unfortunately, that, as they colloquially say, that's your bad.
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
I know.
So they might say, that's where negotiations with sponsorship comes in.
Exactly.
You make provisions for those who break records, and
that's a broader issue. That speaks to an even bigger issue in terms of the overall investment into the overall sporting industry in Anguilla. Because once again, it's good looking for sponsorships, but
then the situation also arises then. Obviously, I guess if two people break the record, obviously the person who wins the race
they'll get the 2 points.
But what about in the case where 2 or 3 people break the record? Do you also give them
they all get an extra point. Everyone whoever broke it, they all get the extra point. And then because the precedent is also set once you set a new record. So tying with the original record gets you 1 point. Breaking the record gets you 2 points.
And just for the record, for those who are listening, we're just chatting,
we're filling time. We are filling time.
we do not know what was the rationale behind all of this.
We are filling
time. I understand that some people will take issue with all these extra points being added on.
Last year, we heard it last year, but in that race, we keep mentioning the race between OKPS and Valley, when the records were being broken and the extra points were coming in. Because everyone out there knows what each place is worth, they were all calculating mentally. Mm-hmm. So the scores were coming back a little bit off of what they had. They were saying cheating's going on, not taking into account that the records also count for points. So that proved to be a point of contention for a few teams last year. But again, as my point states, the records and the points are there for everyone. If you want the points, go break the record.
Well, I guess this is a point of contention that Department of Sports and Education and Angola Amateur Athletics Association will need to deal with. Yeah.
We're both just trying to play two sides of the same coin. They're both giving different perspectives on the same issue, but if neither of us are right or wrong, you're all willing to form your own opinion on how you feel based on your experiences and what you've seen transpire with the points affected by the records taking place.
I'm not trying to be right or wrong, but I am starting the conversation or reigniting the conversation.
We have to talk about it.
So the necessary powers have to deal with it.
Indeed. Talk about it. The only way to deal with an issue is to bring awareness to the issue. So it appears our camera has been set. Looks like they're fixed. Looks just about like the young athletes that are out there getting a good 10. They may be getting a chance to run. I do think that those poor youngsters have been looking in the officials' tent, seeing the broad hats and getting envious. Once again, we are not. Is the only issue that we've had. It's not anything serious. It's just that our camera has been. That's not our camera. It's the official's camera. It was blown off of its perch and it was offset. So I had to reset it up and now realign it to its correct positioning. Once it's all sorted, the poor kids that have been out there grazing in the pasture, they can get their chance.
I would hope
that they've been put in the shade. Right. I would hope they've been put in the shade. It has been a prolonged break because I just to remember, We started this conversation at 12:06. So we've been here rambling on for over 10 minutes, and we've had no progress just yet because the camera's still misaligned. It needs to take a few meters to the left. Still not set yet. Still not quite set. Was just make you aware once again. The leaders on the day are the Aurelia Kelly Primary School. They came in with the lead. They've only expanded it a little bit, and it's been through consistent podium placement. We've seen the Grey Wolves and the Rams get themselves some victories to make up some ground, but they've not done much. The Golden Horses have been consistent. All the way through they've been consistent. And they know that they tend to get stronger in the second half. So that lead that the OKPS have, they cannot rest on it.
I think the fans and the family and the students of the OKPS think they have it in the bag
Well,
this year.
well, I'll tell you what.
A few of the athletes would have left last year to go up to Campus B.
The big
so
school.
I think they feel it's a bit more equitable this time around. What do you think?
I was speaking to a few of the OKPS out of their camp. I won't tell you the name I was speaking to yet because I'm going to keep it anonymous. I'm going to keep his privacy. But he was convinced. He was literally convinced. Because I tried to have the rationale with him. I told him about how Valley are able to make up those points early in the second half once the big races come out. He told me it doesn't matter what they try. That they could win every race. It doesn't matter. OKPS are winning.
Very confident.
He is convinced that it's OKPS's turn. HNT had their turn a little bit ago. Valley retook their crown. OKPS want their turn. Just to remind you, coming up during the luncheon interval, there's going to be the seniors race. The senior citizens, probably the most highly anticipated race on the calendar today. You need to ask, but it's probably too late, you know. I would have wanted to submit a late registration to get my good colleague John Millington in that race.
I think the youngest is 50 years, so I think there's a race for 50 to 65 or 69 and over 70.
Mentally, I qualify. And if we're going based on strength of the body, hey, I qualify. My back is done. So I think you can put me in that race if you wanted to. Once again, really just waiting. We're in a holding pattern, you know. It's like we're just circling the airport, waiting. We can't land, we can't take off. We're just circling.
Look like we're getting ready to get the action back on the road.
Well, I'm waiting on an official to move across to the starting area. None of them have gone yet, so
Seeing some movement. Minimal movement, but movement nonetheless.
some sort of movement.
So, in the meantime, while they're waiting for the person who's going to come up against bucket to the 60 meter, we're going to do the 400 meter. We are going to do the 400 meter, then we'll do the 60.
Well, as we are still in a holding pattern, we are going to take a slight break to catch our voices. We'll be back with you when the track is ready for us, but for now you can enjoy the visuals of the JRWP.
Anyone else, age 50 and up, 50 to 60 can come as part of the senior representation. Anybody, male, female. Male, female.
So far, we have two competitors for the 60-meter seniors. Do we have any other who would like to compete with the two champions that are now heading to the line? We have Trevor Davis. Who are you voting for? Trevor Davis. And we also have Jason Liebert. 60-meter sprint. 60-meter senior sprint. Get your pom-poms, get your bells, get your vuvuzela, get your horns. This is going to be a hot one.
There's John Martin, there's John Martin.
If you would like to compete in this one, wave your hand and we will get you over the barricade, through the barricade. There's another. Serious. And we have Vibert heading to the start line.
It would be nice if we had a senior from every school represented. Very good to see you in the line. Patient Jack Martin, Patient Jack Martin, we're ready for you. Very nice, too young for that.
Okay, just stretch, don't stretch, we're not coming.
The hot buckets on the track. Patron Cutty, they're waiting on you on the start line.
Coach Cutty, we are waiting on you. We're trying to get Baba over the rails. The ramps. Vibers is over, so now we're gonna have 6 competitors on the line. Trent Davis, Jason Liebert, Vibert Edwards, and he said to let you know that he's representing the Rams.
Well, we are on the track for the seniors race. Yes, sir. Well, one thing you're gonna get for sure in this race is a set of jokes.
You will get entertained. You will be
And let's hope that the ambulance is nearby.
Please,
Red Cross.
it's currently parked up on the fast. It needs to drive to the middle. It needs to ensure it is by the finish line so that by the time they finish, they can just run straight into the ambulance and go up the hill to the hospital. Because I can guarantee you, a couple of these hamstrings will be a lot less tight after today.
We have Ras Bucket on the track. We have Jason on the track.
Right. Well, they're out there to relive the glory days. Ras Bucket, of course, a legend of Anguillian racing.
I hope they don't live to regret 60 meters
Yo,
in their
boy.
lifetime.
60 for the seniors. Someone stepped out of the race. It looks that way, you know.
One of the officials. Mr. Davis in lane 1. Jason Lyman.
Well, I was gonna say this race is gonna be quick, but it's not gonna be quick. But it's going to be fun. I can guarantee you that. Those 4 are gonna have fun until that muscle pulls.
I guess a lot of people will have it. Bucket winning this race.
Well,
I know some people might have Jason as a sleeper.
I know Jason has Jason winning this race for sure. And
I think.
Ras
What's his
Bucket.
name? I think it's Vibot.
I believe so.
Vibot?
Vibot.
Yeah.
Look at them stretching those calves and those hamstrings.
One thing we will get is entertainment.
Well, if you don't laugh, you're gonna cry. I'll tell you what, you know. The shops are gonna run out of Bengi
Oh, yeah?
by the time this race is done.
Someone is entering the race now.
This is a late entry. As a certain legendary artist would say, is this the greatest late entry of the century? This is going to be fun. He looks like he's back in his prime, you know, Ras Bucket.
Turning back the clock.
Way back. I think he's seeing himself about 40 years ago.
Is he doing push-ups, sir? I'm not sure that's a method of warming up.
Well, do what suits you. Maybe he wants to ensure his arms are strong enough when he lifts the trophy.
I think Vibert might be the fan favorite.
Oh, someone else is joining.
Is that Boss?
That looks like Boss. That's his boss. What?
Well. We have Albert Brooks on the track.
Oh, let Boss on the back. I wonder if he wins. Will he sing for us?
The jokes are writing themselves here.
Well, can the boss use his horsepower to get through?
They say the horsepower only for the speakers, not on the track. It's a live in 2. We got Vibert in 3. Oh, we have Connor on the track too.
Oh, the coaches.
Boss looks appalled that he's been sent
Why
to
am I
lane
in
7.
lane 7? I am the boss.
It's a straight race, boss. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter where you are.
Myron Connor, we have there on the outside. Well.
This is going to be fun. I just hope nobody pulls up.
What a conundrum.
Nobody knows where they support. Boss does not want to go to the outside, you know. Boss really doesn't want to go out there. Raspuck is cheating. And I'm glad the trackside saw it and stopped them. They were cheating.
So let's see if the horsepower is only good for the speakers or on the track. Hey, where Bucket going?
Bucket was off. Bucket had a horn from the crowd and he was gone. The hyper-focus senses kicked in. Well, whatever happens in this one, it is certainly going to be posted all over social media. I can guarantee you'll be seeing this race everywhere. Bucket in lane 1, trying to react. The boss is already over the line.
And they're off.
They're away.
Tight between Jason and Bucket.
Oh boy!
Oh, hold on! Hold on!
Yeah. What a run on the inside!
I think it's Mr. Brown who took first place.
Pulled. Oh, they pulled up! They have pulled. They have both blown a tire. Oh, but I think Jason's gasket is still somewhere on the track. I think someone's radiator has blown out. They've overheated. The tire certainly blew. I'm not even sure if Vibert knows where he is. I think he's gone delirious. Well, what a run.
So it was the guy, I think what I caught is Brown maybe? We'll wait for the confirmation, but the guy in the OKPS fit, he won. Connor, Myron Connor second, and then Bucket third.
Yep.
Yeah. One thing's for sure, Vibert did not come last.
He made sure to cross the line before going back to his car. And you know for sure that's going to be the big talk all for the rest of the year. I did not lose. Entertainment.
I was better than Vibert because he was going to ensure that the last man crosses the line.
since we had our halftime entertainment.
Are they doing a lap?
I hope not. I hope not. I don't think the pharmacy has enough Bengi to take care of these muscles if they try to go 400 meters.
Some of these
I don't think
characters look familiar, but
has Vibot run 40 meters in his entire life.
oh, that is Dr. Ronald Harrigan. Uh-huh. That Mr. Reed?
Looks it's
That looks like
the
Mr.
lawyer,
Reed.
Mr. Reed, yes.
Yeah, this is Dr. Ronald Harrigan.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I'm seeing the characters are, maybe we won't
This is
quite
Mr.
run a muscle
Stanley
rub. Yep.
Reed. That's Miss Edwards.
Of course they're back. But the Jason don't want to go anywhere. Do they have nothing better to do?
Well, if that was the 60 meters, we'll see what happens.
I think they misread, you know. I think they saw 40 meters and not 400 meters. They don't quite know how long this actually is. Because I can guarantee you, if they both pulled up 20 meters into the first race, this is going to be interesting.
So I think the elderly and not so elderly are negotiating if they have to run or if they can walk at their leisure. Yeah.
These athletes, they are consistently on the park in the evenings or in the mornings doing their walking, doing their laps.
Mm-hmm.
But walking is different to running.
So it's Miss Wilson, not Miss Edwards.
Really getting a word of encouragement
So,
in
Dr. Harrigan, Mr. Reed, Miss Wilson. You see Jason come back on the track?
they all seem very confident. Are they off?
Yes.
Yes,
Jason is here
back.
again. Mr. Lyman. Vibot here, Vibot with the vibes.
That's all he's bringing because I can guarantee he's not making all the way around. Well, that's his plan. He just wants to have fun. Meters. It's a long distance. It's considered a sprint in a track sense, but it is not a short distance run. We've seen some sub-minute 400 meters. We've seen 52nd 400 meters. I think we may see the first 3 minutes.
Oh, so it's a speed walk.
Yes, it's
Okay.
a speed walk. That is a bit more concerning for the poor workers in the farm in the hospital that were preparing the beds because they would have had to line up about 6 different beds all in a row by the front door to wheel them all in. But away early is Jason.
Mm-hmm.
He is putting on a pace on the rest of them. It's a leisurely stroll for those in the back, while Mr. Liebert, he is very much on a power walk. He seems to be determined. He looks like he's going with one of the ants that are marching in 1 by 1 and 2 by 2. He is on-rushing. Dr. Harrigan in the back, he is strolling. It's a leisurely stroll for Mr. Reed as well. He is on a mission. I don't know where Jason has to go, but he has to get there quickly because he is gone.
If we look at the race for second, I think Mr. Reed is in a good position, especially when he comes on the cover. Yeah.
Cannot count out the vibes, man. Vibes right there, you know. Jason picks a look over his left shoulder. He sees that there is no competition for the next 100 meters, and he just takes his foot off the pedal.
On cruise control
he can
now.
cruise in. He keeps checking, and you can see that Mr. Reed is a fair few meters behind him. It's also been a strong showing by Miss, was it Edwards, is it, or what is it? Miss Wilson.
Yes.
That's who it is. Miss Wilson. It's a very strong showing by her as well, keeping Mr. Reed on his toes, but it's going to be a comfortable, easy win.
I recall Vibert starting in lane 5. I see he's in lane 2 now.
Vibert's decided that he is going to take this walk, take this opportunity to prance around the park and show himself for everyone.
Now he's in lane 1.
Well, it's not about where you start, it's about where you end. In his opinion, the inside is the shortest way to the finish line. But in fact, the shortest way to the finish line is in the stride of Jason Liebert. He's won this race by about 70 meters.
Vibert trying to press gas now?
Well, he's taking it up a notch on Miss Wilson, who's keeping the arms pumping. Mr. Reed has put on a good pace, so he will finish comfortably in second place. But Vibert's trying, you know, he is putting everything in those strides. Miss Wilson is keeping those arms pumping. And Miss Wilson is going to hold on. Vibert collects fourth. And his partner in crime is still stuck on the track, and he says, don't even bother with this. While Dr. Harrigan is going to bring up the rear.
Yes, a different kind of result from his 60-meter campaign.
Well, he finished this time.
On his own.
At least he finished this time. Last time he had to be dragged over the line, kicking and screaming by Vibert. At least he finished. And again, I ask,
Maybe
if we've had the midway entertainment, what is going to happen to those races? Because it is approaching the 1 o'clock mark. It's 12:45 in the afternoon. We know that there are no lights here at the JRWP. But what we've seen these last few weeks, the sun is starting to go down after 6 now. It's getting a bit later. Unfortunately, you wouldn't want for it to go that long, but with these races having been pushed back so far, you wonder how long we're actually going to be here.
I'll need to have a talk with Mrs. Lake and Mr. Johnson. They assured me that they were racing today, yeah.
It's at all. I think Mr. Johnson got a call from the wife that said, last time you did this, you almost burnt off your nose hairs. Don't even think about it this time.
Maybe they should consider a parents' race too, you know?
I'll be honest, I'm fully in favor of that.
Or a teacher's race, you know, at a primary level.
Indeed. I know in other countries they do have the parents' race at the high school level as well as the primary school level. So in Jamaica, when Shelly Ann Fraser Price, the Olympian gold medalist, her son was in a primary school. They did have the parents' race, and with her being an Olympic athlete, she would have left every other parent at the starting line while she was finished. Are we ready for something?
They're still up at the 200-meter mark. So I Yes, they're gonna attempt to conclude the 200-meter race before. On the schedule, it's the 150s before the
It's
lunch
supposed
break.
to be
Right.
200s and 150s. No, is it 200s, 150s, then 60s, then lunch?
Right, the 60s shuttle relay.
Yes, a shuttle relay.
So just a one we're going to take you to the ceremonies. And top 10 boys and girls. Here to nature. What we are now control.
All right, we're seeing some
Listen,
action.
children.
Is this might be the
I don't know if it's
150?
150 or if it's
Yeah, it's
it's
the
150.
150.
Yes, it's 150.
So did that 200 race run unbeknownst to us, or did they table it until later? We are unsure.
That's all we can do. We can wait and see.
Yes, we are getting ready to head over to the 150 mark.
Let's go to the main assignment. Lane 1, Jeremy Richardson, H&T.
Finally, they're ready for action.
Lane 2, Jaquela.
No, this is the 200, so I guess they're wrapping it up.
Yes, this is the final 200-meter run.
Right, and then we'll...
Under 10 girls and boys. Alright, that's good. So they're not rescheduling anything, they just push
Yes.
everything back.
Yeah, just the seniors race is moved.
That was just, I think it was done to fill time
Yeah.
while they were fixing up all the equipment.
Alright, so we're back here to wrap up the 200-meter races.
We are on the line. It is the Rams in lane 1. OKPS is in lane 2. The Golden Horses are in lane 3. The Grey Wolves are in lane 4. The Gators in lane 6. And Morris Vanderpool is in lane 8. So lanes 5 and 7 are unoccupied. As finally, it has been 45 minutes since the last race finished. We've done well to fill the time, and we are finally ready for the starters' orders.
Getting ready to start. And they're off.
Out and away. 200
Strong
meters,
start from
and a
Aurelia
great start
Kelly.
from Aurelia Kelly.
Morris keeping up in the action.
Aurelia Kelly and Adrian T.
The Rams are coming around strong as well.
What a run from Aurelia Kelly. 1, 2, 3 has been set by the big schools, and it is OKPS, Adrian T, and Valley. What a run for the Pink Panthers. Aurelia Kelly taking the first place in a 33-second unofficial time. Adrian T 2, Valley 3. Morris 4, Grey Wolves 5, and a collapsed Gator in 6. What a run for the OKPS. She had a bit of a charge put on her on that bend by the Adrian T. Hazel, but she held firm, didn't allow her to get even. And once she opened up her distance, she never let it up.
200 meters.
Turn that boy's turn. It's OKPS in lane 1, Valley in lane 2. The Gators from the Vivian Vanderpool they occupy lane 3. The Grey Wolves are in 4. Rams in 5. The Dragons are in 6, and the Dolphins, they're in lane 7. It is Titus lane 1 in the OKPS. You have Gums who's in lane 4 from the Alvin A. Richardson. That's a young man who known from the footballing arena as well. A lot of energy. I'm hearing a young Brooks in line for the Valley Primary School. I know that they had the young man for a long time, the man Tijani, that came through the ranks. It's a young speedster. Wonder if this young T. Brooks can do the same. As the athletes do it. The officials are not quite ready for them yet. Once again, OKPS lane 1, VPS lane 2, VVPS lane 3, AARPS lane 4, ATHPS lane 5, the home school in lane 6, and the MVPS lane 7. Those are your assignments for this boys under 10 200 meters.
I think it's the final 200 meters as well.
I believe it is. I believe it is.
And then we should head over to the 150s.
150 time should be.
60 meters shuttle relay after that. And then lunch. Or they might move stuff around and have lunch earlier.
4 o'clock. Might get lunch before the kids do their relays, but they may not as well. So just have to wait and see how the officials are feeling, whether they're getting a bit hungry or not. You also have to note, if you keep noting, we have no lights over here just yet, so this has to be done by sunset.
Off.
Good
Strong
start for
Ben.
the Adrian T. A brilliant start for the Adrian T, and good luck. But here comes Titus from the inside for the OKPS. Adrian T and OKPS, and it's Adrian T who is cruise control. OKPS trying to put on a challenge down the inside, but from the start, it has been the Adrian T. Hazel Primary School. Second is the Panthers, third the Wolves.
So it was a little close between Valley and Morris.
Yes. And coming home is the Gators having beaten by the home school. What a run for the Adrian T. Hazel. Started out early in taking the lead, and there in lane 6 he was comfortable. He never let his foot off the gas, he just kept opening the distance.
Strong run there from the young Ram. Second going to the Panther. His name is Titus.
Yes.
Titus.
Titus Connor, I think.
And third going to the Wolf. I know the feeling, the culture is once Valley isn't up there, some people are happy.
It was very much put in plain writing for me earlier today. It is Anguilla versus the Valley. Of course, that is down to the Valley's reign of dominance there in the 2010s. I can't remember how much did they get up to in the end. Was it 9 peat? How much did they get up to?
I think they got the 10 peat.
They get the 10 peat.
A decade.
They just could not stop winning. So, obviously, when you win every time, everyone's going to want to beat you. And if you keep winning, then everyone's going to start uniting to beat you. So, unfortunately, the Valley find themselves in the position of the envied rather than the envious. I don't think you'll see a broader smile on this park today than Viabat down there. That medal is going to be hung for eternity.
So, place among the men. Well, I see. Maybe they do.
It looks like the kiddies are on their way out. And it looks like it may be shuttle relay time. We'll see where they move to. I suspect they're moving to that 60-meter mark. I think it's not going to finish line yet. I think it's not finish line 60. 60 finish. No,
So they're starting now.
Yeah. This week, that week, this week, then that week. It's starting from W.
I actually saw 16.
I'm gonna start
Yeah, they're gonna start at 60. Yeah.
60. Down, up,
1,
down.
2, 3, and then the fourth leg will come up and finish.
Look at the starting up there.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The fourth leg coming up.
No, I start up. Gonna start there. Up, down, 3, 4. But they're starting up here. United up.
Oh, 150s.
It's 150. So I'm going out of. It's 150. Yeah, I said 150. So I ain't changing the order.
Back live.
Jordan Fleming, Vivian Van Poel, lane 3, Jamaica Carty, Alvin Harrison, lane 4, Skyler Lake Samuels, Adrian Tieso, lane 5, Jonathan Roberts Home School, lane 6, Deanna Richards, Morris Van Poel, lane 7 is empty, and lane 8, Malia Gums, Aurelia Kelly Prime.
So we're here getting ready for the 150. On the 7th, 150. Lane 1 Valley, lane 2 would be the Gator. I think lane 3 is empty. Lane 4 the Wolves. Oh no, lane 3 is occupied.
Lane 3 occupied, lane 4 is
Four.
occupied, lane 5 is occupied, 6 and 8. So lane 7 is open. Horses. Yeah, it's a big distance.
The young ones are a little nervous, jumping the gun.
Horses, gators, wolves, rams, dolphins, gators, panthers. Officials.
Come to the line, come to the line. Go to the...
They're off. And the wing. Strictly in front is the Adrian T. Hazen Primary School. She is charging away down these 500 meters. It's Adrian T. It's OKPS and it's Valley. Adrian T. Hazel is going to cruise yet again to victory.
Ali might be in trouble.
That may not be caught, you know. The Vivian Vanderpool are going to catch the Valley Primary School. Gators get third, horses get fourth.
School 5th, Morris 6th.
And the
Wolves.
yes, bring up the rear. That was an excellent run by the Adrian T. Hazel. Once again, once you pull away that early lead on the bend, it's difficult to catch you on the straight. To ensure that even though she was in the middle lane, while challengers were on the outside and the inside. She used it to her advantage. Now it's the boys' turn. On the sevens. So tiny. The kindergarten, that was a lot of them. Skaters.
Lane 4, Grayson Hazel Homeschool. Lane 5, Messiah Duncan Martin Hartlepool. Lane 6 is empty. Lane 7, Roshai Dunn, Arena Kelly. Lane 8, Daniel Jackson, Valley Primary. Let's go that one. Mary Eva, Lane 1, Sachi Katu, Lane 2, Kwani Sasso, Lane 3, Grayson Hazel, Lane 4. Messiah Duncan, Lane 5, Lane 6 is empty. Rojai Dunn, Lane 7 and Lane 8, Daniel Jackson. On the 7 girls. Next line.
See where it comes as well as the young panther.
Well, it's young in the valleys, but I don't think he realizes he can take a couple steps forward. He seems to be very good friends with that young man in the OKPS, and doesn't want to be precise. Let's say,
To judge out the see how they're closer to the starting point.
I like that view we had earlier, the lighthouse scene. I'm looking at the distance from the start line, especially between the
Staggers of it.
the higher view giving us that better angle, because I was seeing it looked like the actually seems to be a bit of a distance ahead of lane 2. Now I am no expert. I cover all sports, so I have a basic understanding of them all. I don't know the measurements for how these things are made up in a track, so I have to look it up. I'm not getting you after the break, but I know that the angle of the curve determines the distance that you start from. So in theory, if you were to straighten it all out, it would all end up being the same 200 meters. So that's the year I was talking about long bends and short bends. You have that inside lane, you have the shortest bend, but you have the longest street. So if you feel like you're running for a long time. Same with the outermost lane, you have shorter straight but the longest bend, but you still feel like you're out there for a long time. Well, you see at the highest levels, the better athletes, they get those middle lanes. There's no central lanes. It gives you an even distribution of bend and straight. And the pannier is proper execution. Not more like goes into racing and just going on the park and putting on your shoes to go and run. Planning side of it is very important. You have to know when you're going to make it, how you're going to make it, why you're going to make it. Like those 800 meters, different strategies we were talking about early in the day. We saw the Adrian T's fast run of that one. She decided to stay in the pack Just let the pace set the pace. Stay in the pack with the resistance is less and catalyze when the pace setter has gotten tight. While the boys' side of the winner for the 800 meters, you saw the pace setter decided
Lane 5, Messiah Duncan, Morris Pontypool. Lane 6 is empty. Lane 7, Roger Dunn, Aurelia Kelly. And lane 8, Daniel Jackson, Valley Primary.
Recognize our platinum sponsors, Tropical Shipping.
And we're still just awaiting the start of this 150 meters race for the under 7 boys. Lane 1 Gators, lane 2 Wolves, 3 the Rams, 4 Dolphins, 5 Dragons, 6 is empty, 7 to the Panthers, and 8 to the Golden Horses.
y'all are hearing it. We've got our delivery. That's why we had to take a little break there. We've got our lunch delivery. So we are being taken well care of. Being very well taken care of. They're ready at trackside. And finally, the official Martin, Coach Martin, is gonna come and tell him, you can come up the line. You don't have to hold hands with your friend. They're out and they're ready.
Sorry.
They're off. An early start by the OKPS with the Vivian coming down the inside. Well, it's a good run for the Vivian, you know, on the inside lane. He's having a great run so far. Valley on the outside, Vivian on the inside. Down this front straight, it is Vivian Vanterpool who will extend their gap. Oh, he almost slipped. He took a tumble and out of nowhere, he's been taken at the line by the Alwyn A. Richardson.
I think he thought he had cup space to relax. Yes. And as he relaxed, the Wolves
he tumbled, yes, he tripped on his own 2 feet, the poor youngster. He stumbled, he almost fell, and that misstep allowed the Wolves to take advantage. Out of nowhere, the young man who led the race for 140 meters finishes third.
That was the same youngster from Vivian. He was the one who had a commanding run for the 6th.
He was commanding the Vivian Vanderpool. He was all the way around. He looked to be home free until that moment, a stumble.
Yeah, he looked to be the favorite because he won the 60 meters as well.
Yes, he was well out in front.
One slip costed him the race.
That's just how track works. It's so unfortunate because there's no duels, there's no redos. Execute. We talk about track legends. We talk about Asafa Power. And we know his history of just not being able to execute when it finally comes to it. He's the second fastest runner, no, the third fastest runner in Jamaican history. I think he may have the third fastest time. His record was broken by Bolt and Blake. But Safa was never able to capture a a World Championship medal or Olympic medal. Simply because he could not execute in the big race. No matter how fast you are, you have to execute. Because all those little things, they can cost you. A little stumble costs you another goal.
So lane 1 to the Wolves, 2 to the Rams, 3 to the Dolphins, 4 to the Dragons, 5 is empty, 6 to the Panthers, 7 to the Golden Horses, and 8 to the Gators. I think this is the number 8 now.
Some of the older ones, it's turning over. Number 12. I know that there are some curious folks at home that are wondering about this stuff. The phone has been blowing up here. It's going off right now after what the scores are. You know what I can tell you? I don't know. I don't know. The next update is going to come at the luncheon interval. The only people that know the scores are the scores. Ooh, what a run by the winner. She's on the inside and she has taken command from the start. I'm not sure where Valley is going. I'm not sure where Valley is going. I don't know how she's ended up in the middle lane, but in the mean and between time, the Alan A. Richardson is going to coast home. We have to worry about the rest because second is OKPS. Valley finished third. I'm not sure if she will end third.
Yeah, I think she started in lane 7.
She started in lane 7, yeah. I don't know how she ended up in lane 3, but she got across there.
And then
fourth place was the Adrian T user, and if the Valley is disqualified, which I suspect is going to be the case, the Adrian T will move up to third.
And then a contest where Valley was so close. They were within 10 points of each other before these series of sprints.
Can't afford to go from potentially gaining 6 points to gaining 0. Especially in a race where your main two competitors are gaining 10, 8.
Very, very commanding race from both.
Similar to the race of Gator on the inner lane in the previous one, where he stumbled and cost him. This time, she was composed. It was easy for her. Time for the boys.
Rams, 2 is empty. 3 the Dolphins, 4 Dragons, 5 Panthers 6, Golden Horses 7, Gators and 8, the Wolves. Pretty well in these other races.
Even if they don't make a statement today, they have years ahead of them, you know.
So, if it's any indication, the Wolves might be around for a couple years to come.
Future, yeah? Look out for the future.
The turn. So the official result of that race, while we go so we can take each outside just a line for the boys.
Once again, we just await the green light, or in this case, the white flag from the finish line.
The turn of the girls. So we wait official result.
The athletes are ready. The starters seem to be ready. But the important ones, the ones who can time this race and ensure the winners are correctly aligned, they're not quite ready yet. Still trying to determine the order, I believe, from the previous race, especially with that potential disqualification. I think for the young lady, I'm not sure if she ran the 800, but you know that in those longer distance races, you only start where you start and then move over after. Once you establish your position, you move across where you see fit. I wonder if she had a bit of a confusion in the rules of the race, and she thought that she could just move across the way she wanted to. Certainly didn't look like she stepped over and someone then went back. She made all intentions to get to lane 3 and stay in lane 3.
Sort of infringed and impeded the OKPS athlete.
She did a couple of years, because she changed a couple of lanes. She went right across. Well, giving a little piece, a little nugget of a heads up that potentially, due to the delay we had with the camera, that 45-minute delay, and due to the absence of lights that we have here, so we can't afford to go late, we may have to go straight through lunch, you know. It's looking like the athletes and the officials have to go right through. Of course, the way that the races have been scheduled allows for ample breaks for all of them between any races they may have. Especially with the multiple age categories in these races.
So I think they're starting now.
They are ready. And they've been told to stand up. Then he's telling the Valley Primary School, as well as the Island Hill.
So I think they're ready again.
We should just telling the Valley and the
Alright, yeah, let me do it on their mark. And they're off. Strong start from the Panther. Strong curve from the Panther. The Ram is coming down. The Wolf is also pushing.
Yes. What a run from start to finish. Sorry, a dominant display for your lead.
And it looks like
Agent 2, Morris 3, Alwyn 4. That's what I saw with the naked eye. We'll wait for official confirmation.
I don't know if the Dragons will have beaten
Maybe Morris beat Agent T. That's the only maybe.
Definitely Aurelia Kelly winning that one confidently.
Yes, very good. What? You want to take that early lead on the bend, it allows you to just extend it down the straight.
I believe this is the under 9 girls here getting positioned to take the track for their 150 meters campaign. Looks like Morrison 1, Aurelia Kelly 2, Valen 3, Vivian Vanderpool 4, Alvin Allison Richardson 5, and Adrian T. Hazel 6. So once again, that previous race saw Aurelia Kelly winning it, and second and third between Morris Vanderpool and Adrian T. Hazel Primary. So for the girls race, lane 1 is empty and lane 3 is empty.
Good one. You look at those two athletes going up together now. They're on the outside, as well as in Valley School and OKPS matchup in the middle of the pack. Cannot discount the Vivian Vanderpool nor the Morris Vanderpool. Really saw Vivian have been very adept at these younger races. Could have had a goal a couple of races ago had it not been for a little trip. Again, we account for the lane assignments. Mars Vanderpool lane 2, OKPS lane 4, Valley Primary in lane 5, Vivian in lane 6, lane 7 being occupied by the Alvin A. Richardson and Adrian T in lane 8. Going to be a doozy. For some reason I can't take my eye off that young Vivian Vanderpool athlete. She's located right in the center of the wolf on one side and the horse on the other. Just wonder if that young gator is going to make some noise. Again, athletes are ready, the starters are ready. Actually no, just the athletes are ready. That's not ready either. Looking over to the starter. He's not ready for them because the finish line is not ready for him. Angles you all are getting a second to none, you know. You won't see these angles elsewhere. You get these one place and one place only. That is air life.
Right, outside. That brings on the starters order.
And they are off.
Yeah, they're out and away. Here goes Valley.
Strong curve from her.
And look at Adrian T on the outside. Adrian T on the outside. That's been a brilliant run. That looked weird.
Yeah.
We'll see that back. We will watch that back. It's a battle. Adrian T, Valley, Alwyn and Adrian T. And it's Adrian T right at the end who pull it out.
Adrian T first. Alwyn Allison Richardson second. Valley Primary third. Strong curve from Valley, but as soon as it was straightening out,
We need to see that again.
Adrian T.
She pulled out. You saw at maybe the final 20 meters of the bend. She started pushing. She started extending. I knew it looked weird. It's the second athlete that has done that. It looked like the Valley Primary School athlete, because we've just gone and looked at it back. All again coming around the bend. It looked like she crossed over into the other lane, but this time she didn't stay. I think she caught herself because she went immediately back. They realized, oh shoot, we can't cross. She immediately went back into her lead. I have to wait to see how this one is judged by the officials. This race is going to be good. This race is really going to be good. Because a number of these athletes are already shown to be they are capable. Again, they're back next to each other. Adrian T and Alwyn A. Richardson and the OKPS and the Valley Primary School. Full order is in lane 1. It's a more respectable primary school. Lane 2 is unoccupied. Lane 3 OKPS. Lane 4 Valley Primary. Lane 5 Vivian Vanderpool. Lane 6 is the Alwyn A. Richardson. Lane 7 Adrian T. Hazel. Lane 8 is homeschool. Of course, this is not the only sports day that is going on today, because over in Nevis, they are also having their sports day. And I've been taking a peek at it every now and again. I'll tell you what, they are moving out there. The runners are fast and they are getting the athletes on and off the track quickly. Poor homeschool youngster pretty much tells the story of how all of these kids must feel out there. Yes, I want to run, but it's a bit boring standing out here waiting. We need to go, especially because a lot of these athletes have specific stretches for when they go into the race, and when you're around standing up, it allows the muscles to relax, and they may not be able to put forth the effort they might have without getting a bit of a feeling in that soft muscle area. Once you start to feel your hamstring, they say it never goes away. Well, it's approaching 2 o'clock. We're still not halfway through. We are still not even halfway done.
We have to take a page out of St. Kitts' book and do day 1 and day 2.
I think so. I think so. I believe we need to just make it a public holiday today and tomorrow. Sports day and sports day celebration. So if it goes to day 2, we have the extra day. I mean, the kids are already out from school, so might as well.
Because after this, we still have the 60-meter shuttle relay.
And then we get into the second half.
300 meters, 400 meters.
The 400s, the 100s, the
multiple
relays, the
relays.
4x1s, the 4x4s, and that's for all age groups, girls and boys. So everything from the under 9s come up, girls and boys, 4x1s, and then an open 4x4 for girls and boys. So it's a very, very large number of races still to come. The kiddies aren't even done yet, Usually the kids are done by this time. They still have to go around 300 meters. Of course, if you've not noticed by now, the younger age groups don't run the same distances as the older age groups. They get a bit off. So while the older age groups run 100 meters, they run 60. The elders run 200, they run 150. And the elders run 400s, they run 300.
So all the officials continue to make sure that
the poor kids, a few of them, they're out there yawning. They must be getting tired. They've been out there standing for about 7 minutes. The last race. It was done rather quickly. This one's taking a while to get started. Of course, the last point standings we had. OKPS had a 40-point gap. They were at 251. They were followed by the VPS in second at 211. Albany Richardson at 205 in third, and Adrian T. Hazel at 202 in fourth. The gaps are there and they can be closed. And that 2-3-4 matchup. So that battle, it's heating up. Are we ready?
We're ready,
for our
looks so.
The poor kids must be cold, you know. All the stretching they must have done. Well, they're gonna be feeling it now. Still not ready for them. As the homeschool athlete's toe was touching the white line. Okay, PS coming the same offense. And VPS is ready.
They're off. Oh, very
Valley.
strong start for Valley.
Look at Valley and look at OKPS. Valley is in cruise control. 60 meters to go, but he is not taking it off the gas pedal. Valley, OKPS, Adrian T. Morris, then the Grey Wolves, and then it's the Gators and the home school that bring it up.
Strong commanding run from the Valley School athlete. Never in doubt really coming off the curve.
Easy. It was easy for them. Valley Primary School content with their athlete's performance in that race. Able to win quite convincingly that time. And I just think that it's shuttle time now. In the meantime, medal presentations for the under 7s.
And that was the completion of the 150-meter races. As you can see on the screen, they are receiving their medals with the National Commercial Bank of Anguilla giving special prizes to the winners of each race. An initiative they have undertaken at both the primary and secondary levels.
It's a good initiative, you know. Incentivizes trying your best, putting your best foot forward.
Alright, so while this presentation is going on, the two of us here in the commentators booth will take a few seconds to replenish our strength so we can keep entertaining and guiding y'all through this broadcast for the remainder of the afternoon.
After which we're going to move into 300 meters. 60 meters separation. Moving around on the center. We have arrived, ladies and gentlemen, at stop number 2. Stop number 2. Schools up. Following the 150 meters of schools are Honolulu International, 1 point. Home School, 74 points. Vivian Vanderpool, 113, 113. Morris Vanderpool, 150. Albert Allison and Agency Hazel, 298, 298. Valley Primary, 301, 301. Holding on to their lead, in fact, stretching their lead by 53 points with 354. It's Aurelia Kelly from this school. I'll take them again. I'll take them again. Honolulu, 1. Home School, 74. Vivian Vanderpool, 113. Morris Vanderpool, 150. Howard Harrison and Agency Times, 298. Valley, 301. And Aurelia Kelly, 354. We're going to take you to the 60-meter shuttle.
We are back with you and we have some scores for you. We have the official scores here before the 60-meter shuttle.
Yes, so Bringing up the rear so far, home schools with 74 points. Vivian Vanterpool Primary, they have 113 points. Morris Vanterpool Primary, they have 150 points. Alwyn Allison Richardson and Adrian T. Hazel are tied with 298 points. Valley Primary is in second, just ahead of them with 301 points. And the Aurelia Kelly Primary School has extended their lead. They are leading by 53 points. They have 354 points total. So again, currently leading by a margin of 53 points, it is the Panthers. The Golden Horses are in second with 301 points. We have a tie right now between the Wolves and the Rams at 298. They are followed by Morris Vanterpool with 150, Vivian Vanterpool with 113, and Home Schools with 74. So those were your points updates before the 60-meter shuttle relay. Those would have been the points after the 200 meters and 150-meter races. So we're gonna take 2 seconds again, catch ourselves, and then we'll be right back with you once they are ready to start the shuttle relays.
one to get there before the 6-minute shot, no? The 3 and 400 meter athletics make sure you're ready to go. Because we're not stopping again until the 54. Go, 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 go. That's all we're about.
Let us go to the main assignment for the girls on the 4x60 meter shuttle hurdle. Lane 1 is empty. Lane 2, Aurelia Kelly Primary School. Lane 3, Valley Primary School. Lane 4, Vivian School Primary School. Lane 5, Alvin Alson Richardson Primary School. Lane 6, Adrian T. Hazen Primary School. Lane 7 is empty. Lane 8, Morris School Primary School. Lane 1 and lane 7 are
We are back here. We are ready for action. It's shuttle time for the kiddies. 60-meter shuttle. We'll be starting down at the finish line. Then moving up to the 60-meter mark with the first changeover. The second changeover down at the finish line. The final changeover up at the 60-meter mark. And we finish down at the finish line. The only race you see that starts from the finish. In lane 1, it is the OKPS. Lane 2, lane 2 is the OKPS. Lane 1 is unoccupied. Lane 2 OKPS. Lane 3 Valley Primary School. Lane 4 Vivian Vanderpool. Lane 5, Alwyn A. Richardson. Lane 6, the Adrian T. Hazel. Lane 7 is unoccupied. And lane 8, it's the Morris Vanderpool Primary. All of these youngsters, the 60-meter mark, are waiting on it. Tell you, if you're trying to make your way down here to the JRWP to catch some action, if you want a seat, you have to bring your own chair, because we are out of seating room here. We're pretty much out of standing room as well, because the entire fence area from pretty much the gate down to that western pavilion, it is parked out with people. It is, we call it the biggest sporting event in Angola's calendar every year. I think it may be the biggest event in Angola's calendar every year, They're off. 60 meters both ways, and then do it again. The first change will be made by the Adrian T. Hazel Primary School. They are out early.
Very strong lead by the Rams.
Rams are away.
Followed by the Wolves.
With a good charge being made by OKPS on the outside. It
Okay.
is Adrian T. It is a Valley. It
Valley
is
trying.
Rams.
Valley trying to make a little ground here.
But this
Yeah,
final 60
Valley
is going to be good, you know.
Yeah.
This final 60, there's an
Oh
even
no, that's a drop baton.
baton.
Oh, that's
And it's so funny because Adrian T almost dropped theirs as well, but because her fingertips could hold onto it, she will hold on to first place.
No.
And the Valley, I think she eased up at the end, and did she give
I think she gave it up.
the Alwyn A. Richardson that second place? Now we need to watch the camera, you know, because she might have gone from second to fourth. Because if you look at the outside, OKPS was there as well.
Yeah, but I think she got lucky to place in the top 3, but she eased up a bit, and the Wolves took that second spot based on what I saw. Yeah.
She took her foot off the pedal. That's why you always thought you run through the line.
So that's a compounded problem because Valley would have attempted to pass off the baton in first place. They dropped it, and then they ease up at the line.
They were right there. It was written for them. They pretty much had the strategy down pat to go and win this race, because that third leg that they ran was absolutely brilliant to make up distance. But the changeover, and it's just so funny how fate works, you know, because Valley dropped their baton on the changeover. Adrian T almost dropped his as well, you know. Adrian T, the baton was almost on the ground. She held on to it with, I believe, her pinky and her ring finger of her left. Yes, right up against the body. She clutched onto that baton, and she was able to keep moving, keep going forward, and eventually get it under control. Of course, you know, that is the biggest disaster for relays. You drop the baton in trouble. I think at the professional level we saw that you drop it, you're out. You drop the baton, eliminated from the race. There are a lot of Adrian T bodies up there where there should be.
A lot of points will matter from here on out.
Every single race.
Because as we said right before the start of this shuttle relay, OKPS was ahead by 53. They have 354. Valley Primary has 301, and they are closely followed, or were closely followed, by the Wolves and the Rams with 298. So 3-point difference between the Wolves and the Rams before the start of these shuttle relays. Now you saw that the Wolves got a second place, and I believe Valley got third. You work out the math.
8 and 6. You work out the points.
You work out the
That's
math.
8 points and 6 points respectively. So you do it in your brain.
And then you work out the math after this shuttle relay, and
Yeah, but we remind you, it's 10 points for a win, 8 points for second, 6 for third, then it goes 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 from down there. If there are any records that are broken, we will tell you, but again, I will presume, I don't have the official readings, but I presume due to the wind readings that I'm seeing out there today, due to the strength of the wind, I doubt any records will be broken, at least officially. Because even if they do pass the time, the wind reading to their back will be too strong. Just to give you a bit of a idea as to how wind readings affect runners, I'll get back to it after this race actually.
yeah, the boys are already on the line.
They're ready to go. It's like a bunch of horses waiting for the barrier to drop so they can take off. Of the baton pass. I need to look. Are those rubber batons? They don't look metal to me. Or the plastic of it. I need to see them, you know. I'm gonna get a feel for those batons because they look to me they're not the regular metal or plastic batons. They're off. Slow start for the Morris, a brisk start for the Grey Wolves and the Adrian T-Rex.
Very strong start from the horses as well, I think.
It's all three that have changed over at the same time.
I think the horses got it first, yeah.
Now
They look like they're leading.
Lead. The horses have the advantage. With OKPS right behind them. A baton drop now for the Adrian T.
Oh, he's making up some ground,
going to be costly. Because I think that was a leg they wanted to make up a lot of ground on. You see he's gotten back to third place out of nowhere.
Alrighty.
But the Valley are going to walk this one home. He has a bit of competition on his left side, but he will outpace it all. It's Valley, OKPS, and then the Alwyn A. Richardson with the Adrian T bringing up fourth.
Strong response from Valley Primary.
Literally.
After unfortunate mishaps in the previous race. So they collect 10 points there. From here on out, every set of points will matter.
For those of you who are keeping a track at home, do not just count first, second, and third. Please remember, fourth place also gets 5 points, fifth place gets 4 points. Even if you finish 6, you still get 3 points. So there's always points available. You never know what will add up at the end. Shuttles have been dealt with. Well, looks like it's time for fours.
He's on the floor.
Long sprints, as I like to call them. Because they are sprints. You do have to go from the jump, because you can't afford to try and set a pace. Not with the way these athletes are going now. But you have to keep that pace all the way through. So you have to know if you want to go out at 100 and drop it down to 70, or you want to go out at 80 and keep it there the entire way, or do you want to start at 70 and accelerate your way through. There are different strategies you can employ when you take on these longer sprints. You just have to ensure in those final 50 you're hitting your peak acceleration, you're at your peak speed, and you're in cruise control going home. Again, it's a commanding lead for OKPS. But then positions 2, 3, and 4 are currently all holding hands. I think it's 2 points that separate second from fourth right now, and third and fourth are both tied. But once again, that was pre-shuttle races. You go and do the maths at home. I'm not doing them. I did maths in school and that's it.
They're getting prepped for the 300-meter race to be shortly followed by the 400-meter race.
There's so many fun memories you have from school sports, you know, but I think honestly my best memory of it may be this part, you know, not the actual running, the part in between, the camaraderie you build. I met a few of my best friends in life to this day standing up waiting to go and run the same race.
That's how it happens, yeah.
All of a sudden, when you all have the same objective in mind, and you're all like-minded, you start to find that you have a lot more in common than you initially realize. Nothing is more evident of that than if you look up on the old tennis court. You're seeing an OKPS shirt and two Grey Wolves shirts having the time of their lives up there together. That is the most important part of today, this sports day. Building lifelong bonds, lifelong commitment, lifelong friendships. From different backgrounds, different histories, and different futures, they can find something in common in a love of sport.
And for those of you who are joining us this afternoon, we are commentating today's proceedings for you. My name is K.S.M. Thompson, alongside Kide and Doc Bryan, and we are bringing you play-by-play reporting via AI Live. They are streaming through the Department of Education's platforms on Facebook and YouTube, as well as their own platform on YouTube. As you can see, you've been treated to different angles. You see you're getting a pan view of the crowd on the park.
That pan shot. And all that showed you, there is no space to do anything but walk. There's no standing room, there's no sitting room.
They have coverage underground, mobile devices. They have set cameras at the finishing line and other areas on the park. A very comprehensive presentation.
One at the 100-meter mark, there's one at about the 150-meter mark over on the southern pavilion. Tell you what, you're not gonna find many better setups than this one right here. As got a lovely shot of the vendors will help to make these proceedings possible, you know, because you see the little kids running around. But I don't know if those who have not been here, they always run around with either little streamers or bubbles or those little string guns. There's always something that they've bought at the vendors for a very cheap little $1 or $2 that their parents gave them this morning. And they have the time of their lives with it. It is medal ceremony time while we wait. First, the shuttle relay for the girls. That was won by the Adrian T. And as you did spot rightly, Valley just picked Morris for that third place medal. Even though she slowed down at the edge, she still held on to keep her 6 points. Remember what I was just talking about? That's a beautiful shot, you know. Well, that's just been cleared out, you know. Look, you're seeing the old valley bottom, as we dub it over here. They just cleared that out to allow for some planting to be done in the ground. That's been currently filled up with parking. I'm telling you, if you decide that you want to venture over here, there's no parking to the east and there's no parking to the west, because you saw the west was occupied with their cars. Over on the eastern side, all the way down to the annex turf field, there are cars parked up on the side. The cars go all the way up the hill. That being the hill up to the hospital. So that just tells you, even the southernmost grandstand, the one that is overlooked by the Campus B and also overlooks the REGTC, the Raymond Eagleshaw Football Stadium. You can see how well supported this event always is. I think it's between this and probably Jubilee Manor / Beach Party for the biggest events where you can find a bunch of Anguillians in one place. I think it's between those two, you know. An August Monday celebration on the beach as well as on the road, and this. Starting to have the medals ready for the boys side of things in the shuttle relays. The Valley Primary, they're dropping the baton the first time. They held on and comfortably were able to take home the gold medal in this race. The drop by the Adrian T has cost them a medal position. That's why the first thing that it starts in relays is baton passing. It's the single most critical element because it is technically the only element that you don't have full control over in racing. Usually, racing is your own event. But when you're relying on someone to hand a baton to you when you're not even looking at it.
One of those situations where, you know, the sports and arts teach you some of those transferable skills. Exactly. Teamwork, collaboration.
Exactly. Because it's often on the relay team you start to build a lot of camaraderie, you know, because that's when you rely on others, and when you win, it's not just you, it's a team that wins. That gives you the joy of celebrating with others as well. And we know that, talk about teamwork in sports, but teamwork is really important in literally every facet of life. Going to the workplace, you're not working alone unless you're self-employed or an entrepreneur. You are working with a team, and you have to know how to collaborate with your team to get the job done successfully. Even if you don't.
You're going to see some high schoolers here supporting their schools.
Oh, you bet. You bet. It is, no. Primary school football is the single, primary school in general is the single biggest event on the high school calendar. The biggest event in high school is primary school sports.
Some past athletes.
Of course.
Here supporting their alma maters.
A lot of them back helping out the younger ones as well.
I saw a few of them participating in the parade earlier. Yeah.
Yes. So I saw a couple. I'm not going to call them by name because I think they want to remain anonymous, but I saw a few of them helping out the younger ones, the ones that come after them. And all of that instills a sense of pride in these athletes, you know, to know that you can impact the lives of these younger generations positively.
Everyone's repping as best as they can. Their blues, their yellows and golds, their pinks, their grays, their reds.
seeing some whites as well, but they seem to be representing themselves. Unless
Unless
you have
they're paying homage to Central,
exactly.
you know.
That's what I'm going to say. A slight memorial for the Central Christian. One thing I liked about primary school sports was coming back as a high schooler. Coming back and getting to watch.
And let me say the greens too. You see your greens before.
Yep.
I have to get some stern calls and text messages.
Remember, I am just speaking.
And turquoise for the home schools. Yes, yes.
I have to mention the turquoise. You know, coming back as a former athlete, watching your youngsters go out there and tear up the track, it gives you that sense of pride, and it also gives you those bragging rights amongst your friends in high school. Because when you're down on the track, it's not much bragging and boasting. Everyone's focused on their own job. But when you're old now, you're looking back at the school that you support, the school that you went to, you start to appreciate really how much it really means to you and what it means for you when the school does well.
Alright, I think we're getting ready to start the 300-meter race. This looks like under 7. Under 7? Yeah, it looks so.
It's like as it is getting up about 2:30 in the afternoon. Tell you what, to be still dealing with kiddies races, getting close to 3. Usually by 3, we're settling down the hundreds and we're getting ready for the relays. We are well behind because the 300s are about to start. We still have the 400s to go. Then we have the 100s before we even get to the relays. We're ready for our first 300-meter race. Lane 1 is the Valley. Lane 2, Alwyn A. Richardson. Lane 3, Adrian T. Hazel. Lane 4 is Home Schools. Lane 5, MVPS. There's a gap, and so they have had to realign. So it was Lane 1, Valley. Lane 3, the Alwyn A. Richardson. Lane 4, Adrian T. Lane 5 was the Home School. Lane 6 was the Gators, and Lane 7 or 8. What was Lane 8?
No, there are no Gators.
Out on the outside, so Lane 8 is the Panthers.
So 6 is the Dragons.
6 is Dragons.
I don't think there are any Gators,
there are no Gators in this race. Yeah. I'm going to request this for next year, but I know we can't do it now. The Home Schools, I would like to know what all schools have combined to form this homeschool team.
Yeah, I think I could give a little insight. So there's Gospel Light Christian Academy. I believe there's Blake's Academy, Destiny Academy, Gishard's Academy. I think those 4, and I think there's one more that is based in Ray Hill as well. So about 5 homeschools coming in, chipping in to have some representation. You know, give the kids an opportunity to compete and perform.
And it's also difficult to see the lack of representation today in general for the Honolulu International. Now, there's one thing we knew for sure. Honolulu had an athlete, and they were going to put them in it. They always had someone in the race. Now we're having a lot of races with 6 people. You rarely ever found one sub 7. They are off. 300 meters, it's a long sprint. And immediately sprinting is the Valley Primary. Don't look at this yet. Don't look at it yet.
Strong start from the Panther,
Wait
though.
on the bin because it's always difficult.
But the Ram
she
is coming.
away on a good start. The
The horse
Ram is on
and the
the
Ram.
inside. The Golden Horse on the inside have been
She's
brilliant.
beginning to slow down.
Look at my MVPs as well. But it is
Oh,
the Adrian
no.
T. And oh dear, how did you end up there?
Oh, no, that's not good at all.
Oh dear, how did you end up there, honey?
In the same
They are
lane.
both running in the exact same lane. They are both occupying lane 4. Now, OKPS is going to lane 3, but it doesn't matter because the Adrian T. Hazel is going to cruise home. After that, it's going to get interesting because I think there may be a disqualification. Valley, of course, wrapped up 3rd place. And the homeschool is going to bring up the rear. Immediately the boys are ready, but the finish line isn't, as you have a red flag. Rosie wanting to get going as soon as possible. Unfortunately, I was looking at the women's football a bit earlier. I was hoping that the United women could get through against Bayern Munich, but Bayern have scored 2 goals in 10 minutes. And all of a sudden, the game that was even and going to extra time and then pens, the Bayern are now going to win it because they have a 5-3 lead on aggregate. United were up 1-0, which made it 3-3 on aggregate for about 80 minutes, and Bayern have scored 2 goals in the last 5 minutes. They're looking to get through to the Women's Champions League semi-finals, I believe. It's also going to be a difficult task, given the fact that they were going away from home after losing the first leg at home. PL much of a look, I haven't been giving it much of a look at all. I don't. It's bad thing to say, but I don't really care about it anymore. I don't care. It's all bat up and catch foolishness, but
starting
so,
a league in the US.
Yes, they're starting a new
franchise. Yeah.
Yes, we saw that our very own Jamal Hamilton. He's got himself a draft pick, I believe. Was it with Los Angeles? Oh yes, Los Angeles Knight Riders. Yeah, he was a draft pick by the Knight Riders. I believe that is the same franchise being coached by Dwayne Bravo.
Yeah. Trinbago Knight Riders.
Yep.
Calcutta Knight Riders.
Yep. The boys are just about getting ready. They're not quite there yet. Of course, when you hear us talking about these things, we're not distracted. We've not lost anything. But again, there's such a long delay between the races starting. We're kind of running out of, items to discuss about these races as they go on.
In lane 1, Gators, 2 Wolves, 3 Rams, 4 Homeschool, 5 Dragons. 6 is empty. 7 Panthers, 8 horses. I still think one of the funniest things I saw today was Valley Primary having an actual golden horse in their parade.
Actual horse. I could not believe it. Well, they had an actual horse, and they're thankful that the Alvin A. Richardson didn't have an actual wolf. They had a wolf mascot behind there, as they are up, out, and off. A clean start for the 300 meters, and it's a good start early by the OKPS. You also look
Very
at
strong
the
run from
inside, you're seeing the Alvin A. Richardson and the Vivian as well as Agent T doing battle, but Valley and OKPS are on the outside.
Valley coming back? It
These
looks like he's really
final
coming back.
100 meters, no, because OKPS is on the inside of Valley, so he's way ahead of the VPS. Yeah. I'm looking at the inside of the OKPS, but Vivian can't catch him either. OKPS can cruise to victory. We saw that there was a bit of a slippage in a previous race, but this young man is composed. Valley second, Vivian third, Alwyn then Adrian T. Morris bring up 6, and the homeschool church home to bring up the rear. Easy win for your leaders. OKPS keep adding to their lead. Another win. Which needs keeping tabs.
Valley is starting to also make more concerted efforts to try and widen their gap away from.
That's the pack. Literally a pack.
At least to keep the space between them and the Wolves and Rams. I've seen a lot of chatter and heard a lot of chatter throughout the day about what a conundrum it would be if Valley fell to 4th place at the end of Sports Day.
I'll tell you this, if Valley does not end up at the minimum second, I do believe we will have an issue getting out of the park. There may be a riot. I think thankfully for us, our positioning is such where we can quickly escape. But boy, I'll tell you what, there's gonna be a stampede. There's going to be almost an avalanche if the Valley don't take care of business. $300 meters for the first group to girls with. Now I'll wait the rest. It looks like we may have some medals in the meantime. Which, once again, I can only give my 2 cents. It's all I can give, but when you're this far behind, I don't think we have time for medal presentations.
It need to be a quick turnaround.
I keep looking at the sports day in Nevis, and one of the biggest takeaways for me from that is their turnaround time. There is literally no time being taken between one race finishing and the other getting ready to start.
I mean, it's primary here also has more athletes, but like the high school meet 2 weeks ago, they had a very good turnaround time as well.
They've been doing it well. It's just a
I think the last race was run before 5 p.m. We were
and I know in previous sports days we've been doing well on timing here. It's just today. That little break we had for the camera issue with the finish line camera, it's just pushed everything behind, and we keep getting those small interruptions in between that is pushing it further away. taken us 15 minutes to get those two races out of the way. Started about 2:30, it's 2:45 now. And we're now ready for some more 300-meter running. So it's going to be the Grey Wolves who are in lane 1. Lane 2 does seem to be unoccupied. Lane 2 is actually the Rams. So which one of these lanes is unoccupied? There's one of them. It's lane 3 that is not being occupied by anyone. So lane 1 the Rams. Sorry, lane 1 the Wolves. Lane 2 is the Rams. Lane 4 is the Dragons. Lane 5 the Pink Panthers. In lane 6 it's the Golden Horses. So, no representation for the Vivian Vanderpool. No representation. Oh, there's a Vivian Vanderpool all the way out in lane 8. She's on her own out there. She finally found her. She's all the way out in lane 8. So we've had to reassign the lanes. So we'll run back through them quickly. Lane 1, the Grey Wolves, that's Alwyn A. Richardson. Lane 2, Adrian T. Hazel. Lane 4 is Morris. Lane 6 is OKPS. Lane 7 is Valley. And lane 8, Vivian Vanderpool. Starters await the finish line.
An interesting thing to note with the changes in uniform is also the school spirits and the changes in the hair colors for the sports festivities. Green here, pink here, gold here, blue here.
It's a streak in your hair. Some is not just a streak, it's the entire head. Because I know there's a young man out there walking around with a pink head right now. There's also one for the Rams whose head is very blue, so full effort being put in to represent school pride. Of course, we know that these schools all had a spirit day just before the proceedings took place here the previous week. So we suspect that they all got themselves prepped up and ready for that spirit day, and they've just kept it up for the proceedings here on this afternoon. Starters ready, athletes are ready.
And
They're away.
Strong start from Aurelia Kelly.
It's a great start. Road striding. OKPS already on the inside,
Valiant,
making up ground.
Valiant Vivian.
Adrian T is going to come around this bend strongly as well. Adrian T and OKPS are going to do battle, but OKPS is looking strong. She's looking steady, and she is cruising. Adrian T will come up in lane 2 and try to provide a challenge, but right now the gap is opening. OKPS, Adrian T, with Valley in third. OKPS is going to cruise to victory. As simple as you like. She took the lead in the start and she never let it go. 54 second 300. Tell you what, she was fine. So it was Adrian T. Valley, looked like Vivian Morris and Alwyn A. Richardson. What a run for the OKPS. Another victory, and yet again they continue to add to what is really amounting to be quite large lead as they only continue to grow it. That's now a couple races back to back that Coach Neil can put down the book. Now they've come out of the de facto lunch period, because technically these are supposed to be the races that start off the second half. And they have come out in these races and have laid down the gauntlet. Catch us if you can. Time for the boys. Can OKPS make its 3 wins in a row? Where's the blue here? Adrian T. Ran. Assignments is Rams lane 1, Dolphins lane 2, Dragons are in lane 3. The 4th lane, I believe, is not occupied. Then into lane 5, it's the Aurelia Catholic Primary School. Lane 6 is the Golden Horses of the Valley. And in lane 7, the Gators. With lane 8 being occupied by the Wolves. A test of speed and endurance. And as the great Marshall Montano has said, you're only as good as your last.
To start now.
Different techniques being employed. Some standing, some to a knee.
So it's mandatory for everyone. And they're off.
Early. And early, the Allen is in case.
Shot.
The Valley is right behind it. And the Adrian T is on the inside. Adrian T on the inside. With the Alwyn on the outside. That is young Gums, you know. He's gonna need to keep this up. Young boy Gums has pressure on the inside, and the Adrian T Hazel are gonna take it from him. He has run a magnificent race. The Adrian T Hazel is gonna take the victory from the Alwyn A. Richardson, and he is clearing the gap. He has won this race by about 40 meters. In comes Gums. That is OKPS.
Followed by Morris. Valley, Homestay. I think the Gators are bringing up the rear.
I think Vivian is still out there.
Yeah. I think they are.
No,
Yep, there it is.
Now he's gonna get home. And it's a test for speed and endurance. Difficult race. But what a run it was for the Adrian T. Hazel. Because the pressure was applied early by Gums in the outermost lane, you know. Yeah, man, he got off to a good start. But around that long bend, that's what you talk about good bend runners versus the good straight runners. We saw once the bend for the Adrian T opened up into a straight, he started to extend the gap.
Very, very good.
Was young Cornelius for the Adrian T. Hazel getting the victory. He ran a sub 50 time as well, you know. I think he came in sub 50 because Gums in second place got exactly 50 seconds.
Yeah, he would be underneath that.
He came in sub 50. That's excellent, you know. Of course, we talk about the winner and the second place.
50 flat.
50 flat. Yeah. Third place. In third place came the Panthers. And once again, it doesn't matter the time, it doesn't matter the distance. You finish and you place. And that third place, even on a bad race for them, still gets them 6 points. So after 2 wins, they won't mind at all not winning this one because they've still added 6 more points to their tally.
I think that should be it for the 300 meters, yeah. So coming down to the 400 meters now. Then after that we get involved with the sprint, the 100 meter race.
Because guarantee, once you're down at the JRWP and you're in for this final hour and a half to watch these races, you better not blink. You either don't blink or you have your phone handy to take back the live broadcast so you can see it again. Because if you blink, you will miss it.
Let us go to the lane assignments, girls, under 11 400 meter dash. Lane 1, Caleb Blanchard Home School. Lane 2, Deshanel Liddy, Morris Vanderpool.
$400 meters, the next race. That's 1 lap around the track. It's a difficult race, you know. You have to time it. You have to time your moves because you can't afford to go too early and to lose your endurance.
Let us go to the lane assignments. Lane 1, Caleb Blanchard Home School. Lane 2, Deshanel Liddy, Morris Vanderpool. Lane 3 is vacant. Lane 4, Imar Joseph, Aurelia Kelly. Lane 5, Dorian James, Valley Primary. Lane 6, Navia Vanderpool. Vivian Vanderpool Primary. Lane 7, Soraya Bassett, Alvin Anderson. Lane 8, Hazel Hughes, Adrian Diaz. Lane 1, Caleb Blanchard. Lane 2, Deshanel Liddy. Lane 3 is vacant. Lane 4, Imar Joseph. Lane 5, Dorian James. Lane 6, Navia Vanderpool. Lane 7, Soraya Bassett. Lane 8, Hazel Hughes.
$400 meters, they're getting ready to start. Lane 1, the home school. Lane 2, Morris Vanderpool. And lane 3, the looks like the OKPS. Lane 4, sorry, looks like lane 3 is unoccupied. Lane 4 is OKPS. Lane 5 is the Valley. In lane 6, the Vivian. In lane 7, Alwyn. And lane 8, well, the young starlet, young Hughes, for the Adrian T. Hazel. Again, final instructions being given by Coach Martin down at trackside. This time we don't have too far to go for the starting line and the finish line to be ready. Again, based on the fact that they're starting at the finish line and finishing at the start line.
Wondering if Miss Hughes will give us another commanding, dominating performance here.
The track star is already shown out and showed off. And she'll be looking to do it yet again, Miss Hughes. Last time was the 200. That was easy for her. The 400, it's a bit more of a test of your endurance. Let's see if she can keep it up the entire way. Starters ready. And they're out. And immediately she's off to a flying start. Hughes on the outermost lane.
Very commanding start over the first
100 meters.
150 meters there. Valley's making a push.
This could only get bigger, you know. But you
Valley is
see, the
making a
Valley
push.
is pushing hard. You just have to wonder if she's pushing too hard, too fast.
She looks comfortable.
Valley is cruising, but now the steps are starting to get a bit staggered. And that's what I was worried about, because I saw you take it down a gear just to take it back up a gear around this bend, because she knows those final 100 she is going to cruise home. The pre-race favorite has come out and has dominated as expected. Young Hughes is going to take another victory. 2 races, 2 wins for the young Hughes today.
And the Panther look like she's making a push against the horse.
That's exactly what I was telling you about. Did the horse try to go too early, because the Panther is going to take 2 and the Wolf is going to take 3. Well. That's what we refer to when you say you make your move too early. As it's home school, and then the Vivian, and eventually the Morris Vanderpool.
Remember I said earlier, every point will count.
They will count. They will count.
Someone could say that is a lapse from second place down to fourth.
It's not the first time we've seen that for the Valley Primary School today.
So that is Valley giving up around 8 to drop down to 4 points.
Yep, that's now 8 points at the very least that they've given up right at the line.
And just for context, the points before the 300s and 400 started, and at least it was before the shuttle as well. Right. So the point differential between VPS, Alvin Allison Richardson, and Adrian T. Hazel was a mere 3 points. 301 for Valley Primary, And 298 for Adrian T. Hazel and Alvin Allison Richardson Primary. So, again, every point moving forward will count.
The finish is so important because that's 4 points that's separated finishing second from finishing fourth, and those 4 points is enough to take a team from fourth to second. And the reason I say it like that is because in that race, the team that was in the third and fourth place, Adrian T, won it comfortably, while the Valley, who had the lead and who are currently in second, they dropped down to fourth. So those 4 points that swung the other way, well, actually, it is a 6-point swing.
Yeah,
because Adrian T won that race.
The Wolves got
and
third
the
in that
Wolves took
race.
third, yeah. So it's a big swing, though that swing could prove to be vital. If the VPS are in a close race at the end and they end up coming just short, you look back at those 2 moments and the drop baton as potentially where they would have left points in the table. Lane assignments for this one, it is Morris Vanterpool lane 1, Honolulu International in lane 2, the OKPS are in lane 3, Valley Primary lane 4, the Alvin A. Richardson are in lane 6, and the Adrian T. Hazel in lane 7. There is no representation for the home school or the Vivian Vanterpool.
So lane 1, I think those are the Dragons. That's a Dragon. 2, Honolulu International School Orcas. They have 1 athlete competing.
Orca. You're traveling pods, you know. Orca's traveling pods. This one's alone.
Yeah, he's done the 1200, the 800, now the 400.
Yep, he's probably going to do the other races as well.
I didn't see him for the 200. I don't know if he'll do the sprints.
Then again, I was going to say give your school a point, but there's only so much one man can do.
Lane 3, we have the Panther. I think that's Nash.
That's Nash, yes.
Yeah. We have lane 4, the Golden Horse. 5 is empty. 6, the Wolf. 7, the Ram.
Yeah, I remember that back like Nash and Hughes had on the 200 meter.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this should be a good one again.
Indeed.
And they're off.
Out and on.
Nash is out strong, and Hughes eating up the curve.
Well.
The Ram is also holding his own, going up on the curve. First 100 meters down.
This looks like a 400. Wow. That first bend from the OKPS was excellent.
Yeah, you know the method of many 400-meter athletes. You know, you attack that first 100 meter, you ease into a stride on the second 100, and then in the final 200 meters, you start to get back into your strike, your sprint,
trouble,
and allow that to carry you on the final 100. So you're coming out on the final 100 now.
It's Adrian T and it's Alvin, but the Alvin Richardson is tiring. Looks like Hughes is tiring, and the Adrian T is going to pit both pre-race favorites and absolutely cruise home.
Oh, and don't mind the young Orca.
Orca is coming in third, and it looks like the young man.
He's looking to try and get that second. He won't get it, but
take it from Nash.
But a very good run from the rep from Honolulu International School.
Valley take 4th, the Grey Wolves 5th.
Very solid race from the Ram. Strong 100 meter to start. Comfortable pace on the second 100. And a very mature run for the last 200 meters.
This is one that having Hughes next to him to set that pace and help him to realize, wait, they're starting off so hot, I have to get going early because he made his initial move on the first 100 meters, to get his positioning. And he allowed Lakai Hughes to lead those next 100 meters. And then on the bend. On the bend is where you make your aggressive move. He made his move down the outside and he never let up.
That one was the run. Second place.
OKPS.
OKPS and third, Honolulu International School.
Well, the lone representative making his school proud.
Giving his school points every time
Every
he's
time he
run.
runs, giving school points. And now he has a medal to take home for his friends. For his friends, because he's the only that he's taking home a medal for the school. How good is that? The lone soldier in the Honolulu Institute fighting for his school, and he's doing well. Still we await the other 400-meter runners. I'm not sure why the lining up to get them up there is taking this so long. I'm speaking from a place of ignorance, so I'm not criticizing anybody. I'm just curious as to why is it taking this long to get the cage jump under the tent over to the trackside area, especially because we know that the calls go out very early for the athletes to make their way over for the next event. So I'm wondering, is it an officiating issue? Is it a teacher's issue? The teachers down under the school tents getting their children out there. Is it a children's issue? I don't know. But it's taking a very long time between races. All like this. While these are lining up, the other set, the boys, for them should be already in a line and waiting.
It's similar to what they did for the high school.
Yes, and that's what they've usually done. But I'm not even seeing any of the boys yet. Viviana and this race. It's a young Hodge. Young lady. Very good at those distance runs.
I think I'm putting in my bid again for homeschool in the top three.
Now that I know who she is, you don't have to tell me twice. That family is fast. You know, now that you say it, you can look at her and see her big sister. Interesting.
No one in lane one, I think. Yeah. Lane two, the Panthers. 3, the Golden Horses. 4, Gators. 5, Wolves.
Issue because we don't know.
6, Rams. 7, Homeschool.
We're not sure where the Dragon is supposed to line up. We're trying to get the order because the Dragon is there to run, but they don't have a lane for her just yet. Can we not plug the Dragon into lane 1? Because Oh, no, she's in at 8. So lane 1 vacant, lane 2 OKPS, lane 3 Valley, lane 4 Vivian, lane 5 Alwyn, lane 6 Adrian T, lane 7 Homeschool, and lane 8 is Morris.
Lane 7, Liquidate Banks, Homeschool. Lane 8, Destiny Hills, Morris Bank School.
I was about to ask, why do I recognize the youngster's name? She was their captain, the Morris Vanderpool youngster. That's Destiny Hills. She was their captain for football. And she was absolutely brilliant, you know. I remember her very well. I don't remember the award winners, but she was right up there in the award running for best defender. Because at this age, you have to be a multi-sport athlete. It's the best way to develop your muscles. Trying to specialize on one too early hyper-focuses some, and it weakens others that are not really getting used as much.
Horse seems to be ready for this.
Oh, you bet she is. That little sway. That's an athlete sway, you know. Keeping the blood going, keeping the legs ready to pump. They're down on their marks. Hales in lane 8. Hodge is in lane 4. Valley Primary is in lane 3. Gums is in lane 7. They're out and they're away.
Oh, very strong.
A great
run.
start by the OKPS on the inside. She wants to make up distance early. OKPS. Down
It's very
the back
close on the
straight.
back straight.
Yes.
Well, OKPS is pulling away.
She's
Valley is staying
away.
close.
I never like to judge any races here.
Right.
You get to start to see a better view down this angle, but she
is running
looks
strong, yeah.
comfortable. She is cozy.
Hodge is coming around now.
Indeed, Hodge coming around. Seeing Gums as well. OKPS tiring, checking her shoulders, pushing with every fiber of her being to ensure that her team will take the 10 points. She's cruising, checking the shoulders, ensuring that she won't be passed. OKPS, the initial strategy has paid off.
Oh, and Homeschool makes a last minute bid
Did she
to
get
pressure for second. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I saw both the Valley, I saw Homeschool, I saw Vivian all coming through here. I need to get the official order for. It's going to be very, very close for second, third, and fourth.
I know coming around the bend, people might have counted out Homeschool, but she dug deep, got in the top 3 spot again.
Once again, just to remind you, if you don't know who the young lady is, that's the baby sister of young Moni Gums. And if you know the name Moni Gums, you know what speed is.
So commanding run from the OKPS Panther from start to finish.
Her strategy was bold, you know, because she went out those first 100 meters and absolutely gave it everything to get to the front. And by the time she got there, she just had to ensure that no one else had enough gas in the tank to catch her.
And Valley ran a decent race as well. with some pressure there from home school. We're still waiting to see if home school eclipsed on the line or if Valley had enough in the tank to get the second place. Strong run as well from Hodge, bringing up fourth place for Vivian Vanterpool. A good race for the first 250 meters as well.
Like all the way until you
That
saw the
curve, yeah.
stretch. Yep, that last curve. He just started. She realized that after her initial burst, she still had something to give while everyone else was running on fumes. A doozy of a race coming up.
But even with Gums, although Monet is her older sister, they do have an older sister who used to run.
Yes, another older one.
Shawnee.
Shawnee, yes. Shawnee, yes, another runner.
And just for the record, all of that, Central Christian School.
That's Central Productions.
Just putting that out there.
That is Central Productions. This is a good race, Looking at the OKPS, I'm looking at the Valley. I'm looking at, actually, you know what? I'm looking at everybody in this race, So even for the Aone Richardson, I think that's young Theon Harrigan, another footballer he is. Another footballer Harrigan, another speedster. And that's often a trend you see with these smaller schools, They only have a limited pool of athletes, so they all have to do everything. So the same footballs, the same basketballs, the same cricketers, all the same runners. And they're good at it all. That's how you get all-rounders. That's how you end up with a potential Jazara Claxton, who can play football for St. Kitts women and also play cricket for the West Indies women's team.
Okay, so we have OKPS in 1, VPS in 2. I believe that's Vivian Vanterpool in 3, the Wolves in 4, Rams in 5, 6 is clear, 7 the Dragons, Morris Vanterpool Dragons.
For the Morris, he keeps losing and regaining the headband, I'm not sure whether he wants to be aerodynamic or stylish. This time he's wearing it. The last time he took it off and didn't have his best run. Let's see, the headband has superpowers in it. The other headband on the other end for the OKPS. I suspect he will be looking for the same thing.
The same youngster from Valley who won the 200.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I said there's 6 people in this race that all have the capability to go in with it.
And they're off. Strong start from the OKPS and Dragon.
Theo also starting very well on the outside. He has some company.
Very, very strong starts from Morris Vanterpool, Valley Primary, Aurelia Kelly,
Looks like the entire field,
and Adrian T. Well, everyone's coming back now. Yeah.
The entire field is like the same way we anticipated. We can't quite pick between any of them just yet. It has been a brilliant first 300 meters. Theo is just in front. Valley and OKPS. OKPS has taken down Valley. OKPS wants the Morris. Theo is checking his sides. OKPS has a step. It is OKPS and the Morris. The Morris has fallen, but he's regained his step. Now Valley has taken a tumble, and he's on the inside. The Valley. The Morris is even inside of him. The Valley, the Morris, and Theo has he taken it at the end. I think the Valley has just held on.
I think Valley's got it there. Valley, Morris, OKPS.
Then the OKPS, yeah. Just held on. That was a powerful run by the man Theo, you know, on the outside. Because he had the longest bend all the way through. He tried to get up to the early lead. But unlike we saw in the previous race, he got caught. That VPS runner, it was just too much in the tank.
And on the curve, you could see OKPS trying to pull away, but
He made his inside move within the OKPS runner, but it literally got countered from the exact moment he made it. Because he went up the gears and Valley went right up with him. And unfortunately for the man Theo, you saw a little stumble for him. A little stumble. And in the end, he went down by centimeters.
The 400 meters, the toughest girls, the toughest boys.
What a run that was. We said before the race, we really can't pick between any of these runners here. They all have the ability to go and win it. The VPS just in the end pulling it out. Just coming up on 3:30 in the afternoon. Still have, because we've only had the 400 meter races, correct? It's only been the 4. I think we still have 2 more.
I think we have to. And then we still have the
Still have
100
the
meter
hundreds, and then it's the
dash.
4x1s, and then it's the 4x4s.
And we have about 2.5 to 3 hours of sunlight left.
Well, let's just hope, against all hope, that we get a long day today.
Lane assignments. Lane 1, Kitara Keynes, Valley Primary. Lane 2, Kanaya M. Burke, Vivian Vanderpool, Primary. Lane 3, Javelin Collier, Alvin Allison.
So lane 1, Valley Primary.
Lane 5, Janice Silva.
Lane 2, Vivian Vanderpool Primary.
Morris Vanderpool. Lane 7,
Lane 3, Alvin Allison Richardson Primary. Lane 4, Adrian T. Hazel Primary. Lane 5, Home Schools. Lane 6, I believe it's Morris Vanderpool. And lane 7, Aurelia Kelly Primary School. So lane 7 is open. Lane 8, Aurelia Kelly Primary School.
Valley. That's my first thought.
And in my mind, I think this is usually the time that Valley usually starts to turn the tide. You know, come out strong in the 400s.
Take the
push strong in
100s,
the
you kill the
100s.
sprints, and then you destroy the relays.
We'll see if that's the case
We will
this
see.
year.
It's a formula, but the formulas are not always the case.
Yeah, so because earlier on we recall that OKPS had about a 53-point lead,
Indeed.
and they have won some races since then.
Here's what I will say. I've been conversing deeply with a couple Valley Primary School people. I've been conversing with a couple of them. I have gotten one to concede so far. I've had one tell me, I think this may be OKPS's year. Tell you what, if I tell anyone who she is, she's gonna get blackballed from the Valley school community. So I'm gonna keep it very anonymous.
So they're getting ready to start on your mark.
Vienna Valley 1, Vivian 2, Alvin 3, Adrian 4, Homeschool 5, Morris 6, OKPS 8. They're away. Great start for the Adrian T and for the OKPS on the outside. Alwyn making up some distance as well. It's OKPS, it's Adrian T, it's Valley and Alwyn, the first 4 around the bend. Valley making up some good ground on the innermost lane. And that final bend is going to be interesting, you know, because Valley have the angle. But there are 3 other people right there with her, but it does not really matter, you know. VPS have taken this and are coasting home.
Adrian T coming up.
Right on her tail. The Alwyn in 3rd.
You see what Adrian T do, because she won the 800
That's a good
meter.
move that's being made. You can see VPS is starting to tire, but she doesn't have enough in the tank. It was a great move, you know.
Yeah, she won the 800 meters on the Ram. She won it after running a commanding first lap. But in this race, Valley Primary takes the gold. She captures the silver. And the Wolves take bronze.
And if you remember, I just had a look at her and I saw it, you know. You could just see from the look on her face and say it's still worn out on the track. And so we talk about the 400 being a sprint and a test of endurance. Nothing more could be shown than in that race, because even though the previous winner of the longer distance, the Ram from the Agency Hazel, she had more in the tank. But the acceleration from the Valley Primary School early, which took her away from the pack, was enough to keep her away from the pack.
So again, winning that race was Valley Primary. Silver going to Adrian T. Hazel. 3rd place going to the Wolves. Yeah, the Wolves.
Going to be return of the boys.
I can imagine the banter going on between Valley Primary.
I'm seeing Simba is right there, and Simba is next to and I can guarantee you, because his daughter is out there.
Seeing the Valley close by
that are being made.
The Rams. Could just imagine the banter that's taking place.
None of it is serious, but all of it is fully serious.
Maybe serious for some.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Because it's all in jest until it's serious. The boys have a full cohort.
So lane 1, the Gators 2, the Wolves, Rams in 3, Dolphins in 4, Golden Horses in 5, 6 is empty, 7 to the Panthers, and 8 to the Dragons.
I am.
Valley seems ready already, and he's not on the stagger yet.
I understand that these later assignments are probably predetermined, but coming in with the knowledge that the OIS would only have the one athlete on the pack, given that we saw him be the only man they had for all the other events, I think it may have been advisable to only accommodate the 8 lanes when they have that 8th runner, because you're seeing we've seen it happen a few times now. That open lane is starting to get occupied when certain runners are coming round the bend, because you're not looking down. You're looking straight ahead of you. So you're not quite seeing which line you're looking at, and when you look down and see a line, you don't know which line it is, whether it's your left side line or your right side line. So they're just shifting to whatever lane they think is appropriate.
So there's been a switch. Morris is now in lane 5, and the Golden Horse is in lane 8.
There's Mr. Blue here. I was speaking about him earlier for the Argentinians. So
I think that's a young Isles Carter.
yes, yep. He's been very, very good today as well as a young man. Let's see Mr. Pink here for.
He's a footballer as well.
Yes, he is a footballer. Trying to remember his name because I can't remember it, and it's annoying. Because I know he played on top. He played up. I can't remember his name. That's the problem with doing so many sports. You don't remember everything. See, Gators 1, Wolves 2, Rams 3, Dolphins 4, Dragons in 5, the Panthers are in 7, and the Horses in 8. They're set and they're off.
Very strong start from the Wolves.
Very good
Oh,
start.
very strong start from the Wolves. I think that's the guy who did the strong start in the 800 meters. A very, very strong start
He
from
has
the Wolves.
sprinted these first 150 meters, and he is not letting up.
Oh, he's eased a little bit, but
He's just starting to look over his shoulder now.
right.
And
But the sprint has given him a considerable amount of
when
space.
I'll tell you what it's done in a moment when this race is over, because that was a brilliant strategy by this young man. He is going to coast home. I can pretty much tell you what it's done, you know. He knew he was the only one that could run this lap at this pace. So he set the pace hot, and he has ensured to burn out his competition on the way to gold.
That was a very, very strong race. Aurelia Kelly Panther bringing up second place. The Golden Horse comes with third. Morris will take fourth. The Ram will take fifth. Homeschool is sixth. And I believe it's Vivian Vanderpool bringing up the rear. Very, very strong race from the Wolf. From start to finish.
He had one goal, you know, when he started this race, he wanted to get in the front. And when he got in the front, he realized, hey, I like it up here. I don't want to leave. And he stayed in the front. Strong runner. Winnie Richardson Primary School. So again, they're keeping count at home at 10 points for the victory. 10 points to the Irony Richardson. OKPS, of course, they add 8 more because they got second. So even when you think you're making up ground, the leaders keep adding to their tally.
I think the Wolf would have ran like a minute or just.
I think he ran a minute and 5 seconds. Yeah, I know it started live. That looked like young Lakai Hughes, I believe, who just won that race there. I think it was young Hughes.
Not a bad time.
Not bad
a
at
sixth
all.
grader, yeah.
A 1 minute 400. That's great. Middlestein.
I guess he's. So just a correction on that. Jaden Hughes was the winner. Jaden Hughes was the winner for that race just now. In the meantime, we'll go over to the middle stands podium where the children will be given their medals while we wait for the start of the 100-meter dash. Also, I'll listen out and see if we get a points update for y'all. So in the meantime, you could sit back and relax while you watch the children receive their medals at the podium.
100 meters on the 10, on the 11, on the 12 plus. 100 meters.
Byron.
Janet, you're scary. Ready?
Oh yeah.
9-year-old girls 300-meter dash. In the bronze medal position, Araya Woods, Valley Primary School.
Folks, put your hands together. 400-meter record has been broken by Jalen Hughes. Alwyn Allison Richardson. The Grey Wolves has taken a 10-year-old record. 12-year-old record. Put your hands together for them. He also broke the record for the 1200 meters on Friday as well. So put your hands together for him. Wonderful, wonderful. That's an athlete for the future. Just needs to be worked with.
In the silver medal position, Jameek Richardson, Adrian T. Hayes, Old Primary School. And in the gold medal position,
Alright, so an update. Just as I was suspecting, the 400-meter record in that last race has been broken by Jaden Hughes. So he is now the current record holder of that race. I believe it was 1 minute, 5 milliseconds.
5 milliseconds,
Yeah. It was a 12-year record that he has now taken and claimed for himself. I know that will bring up the discussion again about points coming from records being broken.
Bring up my discussion on the win reading, because we're gonna need to know official reading to know how that record will stand. Because usually we keep two separate records, one for the official with the times and one unofficially that is taking place in these circumstances.
But nonetheless, special
It
congratulations.
doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter because he went up there and put on his
Yes.
best effort.
So big congratulations to
Young
Jaden Hughes
yeah.
of the Alwyn Allison Richardson Primary School, the Grey Wolves.
Young man, comfortable.
girls 400-meter dash. In the bronze medal position, Soraya Basil, Alvin Allison Richardson Primary School. In the silver medal position, Amara Joseph Aurelia Kelly Primary School. And in the gold medal position, Hazel Hughes, Adrian T. Hazel Primary School.
What's your name?
10-year-old boys 400-meter dash. In the bronze medal position, Ethan Jeremiah Omalulu International. In the silver medal position, Jerron Nash Aurelia Kelly Primary School. In the gold medal position, Jalen Hughes Adrian T. Hazel.
Yeah, Superman.
Alright, that's it.
In the bronze medal position, Mikune Gums Homeschool. In the silver medal position, Michaela Brooks, Valley Primary.
Smile for a while.
And in the gold medal position, Devancia Lake, Aurelia Kelly.
I know you're tired. Just show your teeth. Just...
Year-old boys 400-meter dash. In the bronze medal position, Vincent Doa, Aurelia Kelly Primary School. In the silver medal position, Theodore Webster, Maris Vanterpool Primary School. And in the gold medal position, Kyron Bussington, Valley Primary School. Trust boys 400-meter dash. In the bronze medal position, Jesus Mora, Valley Primary School. In the silver medal position, Premier Gwent, Aurelia Kelly, Primary School. And in the gold medal position, Jaden Hughes, Allen Addison Primary School.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 stops to make. We have taken 2 so far.
That's
We
that?
have no third
I think
stop.
so, yeah.
Updated scores. Updated scores. Updated scores. 7. Home school. 99.
Come girls, let's go, let's go, let's go.
12 plus girls 400-meter dash. In the bronze medal position, Jebony
Vivian
Coulomb,
Van der Poel,
Primary
150.
School.
Alright, and take it
In the
pause
silver
for
medal
pause.
position, Kajua Isaacs, Adrian T. Hazel, Primary School. And in the gold medal position, Kitara Keynes, Valley Primary School.
Meters coming up, please make sure you have the updates and take them down accordingly. The updated scores now we can finally give you my seat. My seat. Honolulu Institute 7. Let's hear your voices for them. And there's only one athlete. Home school 99. Here for home school. Vivian Van der Poel, 150. Let's hear it for Vivian Van der Poel, Gators. Maurice Van der Poel, Red Dragons, 195. Alvin Allison Richardson, 370. Let's hear it for Alvin Allison Richardson. Adrian T. Hazel, 383. Valley Primary, 385. And Aurelia Kelly Primary has sounded the bell at the beginning and continues to do well, 446.
Athletes down to the start line. Girls, 100-meter dash.
All right, good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. I have the updated scores. Starting from the bottom of the table, they have announced Omalulu International School with 7 points. They have 1 athlete. Next, Home School with 99. Vivian Vanterpool Primary with 150. Morris Vanterpool Primary with 195. In 4th place, based on what I heard, in 4th place is the Alwyn Allison Richardson Primary School with 370. 3rd place, Adrian T. Hazel Primary with 383. Valley Primary School with 385. And Aurelia Kelly Primary School extending their lead with 446. So again, the point standings, starting from the top down this time, Aurelia Kelly leads with 446. Valley Primary is in second with 385. They are followed closely by the Adrian T. Hazel Primary School with 383. Alwyn Allison Richardson Primary with 370. Morris Vanterpool Primary 195. Vivian Vanterpool Primary 150. Home School 99. Omalulu International School 7.
He just said 345 and then 456.
No, 385.
Okay, good.
I mean, it's like 61 points or so, but
That was 100. 'That's who it is. I knew him, the young man. I knew him very well. Hold on. "100-meter time. You blink, you miss it. It's time for the sprints. We have the Wolves in 1, Rams in 2, 3 vacant. The Dragons are in 4, 5 vacant. Panthers in 6, Horses 7, Gators 8. It's 100 meters and they are off. Look at the speed by Aurelia Kelly. What a start to the 100 meters for them. The OKPS add to a commanding total. Adrian T second, Valley third.
There's very strong race from Aurelia Kelly from start to finish. She's been dominating all her races all day.
At this category, it's been her. It's been her all day. Nothing different. Boys' turn.
So again, while they are getting lined up, the points before the start of the 100 meters. Aurelia Kelly, 446, Valley Primary, 385. So that's like a 61 point differential. Yeah, Adrian T. Hazel, 383. So they're before the 100 meters started, they were 2 points behind. You can work out the math of what happened after that first race. Yeah. Alison Richardson Primary, 370. Morris, 195. Vivian, 150. Homeschools, 99. Omolulu, 7. So, lane allocation, lane allotment. The Rams are in 1, Dolphins 2. I think that's Morris in 3.
Morris in 3.
4 is empty. 5 to the Panthers. 6 to the Golden Horses. 7 to the Gators. 8 to the Wolves. These races will be and should be quick, one after the other. As one goes, the next one should be lining up. Get us in and out quickly so we could get to these relays.
Well, I can tell you one thing for sure, is that I'll be off the park before these final scores are announced, because I do not, and I repeat, I do not want to get caught in this traffic. Boy, I tell you, I was just out there before these 100 meters started. It is electric in the JRWP right now. I don't think you can find much standing room. As I said earlier, if you want somewhere to sit, bring your own chair. If you want somewhere to stand, you have to go on the other side. Go to the southern side of the ground, on the Central Polyclinic side, and look through the fence. Because I guarantee you there is not much space on the park to come onto.
So again, for those who might be rejoining, who might have missed it, I'm just watching to see if the starter is gonna... Yeah, so the points quickly before the starter tells them to get ready. So OKPS now has 446, Valley's in second with 385. Adrian T, 383. Alison Richardson, 370. Morris Vanterpool, 195. Vivian Vanterpool, 150. Homeschools, 99. And Omolulu with 7.
We say Omolulu with 7. We define the young man's name. Is that young man?
His last name is Jeremiah.
It's young Jeremiah. He has 7.
Yes. Omolulu has 1 lone athlete competing in this year's sports.
I wonder how that feels, to be that one person from that one place in a sea of everybody else. Sometimes when you look at the Olympics and you look at all the march-ins and you see the massive countries with their huge delegations, then you see Mauritius coming in with one person or whatever the case may be. It's just Ethan, that's his name. Ethan Jeremiah is the young man for the OIS. He's got himself 7 points.
1200, 800, 400. He has, and he's got
a medal as well. He got third place.
He got third place.
He has a medal
in the 400s, if we're not mistaken. And the boys are ready.
They're ready. The starter is ready. They're set. And they're away. This is brisk. That driving phase by James, I believe, on the outside. Look at Adrian T go. They're gonna cruise to victory in this one. He went through that driving phase in no time. Got to his acceleration at almost top speed, and he coasted to victory. OKPS took second, Valley took third.
And again, before the 100 meters started, there was just a mere 2 points between Valley Primary and Adrian T. I know a lot of us are capable.
I'm going to look for the exact quote. I saw it somewhere, you know.
I may be capable of adding numbers. Let me say that, because that's different. Some people would argue that's different from math. So arithmetic.
Arithmetic, yes.
Numeracy, right? So again, you know, first place gets 10 points, second 8, maybe 6, and then it's 5, 4, 3 to 1. Is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
5 to 1.
So those of you who are watching, you could begin to do your math, arithmetic, work it out, count it out. And we are right away watching the girls line up. Home school in lane 1. I think that's the Dragons in 2. 3 is empty. 4 to the Panthers, 5 to the Horses, 6 to the Gators, 7 to the Wolves, 8 to the Rams.
Again, 100 meters. You blink, you miss it. You breathe, you miss it. You close your eyes, you miss it. You open your eyes too long, you miss it. Just make sure you're locked in to this race. Interesting. Strange. Just saw a piece of news. It's not my place to bring it across, but looks like Darren Sammy has just hired his former head coach as an assistant, because Otis Gibson has just joined the West Indies coaching staff. So his old head coach, Darren Sammy, is now his bowling assistant. You're waiting for the girls to get ready. We do know that usually there's supposed to be silence, dead silence, as we get into this ready and the set, and then you can explode on the go.
And we've got music and cheering and everything.
So they've had to move the speaker to directly behind these young athletes so they can hear actually when the sound goes off for them to go. We know it's usually to the side, but especially for the poor athlete on the far side in lane 8. It makes it easier for her to hear. They're away. Yeah. It's a good start for OKPS. Valley and Alwyn are right there. This is going to be good. It is Valley and OKPS. And Valley is going to pull away, and Alwyn Allison has pipped OKPS to second place. Valley first, Alwyn Allison second, OKPS third.
Very strong start from Valley and Aurelia Kelly, with Valley edging her and Alwyn Allison Richardson out in the last 10-15 meters.
And this is the kind of turnover that we are used to here at the JRWP. When one race is finished, the other one is ready to get going. Where's this been all day?
Yeah. Another closely contended race to be had here, especially with Hughes and Nash.
And they're right next to each other.
So again, in that previous race, it was Valley Primary taking first, second going to the Wolves, third going to Aurelia Kelly.
Morris, lane 1. OKPS in lane 2. The Pink Panther looks focused. Lane 3 belongs to the Grey Wolves. Instead, actually, lane 2 is vacant. We've left lane 2 vacant. So everyone else has shifted down one lane. So lane 3 is occupied by the OKPS Panthers. Lane 4 is occupied by the Valley Primary School. Lane 5 is also vacant. Lane 6 is the Wolves of the Allen A. Richardson. Lane 7, the Rams, the Blue Rams from the Adrian T. And lane 8, Homeschool.
I know in that previous race, a certain school would have been happy that another certain school didn't get in the top 3 for that race, yeah. Every point matters.
Every single point counts. Every single positioning counts. It's not just about the top 3, because 4th gets points, 5th gets points, finishing 8th gets you a point. And with there not being 8 people in all but 3 races so far, everyone has gotten at minimum 2 points.
Yeah, Anya. All right. This should be a nice one.
Looks ready.
Should be a nice one.
Adrian T looks alert. But that battle there. OKPS Valley.
They're
off. OKPS Valley, Adrian T, Alwyn. Nash is away early. He's being chased by Hughes. This battle is gone all day, and Hughes will pip him to the line.
Thought is close between Valley and Adrian T.
It's gonna be close.
But Hughes has got it.
Hughes again, able to get the better of Nash. What a run by the young man. Once again, because he didn't have the time to start to extend the stride. So very simply, he put it into cruise control, and he made sure he got to his top speed, and he stayed there. Now, you know, you often say one of these things is not like the others. One of these things in this race is certainly not like the others. Young Hughes of the Adrian T. Hazel has been in control of every race she has run so far. She is in contention for the Victress Ladorum. And this young lady is going to try to make it a three-peat of golds. She won gold in the 4. She won gold in the 2. She wants gold in the 1.
So very able athletes as well on the line. We have Kedra Nikolak. We have Mikwane Gums. So yeah, this should be a good one.
Of course it will be football.
Yes.
Yeah, of course it will.
I think Valley should make some noise in this race as well.
It's never a race Valley goes without making noise. This one is going to be good.
This one should be good, yeah?
This is going to be good. The favorite has lived up to expectations so far. Can she do it once more? It's this, then it's the relays. But it's a final chance to make an individual mark and to really cement her claim as the best female athlete on the show today.
So that's Panthers in 2, Horses 3, 4 empty, 5 Wolves, 6 Rams, 7 Dolphins, 8 Dragons. Starter has it now.
It's a good start. Oh no, I'm not sure where the Valley athlete was going to because she's currently in the wrong lane. But it has forced the Alvin into another lane. In the meantime, OKPS almost, almost.
Oh, no, that was even closer.
Hughes may have taken it at the end. I think Hughes got it, but that is close. We're gonna have to see that camera angle.
That looks like Lake. I don't know.
We'll have to see it was Kedrick Lake and Hughes who are doing battle there. We will have to see the finish.
That was very close.
Are you?
Right, so in that one, we saw a very, very close contest between Aurelia Kelly and Adrian T. Hazel. I think we will wait for the officials to call that one, but very, very close on the line between the Panther and the Ram. So while we wait for that one, we could say that the Dolphins definitely came third in that one. So I know people on the live might be playing it back and saying this person and that person won. I will leave that to the officials.
Exactly.
They have the equipment to call it.
We just call what we see. We can't make any official proclamations. That's what we always say. Anything we say is unofficial time, unofficial result.
Yeah. But I will say, while Hughes for the Rams had more distance to cover in the 200 meters, so she had time to expand a lead and set herself up in the 100-meter. Lake was very impactful from the start.
The fast start. It was the end stretch by Hughes where she may have made up the distance. We don't know for sure yet.
Yeah, you said that you think Hughes had it. I think
Lake had it. I thought Hughes had
it.
it, so we don't know yet. Because I saw a lean from one end while I wasn't quite checking how the other end finished, so I don't know for sure. Not certain. Again, we have a great angle of it. We have a great angle, but with both of us looking at the exact same angle, we saw two different things. I don't envy the job of the officials.
In that race, though, Valley Primary kind of got, I guess, confused with the curve
because of how the lanes curve. She went across into the other lane. That was the Alwyn A. Richardson Primary School's lane and forced the Grey Wolf over into her lane, because you saw the Grey Wolf end that race in, I believe, lane 3.
So I just pulled back the replay, and even on the replay, it's still too close.
It's indecisive.
Still too close to call for comfort.
I don't know.
I will leave that to
let them judge
the technology.
I don't know.
Yeah, Mr. Richardson will let us know what's going on.
They have each frame. They have each image for each frame, so they'll be able to tell us.
Yeah. In the meantime, the boys are on the line. That's Aurelia Kelly, lane 1, Valley 2, Vivian Vanderpool 3. The Wolves are in 4, Rams 5, 6 is empty, and 7 to the Dragons.
A good lineup. You just wonder just start to wonder how big keep stopping because we keep getting a little replay of that last race. Still don't know who won it, you know. I've seen about 3 different angles. I don't know who crossed that line first. The only thing that can help us is that still image taken by the Finnish camera.
Yeah, in my guesstimation, I think Lake took it.
You think Lake had it?
I think Lake. So that's Aurelia Kelly, I think.
I'm gonna swell. I have to wait and see. Possibly, you know. Possibly. We're getting all sorts of replays on it. We're getting a slow motion replay of it now. It looks like Lake has Hughes, and it looks like Hughes has Lake, and then it looks like Lake in the end may have had Hughes, but Hughes stuck her head out while Lake was standing up straight.
Hey man, that's out of my jurisdiction. Maybe that's why we held up here so long. Maybe that's why this race can't start.
They're still trying to figure out who won that last race.
Yeah.
That's close. That is close. It looked like Lake may have been to the line first, but Hughes leaned with her head while Lake was upright. So again, we don't know. And remember, it is that part of the body, the head, chest there. Once it's not the hand, what crosses first is the most important. What we don't have is that crossing point. The only person that has a view of it right now is Mr. Perry Richardson. Still a wait, you know, the starters aren't even ready. It's a finish line. They're still checking. Well, in the meantime, this is not sponsored at all, in the slightest. But when we had a little break in between the races, I went for some refreshments. And I got myself a lemonade from Sweet TK's Lemonade. I'll tell you what, you know, this may be the best lemonade I've ever drank in my life. If you're on the park and you need a refreshment, go down to the, is it the yellow tent down there? Get yourself what's a container you have to call it. It's not a cup, it's a container. You get yourself a container of lemonade. I'll tell you what, it may be the best drink you have today. Lives up to advertisement. It very broadly advertises as freshly squeezed. You can taste the fresh squeeze of the fruits in it.
Alright, I think they're ready to start now. So I guess a determination has been made on that previous race. And they're off. Strong start from Aurelia Kelly, followed closely by Valley. Valley look like he's making a ground. No, Aurelia Kelly is pulling away. So that's Aurelia Kelly, first place, Valley Primary second. I believe it was the Wolves that got third. So strong start from Aurelia Kelly from the onset of that race, as they push to expand their lead. Yeah.
Well, OKPS are very, very much content with the performance they've had today. another win, they continue to add to their tally. Again,
So
you'd have heard the song that came in when they were coming in. They said that you're only as good as your last performance. Well, OKPS continue to perform.
And before the 100 meters, they had a 61-point lead.
Triple figures before the day is out.
I'm not sure.
The only,
think so.
the only thing that I'm, but then again, because you always say the value of figure it out in the relays, but who has more depth right now? Is it Valley or is it OKPS?
Well, it's who can find 3 more people to make the stronger team. But yes, in that race, it was Aurelia Kelly from the start to the end, followed by Valley in second. Third going to the Wolves. So we're on to the next one. I think this is the finals girls race, I believe.
I believe it might be. Until the relays, I believe it is.
Yeah, finals girls race. Valley in lane 1. Vivian Vanderpool lane 2. Alwyn Allison Richardson lane 3. Adrian T. Hazel lane 4. Lane 5, Home Schools. Lane 6, Morris Vanderpool Primary. 7 is empty, and Aurelia Kelly Primary in lane 8.
OKPS out on the outside looks fast. Valley on the inside looks steady. Adrian T right in the middle of both of them looks focused. Next year, I'm going to ask that they put up the barricades for the back of, so that the foot traffic is to a minimum. So again, I don't think we could have asked for a better broadcast location. We couldn't have begged for one better, but there's always something to complain about. I'm looking at how the lanes are currently situated. I'm seeing the blue going across the white, and I can understand why a couple of the young athletes have gotten confused, you know. I can understand why, because you're looking down and you're seeing your lane is blue until it's white.
The white line, yeah.
And you don't know which white line is your line until you go all the way down. They are under starters' orders.
And they're off.
100 meters, and that first step by OKPS was so good. OKPS on this outside is cruising.
I think it's the Wolves though.
OKPS was cruising the entire way. She had about a 2-step advantage from the start, and she never looked back. Wolves take second with a good run as well, and Adrian T, I believe, wrapped up the medal positions. Was it Adrian T or was it Valley? We'll have to see.
I think it's Valley.
Was it Valley?
Yeah, it's Valley.
It might have been Valley,
Yeah, it's Valley.
So, positions wrapped up quickly. OKPS with another win, you know. So again, I ask you,
and adding to that,
double digits in terms of their lead by the end?
I'm not sold on that yet.
They still say not yet.
I'm not sold on that yet. The relay is still to come.
The readers could do
It's
it.
not like Valley has been far behind, you know. They just got a third, 6 points.
The relays
Well,
can
I
do
mean, it
one of
adds
two
up,
things.
yeah.
It does add up. The relays can either close the gap right down or completely blow this wide open.
So this is the final 100-meter race that we have lined up here. So yes, we have the final 100-meter race. The athletes are lined up. Lane 1, Vivian Vanterpool. 2, Alwyn Allison Richardson. 3, Adrian T. Hazel. 4, homeschooled. 5, Morris Vanterpool Primary. 6 is empty. Aurelia Kelly in 7 and Valley Primary School in 8. In these 100 meters, especially the middle order, they have been dominated by Aurelia Kelly Primary.
I have gone to look to see if there's any specific scoring stated in the handbook for the relays, and it doesn't appear to be so. It appears as if it looks like it falls under the same point system as the rest of the events. From what I'm seeing, it appears as if all of the track events are the same scoring. The long jump and the cricket ball throw are the same scoring. And the road race has its own set of scoring. And ready for the starter. They're set and they're gone. That was a fast start for Adrian T. He threw his dry face quickly, but Alwyn is turning up the jets. Alwyn Allison will coast home. It looked to be a 13-second 100 meter. He flew down the track.
Very strong start from Adrian T though.
Yeah. Adrian T getting a second.
I think this is the first time we're seeing him for the day.
He's done well. Got a second place.
The Wolf has come back again to capture the gold.
Is that Jaden?
I think
that's Jaden Hughes, you know.
It looks.
I suspect it is. He was flying. Absolutely flying. Because he had to match the fast start that was made by the Adrian T. Hazel. Because he got out of his dry phase into his acceleration very quickly. But that acceleration phase from maybe meter 70 down to about meter 40, that's when you saw the speed, that stride of the Grey Wolf come into play.
So that was the Grey Wolves first, the Rams second, the Horses third.
I have not really been paying attention to many of these medal podiums just because I already know who won all these races. These ones I'm going to be looking for because this is going to tell me who won that race.
Yes, definitely the one with Lake and Hughes.
Yep.
And I'm sure all the people on the live as well.
They want to know.
Are waiting on.
They're waiting on us and we're waiting on them. All we can do is await the official ruling.
And once again, we're seeing the National Commercial Bank of Anguilla giving their prizes to the winner of each race. A big up to the People's Bank. They are also celebrating 10 years of being an institution. Yeah, I think
very broadly on those bags.
I'll have to get the exact date, but I believe the anniversary is either the 24th or the 26th of this month. Somewhere in the 20s. So, big up the People's Bank for always stepping in and supporting the youth.
They've been around for so long, you know. They were the sponsor for primary school football when I was back playing primary school football.
That's NBA.
That was NBA. that back when it was known as NBA. I'm not that young. But
even when they
rebranded to NCBA, they've still maintained that pledge to sponsor all of our young youths in football and on the track. The boys just getting their medals. That one for the younger Hughes. After his magnificent victory over a good run, a good challenge by the OKPS. But now this one. This one. This is the one we don't know. Third place we do.
Homeschool.
Who is going to get
Yeah, this one we definitely know that Homeschools got third. Mikwane Gums. And we're still awaiting the placements for.
No. they may still be checking the camera footage, you know. I don't think they even know yet. The only thing we know for sure, Homeschools is third. But Lake and Hughes.
Yeah, we have another delay here.
I'm telling you, I think they may be still checking the camera footage. I don't think they even know who's won this race yet. Can we not just give them 2 balls and let them go home? still don't know. And they've been running through the medal presentation so quickly to this point. Until it gets to this race, the one that we actually don't know who won, and we still don't know. You know, I was halfway joking when I said they don't know, they're still checking the footage. I wonder if they are actually still checking the footage. Because you would have thought that with them all three being over there, you would have known the order by now. But we don't. Nobody out there seems to know the order yet.
What's the possibility that they ran the exact same time down to milliseconds?
I like to say the chances are low, but never zero. I tell you what, we still can't tell based on our view from the camera. We don't know who actually crossed that line first. We've seen all sorts of angles. It's been slowed down, sped up, stopped on the. We still can't tell. But we would have thought that.
They sit back down, yeah.
Again, so with the athletes sitting, I wonder if my joke was actually reality. Do they actually still not know who has won that race? It is a good thing that all of these races are now videographed and we have our finish line camera. Because this could very much have already been sorted.
I think that might be the result.
I think this may be it coming now as we speak. That may be the score sheet from that race.
Looks like they're getting ready to start the relays.
The relays. Have the teams out there.
And am I to assume we will not get a points update before the relay start?
I don't think so. I don't think we're getting one. And I don't like that, because last year, usually, we always get one. I do suspect that we may be left in the dark until the final scores are tallied. Now these look like the real macarons.
So, we have some updated scores going into the relays. So, after the 100-meter races, Homeschool has 124, Vivian Vanderpool 163, Morris 222, Alwyn Allison Richardson 428. Currently, Valley Primary School has fallen to third place with 432. Adrian T. Hazel has 436, and Aurelia Kelly has 513. So again, Aurelia Kelly has 513. They are leading. Adrian T. Hazel has taken over second place with 436, but they lead by a mere 4 points. Valley Primary has 432, and we know traditionally Valley does well in the relays. Alwyn Allison Richardson is fourth with 428, so 4 points each between Adrian T., Valley Primary, and Alwyn Allison Richardson. Morris has 222, Vivian has 163, Homeschool 124, and Omolulu at 7 with their one athlete. So with the history of Valley doing well in relays, things could possibly turn in their favor again. But tradition isn't always reality. Traditions change. Traditions are challenged.
That's the reason society upgrades. You challenge your traditions.
4 points lie between Adrian T., Valley, and Alwyn Allison Richardson. So depending on how the relays go, it could still remain that the three big schools are the top three, or Alwyn Allison might do very well and knock one of those big schools down to fourth. It could be the Rams, it could be the Horses. We will just have to wait and see.
It is a one race gap, literally. One win and a fourth place, and these points could flip. So now let's be cool then. So you just be cool then. Okay, good. Alright.
I think Facebook Live gone down. Oh, 8 hours here. After 8 hours, Facebook Live does stop. Yeah.
If
YouTube, yeah.
Facebook is down, then YouTube should be fine.
Yeah, YouTube is still up.
It's in your page, so. Yeah. Yep. They're on the starter's orders. The gun has gone They are
four
away.
teams.
Yes, it is the Grey Wolves in 1, Rams in 2. It looks like 6 and 7 occupied by the OKPS and the Valley. The first change over, it will be Adrian T first, OKPS, Valley, then Alwyn. Adrian T had the changeover first. Going into the second changeover point, 1 point left after this one. It's going to be Adrian T. Hazel again, changing first. Alwyn second. Third was the Valley. OKPS fourth. Adrian T is cruising. Adrian T with Alwyn on her inside. That's the battle. They've changed over at the same time, but Adrian T has gotten the better start, and she is gone. Good luck catching that woman. She's catching her, you know.
She's coming for her.
She is catching
She's
her.
Coming
She's gonna
for her.
take her.
Ooh.
And it's caught right at the end. The move that was being made, it was countered, and countered brilliantly. Adrian T, hang on for gold. Owen Allison have taken second. You do with that information as you will.
And the Golden Horses in the
Third, do with that information as you will. If you want to go and count scores, you go ahead and count scores. But that is 10 points to the Adrian T. Hazel. And 8 more going to Owen right behind them. So if you are keeping track, that is a 2-point gap that has been made up by the Alwyn in that one race alone. So them being 4 points behind Valley Primary and finishing 1 place above them, they get 2 extra points. So again, one more really like that, and the Valley could be looking at a finish outside the top 3. But of course, we are still very early in the determining factor. That was a nice clean relay, you know. Very clean, no drops in any station.
Good baton changes as well, from the right hand to the left hand, back to the right hand to the left hand.
I think it was that final baton change for the Adrian T that got them that quick start, you know, because even though they changed at they arrived at the changing station at the same time, Adrian T got out early because of their baton pass. With it going to the backhand of an already streaking runner, she got that early advantage and she was able to hold on. Boys' turn. Adrian T is in 1. There's a gap in lanes 2, 3, and 4. OKPS is in lane 5. Valley is in 6. Vivian is in 7. And Alwyn A. Richardson is in 8. Runners make their way out to their marks, and they are under the starter's orders. That is a long gap between the poor Adrian T runner and his next closest compatriot, the runner from the OKPS. But if you stretch it all out in the line, it's all 400 meters. It's all the exact same distance. Just looks that way, and based on the alignment. Again, Lane 1 is the Rams. Lanes 2, 3, and 4 are currently unoccupied as there is no representation in this race for the Morris Vanderpool, the Homeschool, or the OIS. So lane 4 is currently... lane 5, is the Pink Panthers, lane 6 the Horses, lane 7 the Gators, and lane 8 the Wolves. You have to wait on each of the changeover stations to ensure that they are prepared to receive the athletes that are coming towards them. We can't start unless they are also ready, which is why relay is usually given the most time, because it usually takes up the most time. That's why you like to get all the hundreds done by about 3 o'clock, 3 going into 4, so that you have the time to get your relay sorted. It is 5 in the PM now, and we are into second relay. We had the shuttles earlier in the day. This time it's the time for the big ones. They are out.
Strong start from Valley.
Let's see who will go first. It appears as if the Valley is going to get there. Yes, Valley, and then OKPS and the Rams, followed by Vivian.
Strong one from Valley. OKPS is covering some ground. A lot of ground, actually.
This is a great second leg by OKPS. If they come all the way back, we have to look all the way to this second leg. The changeover happens. He has the inside lane. Can he make up the distance?
An interesting strategy by Valley School. They actually went back and received the baton earlier to help cover some ground.
And now you're seeing the takeoff. This is going to be good. But Valley has turned on the Jets.
I think Valley has it, yeah.
Valley are cruising to victory.
And they'd be happy with that result.
Oh, you bet they would.
And Aurelia Kelly coming up in second place to put some distance between them and the Rams and the Wolves.
Adrian in third, Wolves in fourth. Once again, Valley taking the goal this time. OKPS second, Adrian T third, and the Rams fourth. Once again, do that information as you will. Because the Valley, who had just given them a bit of ground to the Owen A. Richardson behind them, have opened it right back.
Yeah, for those who are rejoining the Facebook Live broadcast, I'm not sure if it's much common knowledge, but Facebook Lives usually tend to stop after 8 hours.
Yes.
So it's not that there was a connectivity issue. That's just a policy that
we had to restart.
Meta has. Yeah.
We just had to restart the live.
So yes, in that race, the Golden Horses took gold. They would have been happy to see Aurelia Kelly coming up in silver, setting up a cushion of sorts between them and the Rams and the Wolves, who came third and fourth respectively.
Again, if you're just joining us, if you're just rejoining us, due to the timing out of our live broadcast, the one on Facebook, you would have missed the Valley Primary taking home the gold in that relay. They had the lead from the start in reality, you know, and even though the OKPS made up some ground in legs 2 and 3.
This one here, sticking from time to time, back that feet. So I think Valley is trying to live up to their tradition of doing well in relays.
Have to dominate the relays.
They've done better each race from this first relay to this one. Is this the second one?
This was the second one. They had the
Okay,
girls,
so-
and then they figured it out with the boys. Now it's the girls' turn again. Can they get it right this
And
time?
remember, before the relays, once again, there was 4 points between Adrian T, Valley, and then 4 points between Valley and
The Grey Wolves.
Alwyn Allison, Richardson, the Wolves. So every point, every positioning will matter in these relays from here on out.
And again, just to remind you, if you want to keep track of the scores at home, well, you can try your best. It's 10 points for a first place, 8 points for second, 6 for third, and it goes down the line from there. Fourth gets 5, fifth gets 4, then 3, 2, 1. You're not missing any action, of course. This is the other age group, the age group up. I believe the under 11s will be coming in to do their relays now, girls and boys. Then after that, it is the over 11s, the seniors. As we used to call it, class 1, class 2, and class 3. And after that, it is 4x4 time.
And they are taking their lane assignments. It looks like the Rams are in 1. The Gators in 2. No, the Rams are moving down. Alright, so the Gators in 2. For the Panthers. 5 the Horses, 6 the Wolves, and I believe it is 8 for the Rams. I've now moved to lane 6. So lane 4, Aurelia Kelly. Lane 5, the Horses. Lane 6, the Gators. Lane 7, the Wolves, and lane 8, the Rams. So we have the first set of representation from Vivian Vanterpool in these relays. I don't think we've seen Morris Vanterpool in these relays as yet.
Seen Morris yet? I believe we had Vivian in that last race, you know. I think we had Vivian in that last race. If I remember, am I remembering correctly?
No, I think that was just the four of them again in that four.
Yes, it was four in the previous race, and I knew Vivian was in one of them because there were two lanes missing, and it was Morris, Homeschool, and OIS who weren't there. Maybe in the previous one.
And they are taking their staggers.
OKPS, horses, gators, rams, wolves. Starters ready for them.
And they're off. Valley making up ground already, as well as Aurelia Kelly. The Rams are creating some distance between themselves and the Wolves. We'll see how this back straight goes. In these few races, the back straights.
Oh dear. That is a big drop for the Valley Primary School. That may be it, you know. That's a massive drop on the first changeover. Adrian T and Alwyn will want to take advantage of it. The second to last changeover is clean. Adrian T. As we now have a red flag at station number 3. So we've had a lot of issues in this race.
I think that arose from the athletes running across
the track, yes.
while the race is still going on. But
Hughes is going to take this one home easily.
Yes.
Easily is going to be Hughes with OKPS second and Alwyn in third. Valley bringing up fourth.
But stand by, we got a red flag.
We have a red flag at station number 3. We will need to clear the confusion.
Yes, I noticed at the first handoff, an athlete did run across the track while the race was going on. And then it happened again at third leg, and that's where the red flag went up.
You have to know race etiquette. You can't run across the track. You're impeding the other runners. You have to wait until they've all taken off, then you move off. Wait on official scoring. Unofficially, it was Valley 4th, Alwyn third, the OKPS second, and the Adrian T in first.
And Valley did experience a bad baton handoff on the first exchange. They dropped the baton there. But we do have some red flags up, so we're gonna wait and see what that yields. In the meantime, the boys have lined up on the track. Lane 1 going to Morris. Lane 2 is empty. Lane 3, Aurelia Kelly. Lane 4, Valley Primary. Lane 5 is empty. Lane 6 to the Wolves. And lane 7 to the Rams. So once again, lane assignments. Morris Vanterpool, 1. 2 is empty. 3 is OKPS. 4, Valley Primary. 5 is empty. 6 to the Wolves. 7 to the Rams.
Before we die in here,
7 to the Rams. And we are awaiting to see what happened there. I'm seeing that the Rams are good. The girls are heading to the podium. It looks like Valley might have moved up into the top 3 from that last race.
I saw that it
So
moved, I'm not sure.
I am assuming it is either OKPS or Alvin Allison Richardson that got the red flag, which may have resulted in a disqualification there.
We saw the red flag go up immediately during the changeover there on station number 3.
And I think that would have arisen from the Alvin Allison Richardson primary athlete. After she handed off the baton, she ran across the track to get off the track while other athletes were receiving the batons themselves.
It's unfortunate. It is very unfortunate because you could see in her face she didn't know she did anything wrong. Because she was trying to get out of the way.
Right. Alright, so the boys are getting ready to start. We will follow up on that development from the previous race, but the boys are ready.
They're out, they're up, they're off. A brisk start for the Adrian T and the Allen. OKPS making some good run there in the inner lane as well. But the first change over will be Adrian T, followed by OKPS, then Alwyn, then Valley. Adrian T coming down this back straight with a lead, but OKPS is making a good charge.
As well as Valley.
Valley
closing in on.
This is going to be tight. Adrian T first over, then 2, 3, and 4 pretty much change at the same time. OKPS on the inside. This is going to be tight, you know, because OKPS is making a move. What a brilliant third leg by OKPS, and I don't think that you want to take your eyes off this one. Neck and neck down the front straight with the entire support supporting them. A symbol, and it's going to be right down to the photo finish. I don't know. Let us go to the cameras.
Very, very, very strong race between OKPS
and Adrian T.
Down to the wire.
Yes, they were battling the entire race. Boy, I tell you.
Valley survives to capture third place in that one.
Just because Hughes was chasing him down on that final leg, you know. OKPS and Adrian T. Neck and neck. Again. Because we still don't know the result from the last time between those two. We still don't know whether Hughes or Lake has won that race. This one again, we await confirmation. Athletes getting themselves situated. Of course, this is one of the most important parts of the relay, ensuring that all the teams are in the correct lane. Because when you're coming up the track and you look up and you don't see a person the same color shirt as you, you start to panic. The worst thing, there are two situations where you don't want to panic. When you're swimming and when you're running. Lane assignments. Lane 1 is vacant. Lane 2, the OKPS. And lane 3, the Golden Horses. Lane 4, I am not seeing anyone. In lane 5, the Grey Wolves of the Alvin A. Richardson. Lane 6, the Adrian T. Hazel. In lane 7 is a homeschool, and in lane 8, the Morris Vanterpool. So no representation in lanes 4 or 1 due to both Vivian Vanterpool and the Omalulu being out. So it's none OKPS Valley, none Alwyn A, Adrian T, Homeschool, MVPS. Runners make their way to the line.
The homeschool has a team.
This is the penultimate 4x1. After this, the big boys, it's 4x4 time. Well, they've done well. Cutting out that lunch break proved to be critical. It was again an unfortunate mishap we had with our finish line camera. It started to take a tumble in the strong breeze, and we had to completely reconfigure it, which means it took about a 45-minute delay, and it's pushed everything back. They are under starter's orders, but they were getting antsy, so the starter has made them stand up. I see the young athletes going down to start. I just wonder if it's ever too early to introduce blocks. If you're going down, may as well get down the blocks. You know, it's starting to get to that time. We start to get joined by a few friends. Those friends being of the mosquito variety. As I said, if you want to find somewhere to look on, you go to the southern gate. Because anything to the west, to the north, or even to the east is completely packed. But even that southern gate, as you're currently seeing, there's no space for anything, you know, because everyone's parked, everyone's standing by the fence. Your best hope is to sit in your bed and listen to us. Still awaiting for all the stations to be ready.
And they're ready to go now. Starter has it in his control.
Four white flags and away we go. The penultimate 4x1. And the Adrian T is off to a flying start.
Strong start.
What a first leg by the Adrian T Hazel. That is a large lead after one leg. That changeover distance was massive. OKPS is putting on a charge on the valley, but OKPS is keeping the lead for now. It's been a great a fumble on 3 stations, and OKPS has taken the lead.
And Valley passes.
Valley has also taken over from the Adrian T, and OKPS are going to cruise home. Valley behind her, Adrian T further back, but OKPS with a late charge by Valley.
But
OKPS is able to hold on. You saw her have a attempt to take it out of cruise control at the end and kick it back into gear, but she was able to hold on.
Yeah, that fumble on the third leg might have costed Adrian T a higher place.
And the interesting thing is there were both three different fumbles. You know, all three of the teams, the Valley, the OKPS, and the Adrian T, they all fumbled, but Adrian T had the worst fumble. She had to go back to get her baton, while the others were able to recover and take off. That changeover point, something about that changeover point is proving to be troublesome. I think that's 3 races in a row now we've seen a changeover number 3. That third station, someone has made a mistake. Your final 4x1, and it is a doozy lined up for you.
And this is the final 4x100 relay.
The senior boys will want to make one even better than the younger boys. Once again, still don't know who won that race.
No, I think OKPS got away. Very strong challenge from Valley at the end, I think.
Not that one. The
previous
yes,
one.
the previous one. The boys. We still don't know about the boys. What the boys raced before that last one. Speaking of, we still don't know about the Lake versus Hughes race either. Once again, I don't know if the officials know about that Hughes v Lake race, because even when they were handing out the medals for those races, they still have not handed out the medal for that race. The runners are on the starting line. The starter is waiting on white flags. We have a white at stations 1 and 2.
Starter has it now.
Also whites at 3 and 4. We're ready to go. Up, out, and away.
Valley starting strong.
Adrian
And
T is
OKPS, Adrian T. Homeschool keeping up as well.
Yeah, that first changeover is going to be Homeschool Valley Adrian T. Adrian T. Out and away.
That was a close call by Alwyn Allison Richardson.
Indeed. OKPS made some good ground as well on the inside, but he took a second to try and shift his hand with the baton and lost a couple seconds on him. That is speed, however. That for a leg is pure, unadulterated speed. Everyone, young Jackson. That looked to me like young Jerry Jackson, and that young man is fast. OKPS in leg 4. Valley and Adrian T on their tail.
Valley's pushing
around his shoulder, you know.
Valley's pushing.
He needs to hold on. He will hold on. Valley 2, Adrian T 3, Alwyn Allison 4.
And Valley would like that positioning as well, getting ahead of Adrian T.
Indeed.
Before the relays, Adrian T was ahead of Valley by 4 points. Valley was ahead of Alwyn Allison Richardson by 4 points. All points matter in these final stages.
Again, We remind you. I'm gonna ask my production team, can we get a steady shot, just one camera focused on that section of the crowd for these last couple of races? I just want to see the madness that crowd is going on with, because I can guarantee you that western stand, it is absolute pandemonium out there. You just know that a stand that is currently over full, because it is not meant to carry the amount of people that are on it right now, so it's way over full, and it is jumping.
So we're gonna do another set of medal presentations. I think.
Have we gotten the medals for the 100-meter yet?
I assume so. I guess the camera wasn't there because that would have been starting the relays at the same time. But very strong showings from Aurelia Kelly. Oh, I think they're sorting it out now. So it looks like...
So,
yes, the Lake did capture the goal
first. So, by a nose hair. Literally by a nose, because it's taken a couple of medal rounds to finally get the frame-by-frame footage. Keejanik Lake has taken the goal in that race.
This is the 100
There's the 100
dash.
meter, the one between the battle we're talking about all the time between Lake and Hughes. Hughes has finally been beaten.
Yes, Keejanik Lake captured the goal for OKPS. As you can see, the rep from the People's Bank has given her token for winning that race.
My question is, who dubbed it the People's Bank? Did the people dub it their bank, or was it dubbed the People's Bank for them?
You don't worry about it. Just take it as the People's Bank.
You know what? I was taught the opposite, but I'm going to take this at face value. Relay time.
I wonder, do you think they'll give us an update before the 4x4? Or will they just wait it out until...
I think they're gonna wait it out, yeah. I think even if they get scores in, I believe Millie is gonna wait it out. He has this tendency to try and build some anticipation. And I think he likes the traffic jam after the sports day is done, because he wants everyone to stay in the park for as long as possible. Okay, PS picking up another goal. So with that, many gold medals, those OKPS are continuing to rack up points. Once again, I pose the question to you. Do you think they get the double-digit lead by the end of the day?
Let me see what it was again before. I mean, they had some strong performances in the relays, but I don't think.
Still no.
I think could be close.
Because I don't want to.
Coming. Right before the relays, they had a 77-point lead, so it'll be close.
I don't want to, try and kill any excitement, but I think it's pretty safe to start engraving the name on the trophy.
I think OKPS, their fans, the students, the coaches, teachers, community members will feel pretty confident to say that they have captured the title for 2026 Inter-Primary School Sports Day competition.
I
think the real battle now comes down
Second,
to
third, and
second,
fourth.
third, and fourth.
Indeed.
Alvin Allison has stepped up in an immensely big way this year, challenging what we know in Angola as the big schools.
Yes, the big schools.
And it wasn't a challenge and then they eased off. They've been challenging
The
consistently the entire day.
You know, we see it often. You know, a small school comes out the gate hot, wins a few races with the younger categories, but when the big dogs come out to play in the afternoon, they just slowly sink back down to what you call their level. I put that in quotation marks, just for those I couldn't see. I put that in quotation marks. But what we've seen today is that consistently, all day, Alvin A. Richardson, they've been right in the mix, you know. The big guys, the small ones, the girls, they have been right in the mix at every level.
So they should be proud of themselves, even taking that bigger leap from last year to this year, and then being consistent all the way through for this sports season.
It's gone from them being the clear best of the rest to them now being able to compete with the big dogs. And potentially beating out a big dog.
So, an update of sorts has been sent. Not the entire list, but the first four places. So OKPS continues to.
OKPS is in the front. We can start with OKPS. We know OKPS has one sports team. We can start with them.
Okay. I'm just. I take the advice of my comrades in here. So Alvin Allison Richardson is at fourth. This is an update I received. Yeah. 464. In third is Valley. 475. Adrian T. 484. And then OKPS leading the pack with 560.
So has the gap gone 9-9 between those two? Read those points again. Between
11 and 9.
11 and 9. That's what. Okay. All right.
So it will come down to
these last couple of races.
Is it 4 races? 2 races?
There's 2 races left. I think we have 2 4x4s. And this one, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams competing, which means the minimum amount of points you can receive for finishing is 4. So if you're doing maths, the most points anyone can make up in this race is 6. The lane 1, it is going to be the Valley Primary. Lane 2 is vacant. Lane 3, it is the Alvin Richardson. Lane 4, Adrian T. Lane 5 is vacant. Lane 6, the Morris Vanterpool, and lane 7. Oh, sorry. Lane 7 is also vacant, and lane 8 is OKPS. So lanes 2, lane 5, and lane 7 all unoccupied. With there being no Vivian, no homeschool, and no OIS.
So again, the update I received not too long ago, only for the first 4 places, it has OKPS leading with 560. In second, we have Adrian T with 484. Valley trails them by 9, 475. And the Wolves in fourth with 464. So 11 points between Valley and the Wolves. 9 points between the Rams and the Golden Horses.
I have an assignment for you. I want you to go back and look and give me those last year final scores. I want you to give me those after this race is done, before our final race. Because I really want to see how much Alvin Allison has closed the gap between them and the big schools.
Yeah, definitely they had 300 and something last year. Let me see. Yeah, they had 364 last year.
The next closest, who came in third? What was the third point?
It was the Rams, 523.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Panthers, 550, and Valley won last year with 562.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And now you look at how close it was, them being just 11 points off the third place trophy. They have made up a considerable gap in 1 year.
They have scored right now, up to this point, 100 more points than last year.
There you go. There you go. What a performance it's been by the Wolves on the park today. They've not won. They're currently not even going to come in the top 3, but they would have left an impression on a lot of people today.
I know the community down in
West
End, Long Way, South Hill.
It is buzzing.
They will be proud, for sure.
I don't know if there is, as they're set and they're gone, and these first 400 of the 4 by 400 meters. That's a lap around the park and then you change over.
So these are the final 2 races.
The final
Girls,
2
boys,
races.
and we're home.
Yep.
Valley is
Open
making
girls.
some ground though. Strong start by OKPS. Valley making some ground. We know this one here from the Rams. She ran a very strong 800 meters.
Yes,
She
did.
ran a similar way for the 400 where
Yep.
she got silver.
Now she's running the 4 by 4 and she'll be looking to bring her
Very
team
good pace.
into the first changeover in first place.
Yeah, she takes the lead now. I think Valley was trying to make a push. Yeah, they're still pushing.
It's a push.
Valley
but
in second. Strong composed run from the Ram.
very easy 400, you know, an easy for the Adrian T. Hazel. They just want to widen their gap on their closest competitor, that being the Golden Horses.
Very
The first
strong
changeover is successful for the Rams.
Yeah, she set
And
up her
if you
partner well.
notice what the Adrian T. Hazel runner did there, she waited. You can stay in your lane. You're not impeding anyone when you're in your own lane. You
About
wait.
50-meter gap between
It's open
Adrian
right
T.
up. It's being closed down a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
Chasing down, yeah.
These are the last 2 races, the final 2 races of the day. This is where they have to make it count.
Valley Pyramid know that they they would have needed to win these last 2 races and push Adrian T down a couple of spots if they had any hope of finishing above them in the final standings. But Adrian T has opened up about an 80-meter gap on the rest of the field. Adrian T is absolutely cruising in this 4 by 4. Because I'm just timing it. It appears to be a 9-second gap between first and second. It's gotten even wider because she's expanded her lead to over 150, bordering on 200 meters. Well, the Adrian T. Hazel are absolutely cruising. The fans getting loud. Oh, you bet they're ready. They know. They know. This is about 200 meters, to be honest. It's a massive gap. You know, you can see it's trying to go. She's trying, you know, yeah. You can see she realized, boy, it's getting too big. But it's really not going to matter because running the 4th leg is Young Hughes, and she is not going to let this up. This gap is going to explode. She is already 200 meters in front of the other starter. Maybe she can lap them. This Hughes is going, and she is strong. Down these final 250 meters, Adrian T have led from start to finish. She's trying to close in the gap. She's not gonna get nowhere close. She's going to get nowhere close, but it's good to see that the VPS have never given up in this race, even though the gap has been insurmountable. Coming down these final 100 meters, the Adrian T. Hazel Blue Rams are going to coast to victory in this first 4 by 4 open girls. Hughes down these final 50. The stride has never let up because she has been able to jog home. A comfy victory, finishing in 4:47. This is the Valley. Third is coming is the OKPS. with about a 100-meter gap on 4th place Alwyn Allison, who has another 100-meter gap on 5th place Morris Vanderpool.
So the Rams win that race, securing their spot.
Yep.
Second place overall. Gets a little cushion away from Anderson and Texas. The KPS getting forward. Space. Seems like
It looks that way. No matter how the wolves have tried to howl, just unable to do enough. Morris finally home.
so the Rams, horses, Panthers.
Just for reference, the Dragons of Morris Vanderpool would have finished that race an entire minute and 3 seconds slower than the Adrian T. Hazel.
That false leg really set the apart. So even when Valley was trying
Indeed.
to follow up on that,
And just for reference, Jaden Hughes ran a faster 400 meter than the gap between 1st and 5th in this one. He set the new record with his 1 minute 0.5 milliseconds. We can pretty much call it a flat minute, even though officially it's rounded up to a 1-1. I think we can call it, in our record books, a flat minute. The final race for the 2026 Inter Primary School Sports Day. It's been a journey, you know. We've been here since 8 o'clock in the morning. It is currently 6 p.m. We've put in a 10-hour shift. But boy, have we been treated to some beautiful racing today. You wouldn't even have known that the time was going, because it's disappeared without a trace. Yep, that's correct. It does appear as if we will just have the 5 teams yet again in this 4x4. Lane 1, unoccupied. Lane 2, Allen. Lane 3, Adrian T. Lane 4 is Morris. No, lane 4. So lane 4 is empty. Lane 5 is Morris. Lane 6 is empty. Lane 7 is OKPS, and lane 8 is Valley. Doesn't even feel like 10 hours have passed, you know. We've literally been here all day, and you wouldn't have known it. Been well taken care of by the DOE as well today, you know. We got breakfast, we got lunch, we got a nice air-conditioned room, we got beverages. We did well today. I say it was an excellent day overall, and I think my production lead agrees with me. You know what? Let me not jinx it. Yes, he's telling me. Let me not jinx it. Let's just wait until the final race is done, until we declare victory. I think it's all sealed. But I can say that I got a message a bit earlier from a Golden Horse that told me they were leaving the park because they simply had nothing to be here for. Yes, AT&T are set. The issue with these relays is as they're off. There would have been the fact that there are only 5 teams competing, so the minimum points you can get is 4. So you cannot really open up a gap on anyone in these relays. This is a good start by OKPS and Valley. AT&T's coming around the inner lane. It's AT&T, OKPS, and Valley in the top 3 spots. OKPS, Valley, with AT&T in 3rd. Very strong run there by Grant. AT&T. That's a good run by AT&T, you know. That's an excellent. He passed Valley and he wants to take down OKPS. What a run this has been for the AT&T. Yes, it is. Very strong runner. And he's handed it off to, it looks like, is that Isles Carty, the youngster. The blue here.
Very strong run.
Indeed, Valley is out, OKPS is out, but AT&T are in the lead for now. AT&T has OKPS on his tail. The move is being made down the outside. He has taken the AT&T Hazel down the outside with a brilliant overtake. OKPS now setting pace. Now AT&T is making an outside move. He's freeing up space for an inside move from the Valley Primary. And now the 3 have bunched right up because they're all trying to counteract each other's moves. But that's a good move again by AT&T and Valley down the outside now. This is brilliant tactical running by these 3 because Valley he started on the inside and he's overtaken on the outside. What a brilliant leg by the Valley Primary. Valley 1, AT&T 2. OKPS away.
Here, at the end of the day, we're going close to 2026. Three, quote-unquote, big schools. They're leading the race.
He's got a good run, you know.
I've noticed that AT&T and Valley are staying in lanes 2 and 3.
A push being made by the Grey Wolves, you know. He is absolutely charging as he's closed a gap that was well over 200 meters wide to within 100. They are, and more importantly, they are slowing down, which has allowed OKPS to make the move on the inside and take it to the outside to find his partner, who has gone back with the baton because he has one motive in mind. This final race will be good. Look at those 2 tear away. It is OKPS, it is AT&T Hazel, and they are charging down the back street. OKPS, AT&T, and OKPS, with the Valley Primary coming up in 3rd. OKPS want to end today in a very similar fashion to how they started it, out in front. He's tiring, but OKPS is fully tiring. Okay, Pacers dropped down 2 gears. You saw a very sudden 2-gear drop. Valley is coming down the inside. OKPS is down because Adrian T is coming around the outside. This is pure heart and grit by these young men. And the Adrian T Hazel is going to pull this one away unless OKPS has something to say about he's tried, you know, he's tried as he might, but the Adrian T Hazel have wrapped up the victory to end proceedings. Second, of course, you know, the champions elect. They've been champions elect since they've come into Sports Day, actually, with that massive gap they had opened up in the pre-sporting events. They came in champions elect, and they never took their foot off the accelerator. The Valley have pretty much secured the 3rd place as well, after their relay showing with the Alwyn rather comfortably wrapping up 4th. Yeah, we're not giving away any spoilers because the point standings have not really changed. I think we've had one change when we saw Alwyn for a brief moment make a resurgence into the top 3, and then it wasn't long before they were taken back out of the top 3. Yep. They were in and then they were back out. Because they came in top 3, but Adrian T have had themselves a day, you know. They have moved from 4th up to 2nd. All that's left is the final pandemonium. Because you know, if you've been around here before, I think you know exactly what's about to come. Yep, they've started. I mean, they could have started the party about 2 hours ago, but you may as well start now. The Pink Panthers of the Aurelia Kelly Primary School, they know the trophy is going back up the hill. Yep. Not really it is now. We've been asking all day, can they open it up to 100? That last relay may have made it not so. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They could have won by half a point. I don't think they would have cared. If
special shout out to the Wolves.
Oh, indeed.
From the Alwyn Allison and Trotson Primary School. They showed out, they had heart, they had grit, they had fight, challenging the traditional big schools.
It wasn't just a challenge for a challenge's sake. They fought right down to the very end. They had a possibility of ending this day in 2nd place. That's how good their day was. A couple of things didn't go their way in the relays and the 100 meters, but for the majority of the day, they were right in this contest. Oh, you bet. You can see consistent building blocks. They got 4th last time, they got 4th this time, but they've gone from best of the rest to right up with the big boys. They no longer have ambitions of beating the other small schools. They want to take on a big one. They came close today.
Scores aren't here, but the rounds from Hazel have secured 2nd place.
Second.
And the Golden Horses have secured 4th place. No major upsets with any of the big schools. Things might be on the horizon.
Especially with how good they were in the younger category races. those lyrics they dominated, and those kids are only getting older.
Interesting. Set of years to
Give
come.
it a few years. We give it a few years. You'll never know. You know the community being built down there at the Alvin A. Richardson. It is a strong community. You know, I don't know if there's a bigger fan, supporter, parent out of the Alvin A. Richardson than Miss Kira Richardson. That's the mother of Jacoy Gums, the young man who we saw for the Alvin A. Richardson a few times today. And when you look at her as if an embodiment as to the spirit that is going on down in Wolf Country, because the Grey Wolves of the Alvin A. Richardson, they have left a mark on proceedings here today, and they will go down in the history books because their young man, their very own Jaden Hughes, is going to leave today with a new record.
Meantime, when we make our scores once again, Casey Thompson, alongside Aiden Ryan. This broadcast has been brought to you by 899 on the platform of Facebook, as well as YouTube channel, as well as the YouTube channel of 899. More content from all day from Bahrain overseas, from first to end,
That's a key word, you know, execution. Because there's a lot more that goes into racing than just coming on the track, putting on your spikes, and going fast. Planning is a very key part of it, and executing the plan is the most important part of running. Every move is planned out. You have to know when you're deciding to take down your opponent and why you're trying to take them down. Because if you make a move too early, as we saw throughout different stages today, you tire out too fast. That's where the strategy of running comes into play, and that is where we saw OKPS separate itself from the rest. When you're able to execute the plan, this is usually the result.
I'm sure there are some people who will be twice as happy being on two different types of pink. The Panthers
Indeed.
at high school, and now the Panthers here at primary. You know, winning twice in 1 month. We are watching the notifications to the players right before we get the final scores.
Just going to take a peek at something. And just as I suspected, the entire park is clearing out. And just in just a few minutes time, you're gonna see a very large sea of pink and not many other colors. It's gonna turn into a party very soon. The confetti is not too far away. The fireworks are definitely not too far away. And I know the paint and powder is right there waiting as well. was a good day for the Adrian T. Hazel, because they came into today in a disadvantaged position, having not had their best time of things out on the field. They would have known that they had to come in today and take care of business. They have not just taken care of business, they have taken down their big rival, because they have been able to finish ahead of the team that came in ahead of them. Agency getting second, and the Valley Primary School, well, we speak often about the depth, but you gave me a nugget today that they may not quite be the biggest school anymore. And
that's what
I think that may have been very evident today, where you saw a bit of a lack of depth come into play for them. That they've been known. The stories I have about the Valley Primary School, they are almost torturous, because there was never even a chance of you trying to go and win a race once the Valley had their athletes in, because they had about 3 different athletes that were all the 3 fastest in that category at that time, and they're gonna win, and they're gonna win the relay as well. But as the gap has shrunk in terms of school size, the gap on the sports day has shrunk as well. The playing fields are level, as they would say. Getting a final medal presentations. Well, if you want to come up to the park to enjoy the celebrations, there's a lot of parking out there now. If you came about half hour ago, you'd have had to park by the hospital, but just about now, yeah, you can come down to the REGT side and find a few parking spots. You can go down to the Valley Bottom side and get a couple parking spots. Hey, you could even park up at the little avenue there by the market and come across. Because just getting a little glimpse of it, that the northern stand, it's completely cleared out. And I think we can finally say it's been a good day. I think we can say that. And I'll tell you why, because I woke up this morning with a nasty attack on my sinuses, I was on the brink of making a call saying, boy, I don't think I can make it today, But somehow, I took a drive this morning, got some fresh air in the lungs, and it just happened to work. And it's taken until 6:17 for the first sneeze to come back. It's like the sinuses were waiting for sports day to end to come right back. And this part here, this is the best part of sports day. All the kids, regardless of the color shirt they're wearing, color balloons they're holding, they don't care. Friends are friends. Good people are good people, and fun is fun. And at that age, you want nothing more than to go have fun. It just brings a little joy to my heart, especially with the way we see some of these sporting avenues going in Anguilla. We're seeing some of the way that, especially when we see the path that some of our youngsters seem to take and the direction that they end up heading in, this always brings a smile to my face. Know that kids can still be kids. And we still await the final scores. We don't have the final scores yet. We do know the the place standings. We don't know the point standings. Again, if you were keeping count at home, you'd have also known that about 3 hours ago there was no chance of OKPS relenting this lead. Of course, we couldn't say that because we have to make this seem as exciting as possible all the way through, but sports it was pretty much done from about the halfway point. It would have taken a vintage second half from the Valley to come back, and they simply didn't have the vintage anymore. You can't always turn back the clock. Have to look forward, and the future currently lies in the hands of the OKPS. For a lot of these athletes, this will be their last time ever getting to grace this sort of stage. Oftentimes you see these young athletes get to high school and say, boy, you know what, this ain't for me, you know. I don't feel like this anymore. I don't like this sport anymore. You often see them, even if they do get there, maturity is the great equalizer, you know. That growing up phase where everyone tends to even out and ability tends to shine through over your natural physical gifts. That's where you start to see the best of the best sort of separate from the rest. So a lot of these youngsters will cherish this moment here because they may not know it yet. This might just be the pinnacle of a few of their track careers. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Because again, I don't know if there's a bigger stage in Anguilla than this one. That's all. You think you can get it final. So we are going to take you home here at the JRWP. We want to say a special thank you to all of those who have joined in via the various mediums, whether on Facebook or on YouTube, whether via the AI Live YouTube channel or the DOE page, Department of Education page in Anguilla. We want to thank you for taking our coverage of the premier sporting event in Anguilla, the inter-primary school football, track and field competition, the inter-primary school sports day for 2026. It has been won convincingly by the Aurelia Kelly Primary School. I want to say a special thank you to AI Live for the absolutely brilliant coverage of proceedings. Again, I say you can't get better work elsewhere. So for all of the staff at AI Live and for KSM Thompson, who so graciously joined me and provided some excellent insight, it is Clyde and Doc Bryan that is sending you home and telling you thank you for joining us. Final scores will be announced later, but for now, we take you back to Master Control.
Cajun Act 1, Cajun Act 1. Anybody see Act 1? Please come to the middle of the pan. Act 1. Old school. Act 1. Anybody see Act 1? These are the floral shorts. Ladies and gentlemen, the time we've been waiting for is here. First up, the Victor Sligo, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Western, your Victor Sligo, ladies and gentlemen, is Germany's Holy God, Victor Sligo. Ladies and gentlemen, it gets better. For your Victor Ludoran goes to none other than the man, Trevor Hills. Victor goes to the last. Our answer to Supreme School, Victor and Victors. It is true, ladies and gentlemen, it is true. Victor Ladora, where he is? Where is he? Where is he? The Victor Ladora. Jerry Hughes with 76 points. Berliger with 44. our final results. Our final results, ladies and gentlemen, of the 2026 Customs Council Inter-Primary School Championship. We start with the results for the small schools. Ladies and gentlemen, in fifth place, Honolulu International. In the sixth place, Home School with 129 points. These are the small schools. Honolulu International, 7 points. Fifth place. In fourth place, Home School with 129 points. In third position, ladies and gentlemen, VVPS with 174 points. Morris in second position with 242 points. Ladies and gentlemen, your small school winner is none other than Ireland. Allison Richardson with 472 points. 472 points. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place.
Hey, I know you had won that fourth place, but I gotta take my daughter to get that fourth place today.
In third place, with 489 points, let's give it a call. The horses! 489 points, the horses! In second place, ladies and gentlemen, please collect your trophy. Valley Primary, please collect your trophy. 489 points, third place. Please collect the trophy. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, in second place, with 504 points, let's give it up for Agency Housing. Please avoid the cables, ladies and gentlemen. Please avoid jumping on the cables. Please avoid jumping on the cables. Unstoppable. That's what we want to do. Absolutely unstoppable. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Inter-Primary School Champion with 576 points. Alongside all the officials, all the sponsors, the manufacturing sponsors, and all who are here to ensure for 2026 Parents, teachers,